pale, but because it was night, they couldn't see clearly. If senior sister really did this, then I will definitely fight her to the death. Bai Yining was a little anxious, and the swordsman's sharp true energy was inadvertently released, making her look very sharp. After these words were spoken, except for Shui Miaoshuan, the other sisters looked at her in surprise. I'm angry on behalf of third senior sister. If he gets disabled, wouldn't that ruin third senior sister's happiness? Bai Yining knew that she was a little excited just now, so she quickly made up for it. Third senior sister, can you sense where they went? Shui Miaoshuan helped to cover and immediately got back to the topic. I can't sense the specific location, I can only sense the approximate direction. Lu Fu said, stretching out her left hand and pointing in a direction. There is no time to lose, let's chase. Ruan Yuji made a prompt decision and rushed towards the direction Lu Fu pointed. Lu Fu and others hurriedly followed. Yong'an Mountain is quiet and peaceful under the night sky. A graceful figure passed through the night sky above Yong'an Mountain and finally stopped on a peak of Yong'an Mountain. There are many cemeteries on this mountain, and the atmosphere is mottled and complex. It's a good hiding place. Even if Lu Fu found the area nearby, it would be difficult to find the exact location. A few seconds later, another tall figure also arrived at the top of the mountain. Baitang Xuanxuang had his back to the figure behind him at this time. After noticing him coming, he took a deep breath and then slowly turned around. It's you. Wang Zhenxing showed some surprise. Baitang Xuanxuang stayed near his residence and deliberately revealed his aura to lure him here. Of course Wang Zhenxing couldn't point it out, so he just showed some signs of being deceived. Baitang Xuanxuang walked slowly in front of Wang Zhenxing with her hands behind her back, her perfect lips forming a faint smile. In order to meet him, she dressed up specially before going out. She wore a modern white long dress. The hem of her skirt was slightly lifted by the mountain breeze, revealing her perfect curves. She looked a little more worldly and not as cold as before. With the faint smile on her perfect face, she looked breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Zhenxing stared for a few seconds, then quickly looked away and looked at the scenery elsewhere. Am I scary? Seeing that he was intentionally avoiding her gaze, Baitang Xuanxuang said with a slight frown. Your injuries look much better. Zhang Lin answered the question irrelevantly. Baitang Xuanxuang listened and smiled even more. She naturally understood that he was concerned about her. I haven't seen worldly lights for a long time. She didn't point out Wang Zhenxing's thoughts. She sat down on the edge of the cliff, with her calves dangling in the air, looking down at the night scene of Qingling City. Wang Zhenxing stood there quietly for a while, then came to sit next to Baitang Xuanxuang. Why did you suddenly come to the secular world? I'm here to look for my relatives. Baitang Xuanxuang replied. Did you find it? I found it. Baitang Xuanxuang turned his head and glanced at him. Maybe after a while, I will leave. Wang Zhenxing looked at her for a while, and each other's figures were reflected in each other's eyes. It's good to find it. Wang Zhenxing shifted his gaze and looked at the flowing ribbons in the distant city. Baitang Xuanxuang was not satisfied with his answer, so he asked again, if I leave, how long will it take for you to forget me, my friend? Wang Zhenxing subconsciously touched the corner of his lips and shook his head gently, I don't know. Watching his subconscious action, Baitang Xuanxuang recalled the scene when they parted last time, and a little red appeared on her face, but it was not obvious under the moonlight. But I will always remember it. The implication of this sentence was very obvious, so after saying it, Baitang Xuanxuang looked at Wang Zhenxing with anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Wang Zhenxing also looked at her, but did not say the words she expected. You won't be satisfied until I explain it clearly, right? Baitang Xuanxuang was a little anxious. Maybe I'm not as good as you think. Wang Zhenxing rarely told the truth. Baitang Xuanxuang looked lonely, because in her opinion, this was just an excuse made by Wang Zhenxing to fool her. I think it's enough as long as you're fine. Baitang Xuanxuang humbled himself again. But one day when you find out that I'm not as good as you thought, you may regret it, said Wang Zhenxing. The smile on Baitang Xuanxuang's face faded a lot. She bit her lip a little and said angrily, I just want to ask you one question. Do you like me? Wang Zhenxing nodded. That's enough. Baitang Xuanxuang regained his smile. I don't care about your past experiences, even if you have a wife, I don't mind. Really, even if I am a bad person and have done a lot of bad things, you will not change your heart. You will always be by my side and will not leave me. Wang Zhenxing asked. Baidang Xuanxuang felt a little strange when she heard these words. Although she had no emotional experience, she always felt that these were what the woman should say. No. Although he felt strange, Baidang Xuanxuang still nodded. His voice was very soft, but firm. Then swear. Wang Zhenxing said. Baidang Xuanxuang. He was a little speechless, but Baidang Xuanxuang changed his mind and realized that since he had taken the initiative, it didn't matter if he swore another oath. She was sincere anyway and had already humbled herself and expressed her feelings. Just like that, Baidang Xuanxuang made a serious vow. After the conversation started, Wang Zhenxing was obviously less reserved and silently took Baidang Xuanxuang's soft and boneless hand. Baidang Xuanxuang did not struggle and let him hold her, with tenderness and sweetness welling up in her heart. The two pairs of eyes met, and Baidang Xuanxuang seemed to sense something. He slowly closed his eyes involuntarily, and soon he didn't know where he was. It was not until he felt a chill on his body that he suddenly woke up. With a red face, she wanted to say something, but before Baidang Xuanxuang could open his mouth, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind her. I really didn't expect that the women of Kunlun are shameless, not only the younger ones but also the older ones. There was a hint of sarcasm, ridicule, and bitterness in the voice. Chapter 491 It's bustling. Baidang Xuanxuang was shocked when he heard the ridicule behind him. It's you. Looking back, Baidang Xuanxuang saw Qin Qiyu walking towards him, and suddenly felt a little scared. She was just immersed in the interaction with Wang Zhenxing and had no time to pay attention to the slightest movement around her. If Baidang Xuanxuang had secretly attacked her, the consequences would have been disastrous. But fortunately, this did not happen. Although Baidang Xuanxuang is a demon girl from the demon sect, she seems to have the demeanor of a master. She may not want to do such sneak attacks. Qin Qiyu came to a position about 2 meters in front of Baidang Xuanxuang and stopped. He first glanced at Wang Zhenxing, and then said sarcastically to Baidang Xuanxuang. If you see it with your own eyes, it's really hard to believe that the head of Kunlun is so shameless that he would actively seduce a man. No wonder you and your junior sisters would do that kind of thing. It turns out that when the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam is crooked. Baidang Xuanxuang felt a little embarrassed and guilty, and couldn't argue for herself. She just said, "Don't slander my junior sisters. It seems that you still don't know what your fellow sisters have done." Qin Qiyu said. "Don't provoke me. Do you think I will believe what you say?" And Baidang Xuanxuang's eyes swept over Wang Zhenxing. He and I are in love with each other. We are not doing anything shameful. Put on your clothes first. Qin Qiyu snorted coldly. Baidang Xuanxuang was startled, blushing as she quickly tidied up her messy clothes. She looked at Qin Qiyu with a serious look, and asked suspiciously, "Why did you come to the secular world instead of staying in Xingyu Palace? Anyway, unlike you, I don't come here to pick up men." Qin Qiyu continued to sneer. Baidang Xuanxuang ignored her mockery and carefully sensed that Qin Qiyu was also injured and had not recovered, just like himself. Suddenly, he was moved and said, "Since you are able to come here in person, it seems that there must be something that attracts you, and this thing should also be related to breaking through the extreme realm. But you are injured and still so resentful, it seems that things are not going well. I really want to know who hurt you." Quote. She and Qin Qiyu are old rivals and know how powerful the other is. Looking at the entire martial arts world, the only person who can hurt Qin Qiyu is probably that devil, right? But according to the calculation of the time, the devil was gathering masters of the magic way to deal with himself at that time, so it was impossible for any conflict to occur between Qingling and Qin Qiyu. And another point is that the devil dare not act recklessly in the secular world. You have to know that the current underworld forces are not the same as they were 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the power of the underworld could influence the change of dynasties, but with the development of the times, it is no longer individual force but modern technology that dominates the world's situation. After all, humans are just mortals. Once they are targeted by large-scale thermal weapons, even the devil will turn into dust. Don't be so proud. You are injured too. Qin Qiyu would certainly not answer Baidang Xuanxuang's question. She just glared at Wang Zhenxing casually. Your and my cultivation levels are similar, and we've competed before. Now that we're both injured, I don't think there's any need to see who's better. Baidang Xuanxuang was not in the mood to fight Qin Qiyu today. You go, he stays. Qin Qiyu said simply and clearly. She actually came to find Wang Zhenxing, but Baidang Xuanxuang got there first. Baidang Xuanxuang stood in front of Wang Zhenxing and said, "If you have any grudges with me, you can deal them to me. Don't involve others. I don't plan to settle accounts with you today, and I didn't come here to settle grudges with you." Qin Qiyu looked behind Baidang Xuanxuang. Baidang Xuanxuang seemed to have sensed something and asked Wang Zhenxing, "Do you have any grudge against her?" Wang Zhenxing just opened his mouth. "If you dare to say a word, I will not be called Qin Qiyu unless I grind you to dust." Qin Kai was furious and interrupted him. Baidang Xuanxuang must not know about that, otherwise he would be laughed at to death. Seeing Qin Qiyu's reaction, Baidang Xuanxuang became even more curious. What exactly happened between these two people? When we parted last time, you said that you would kill me the next time we meet. I'm right here. If you want my life, come and take it. Wang Zhenxing looked like he was waiting to die. Qin Qiyu's expression froze for a moment. She was angry at the time and felt embarrassed, so she said those harsh words. As the days passed, she would have even forgotten about it if Wang Zhenxing hadn't mentioned it. For a moment I didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Baidang Xuanxuang got angry first and warned Qin Qiyu, "If you dare to touch him, I will fight you to the death." "You think I'm afraid of you?" Qin Qiyu was so angry that he had no place to vent, and looked at Baidang Xuanxuang tit for tat. "I can't bear to hit him, so why should I be reluctant to hit you?" "Somewhere in Yonggan Mountain. The aura here is too patchy, and I can't sense the exact location of my senior sister at all." Lu Fu glanced at her fellow sisters and said distressedly, "What should we do? We can't just search for it alone. This mountain is so big." Yun Qianchen looked up at the endless mountains under the moonlight, looking anxious. "Xiao Wang, please don't be in any trouble." Mu Linger prayed. "There is a fluctuation of true energy over there." Bai Yining pointed with the sword. "And there are two of them," Shui Miaoshuan added, waving the whisk in her hand. "It seems to be the senior sister, and Qin Qiyu." Lu Fu quickly identified them. "Go check it out." Ruan Yuji took the lead and used his lightness skills to quickly rush towards the source of the true energy fluctuations. Yun Qianchen and others followed. The 6 people soon arrived at the top of a mountain. Under the moonlight, a white figure and a red figure intertwined, and a strong wind of true energy swept through, and wherever it passed, the stones and plants were shattered. However, what Ruan Yuji and others were most concerned about was not the confrontation between the senior sister and Qin Qiyu. The 6 figures all rushed to Wang Zhenxing. When they saw that he was safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief and then turned their attention to the battle situation. The battle scene looked extremely dangerous, but in fact, neither Baidang Xuanxuang nor Qin Qiyu were serious. The two men have similar levels of cultivation and their recovery progress is about the same. If they really have to determine who is better, it would be no different from a life and death fight. Baidang Xuanxuang is very careful about her life now, and she found that Qin Qiyu looked fierce but did not show any murderous intent. It is not difficult to guess that although Qin Qiyu and Wang Zhenxing have had conflicts, they are definitely not mortal enemies. Qin Qiyu had no intention of fighting to the death, he was just instinctively upset with Baidang Xuanxuang. The head of Kunlun, a top master, was actually flirting with men like a witch. How shameless. As the leader of a demon sect, she would feel conflicted when doing something like this. The two women knew they could not do anything to each other and gradually lost the will to fight, so after fighting for a while, they stopped. Moreover, Qin Qiyu knew that the other side had more people, and if they really joined forces, he would even be in danger. Therefore, after the fight, he immediately withdrew and his figure blended into the darkness. Baidang Xuanxuang did not chase her and let her go. Qin Qiyu did not do anything despicable like a sneak attack, and Baidang Xuanxuang would never use her numbers to bully the weak. What's more, the hatred between her and Qin Qiyu was not to the point of fighting to the death. More importantly, it is because of their different positions. Even apart from the reasons of his stance, Baidang Xuanxuang actually admired Qin Qiyu, an opponent whose strength was comparable to his own. Although I don't know what happened between you and Qin Qiyu, I will protect you, don't worry. Baidang Xuanxuang said softly to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing didn't know how to respond, so he just glanced at the women next to him and saw that they all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Baidang Xuanxuang also noticed something. In order to maintain the dignity of the senior sister, she quickly put away the gentle expression on her face, looked at her 6 junior sisters, and asked suspiciously, "Why did you all follow me?" The 6 junior sisters also looked at Baidang Xuanxuang suspiciously. After a few pauses, Yun Qianchen asked first. "We should be the ones asking senior sister, why did you bring him to a place like this in the middle of the night?" Chapter 492 Six Sisters Alliance. Baidang Xuanxuang couldn't help feeling a little guilty when he noticed the scrutinizing gazes of his 6 junior sisters. She followed her master's teachings and always believed that love between men and women would hinder spiritual practice. She also educated her 6 fellow apprentice sisters in this way, warning them not to be entangled by love between men and women. But what about now? She and Wang Zhenxing have secretly decided to spend their lives together. If the 6 junior sisters knew about this, how would I, as the head sister, have the face to face them in the future? This was also the main reason why she secretly met Wang Zhenxing without telling her 6 fellow apprentice sisters. "What do you mean? Are you questioning me?" Although he felt guilty, Baidang Xuanxuang still maintained his dignity on the surface, not wanting his junior sisters to notice anything. After all, the junior sisters had no evidence, unlike Qin Qiyu, who witnessed with her own eyes the indecent scene of her and Wang Zhenxing's necks intertwined. Seeing the solemn expression on senior sister's face, Yun Qianchen and the others were frightened out of habit. After the great battle to encircle and suppress the demon, the master was seriously injured and did not recover for many years. After that, he accepted 6 disciples, starting from Ruan Yuji and ending with Yun Qianchen. Because of his injuries, master has been recuperating for a long time. Baidang Xuanxuang has been teaching disciples on behalf of his master. In name, Baidang Xuanxuang is the eldest senior sister, but to some extent, she can also be considered the master. When they saw that Baidang Xuanxuang was getting angry, Yun Qianchen and the others felt a little panicked. However, since it concerns the safety of their lovers, they would not back down even if they were afraid of the senior sister. "Big sister, we should be grateful to those who have helped us. Since he saved your life, no matter what mistakes he made, you cannot hurt him." Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and let the youngest Yun Qianchen speak. She is the youngest junior sister and is the group's favorite. Relatively speaking, the eldest sister is the most tolerant towards Yun Qianchen. Baidang Xuanxuang was actually a weak person with a guilty conscience, but after hearing what his junior sister said, he seemed to understand something. She seemed to be overthinking it. The fellow disciples did not find any entanglement between herself and Wang Zhenxing. They came to see for themselves, as if they thought they would hurt Wang Zhenxing. "I just wanted to catch up with my benefactor on a whim." "What are you thinking?" Baidang Xuanxuang explained calmly. Upon hearing this, the 6 junior sisters all breathed a sigh of relief, but were still a little worried. "Are you really just reminiscing about the past? My senior sister didn't do anything else to you." Yun Qianchen looked at Wang Zhenxing and asked. The other women on the side also cast their beautiful eyes on Wang Zhenxing, waiting for his reply. Baidang Xuanxuang was afraid that Wang Zhenxing would let the cat out of the bag, so he said in a voice transmission, "Don't tell my junior sisters about our affairs yet. I'm worried that they won't be able to accept it for a while. But don't worry, when the time is right, I will make it public, and then we can be together openly." There was no obvious expression on Wang Zhenxing's face. He just glanced at Baidang Xuanxuang without responding in a hurry. "Don't be angry, okay? As the eldest senior sister, I have to set an example for them, and just think that I am just being arrogant and wanting to save some face." Baidang Xuanxuang continued to transmit the message. "I can agree to that, but you have to agree to one thing for me." Wang Zhenxing responded in a voice transmission. "What's up? I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I do." "Okay, as you wish." Wang Zhenxing then looked at Yun Qianchen and replied to the question she had asked him before, "It's really just reminiscing about the past." When Yun Qianchen and others heard this, they were half believing and half doubting. Although they could not hear the conversation between the senior sister and Wang Zhenxing, they found that the two seemed to have exchanged glances, and Wang Zhenxing paused for a long time before answering the question. Obviously, it was not that simple. However, their only guess was that the eldest sister might have known something, so she threatened Wang Zhenxing. "Okay, let's go back." Baidang Xuanxuang was afraid of saying too much and making too many mistakes, so she wanted to end the topic. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wang Zhenxing and added in a neutral tone. "I don't know if Qin Qiyu will come back. You should come with us." In this way, the group returned to the villa. Wang Zhenxing found an empty guest room and went to rest first. Baitang Xuanshuang and her 6 junior sisters also returned to their respective places. It's late at night and everything is quiet. Baitang Xuanshuang thought about what happened tonight and always felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a long time, he realized what the problem was. That is, the 6 junior sisters seemed to care a lot about Wang Zhenxing. And Qin Qiyu also mentioned that if the younger one is shameless, the older one is also shameless. Before, Baitang Xuanshuang thought that Qin Qiyu was slandering him, but now that he thinks about it carefully, this doesn't seem like Qin Qiyu's style. Also, could it be that the reason why several junior sisters stayed in Qingling for so long is because there were things or people here that made them miss it? Baitang Xuanshuang wanted to verify it, so he came to Ruan Yuji's room and asked her some questions, trying to find out whether there was any relationship between Wang Zhenxing and several of his junior sisters that went beyond the boundaries of friendship. Ruan Yuji was horrified and made excuses, saying that she had just arrived in Qingling and didn't know much about it and was not particularly familiar with Wang Zhenxing. Baitang Xuanshuang didn't doubt it. After all, Ruan Yuji had been down the mountain for a very short time, so he could only turn to ask Lu Fu. Lu Fu stated that Wang Zhenxing had great attainments in alchemy and she often asked him for advice, and they were considered very good friends. After asking Lu Fu, Baitang Xuanshuang went to find Bai Yining, Shui Miaoshuan, Mu Linger and Yun Qianshan one after another. After asking all the questions, Baitang Xuanshuang probably had an idea in his mind. Except for Ruan Yuji, who has a relatively shallow relationship with Wang Zhenxing, his other 5 junior sisters are all good friends with Wang Zhenxing. Among them, the relationship between junior sister Yun Qianshan and Wang Zhenxing should be relatively the closest, and they have known each other the longest. To sum up, except Ruan Yuji, the other 5 sisters in his school are likely to have a crush on Wang Zhenxing. The reason why he was reluctant to leave Qingling for a long time was probably because of Wang Zhenxing. However, because of his deceased wife, Wang Zhenxing avoided emotional matters and therefore did not give any response to his fellow sisters. However, Wang Zhenxing passed the test of his fellow junior sisters, but failed to pass his own test. After sorting this out, everything can be explained. But at the same time, Baitang Xuanshuang also became worried. If my fellow junior sisters knew about what happened between me and Wang Zhenxing one day, how would they feel? The next day, the 6 junior sisters gathered together and told the senior sister about the talk they had received. The 6 people did not hide anything and told everything about their conversation with the eldest sister. He also revealed his current relationship with Wang Zhenxing. From some recent events, they had all caught some clues and were mentally prepared, so they were not particularly surprised after they all exposed themselves. They didn't bother to blame Wang Zhenxing, because the biggest problem now was how to deal with the senior sister. If the eldest sister knew that Wang Zhenxing had that kind of relationship with them, cutting this guy who brought trouble to Kunlun into pieces would probably be the lightest punishment. But judging from the attitude of the senior sister, there is probably no substantial evidence at present and it is still in the suspicion stage. Everyone had the same goal, and after some discussion, the 6 people moved from the original alliance of 2 to an alliance of 6. However, after the new alliance, the status must be redistributed. As the second senior sister, Ruan Yuji was the first to speak. Don't fight over it. Don't affect the feelings of the senior sisters. Let's just go by first come first served. The third senior sister is ahead of me. Is there anyone who came earlier than her? Chapter 493 Cross-Frequency Chat. My story with him started because I was accidentally poisoned by Xiaoyi that day. Lu Fu added with a blushing face. Of the 6 people present when the poisoning occurred, all of them were there except Ruan Yuji. In that case, I, third senior sister, am ahead of you, but fourth junior sister is here before me. Bai Yining continued, then looked at Shui Miaoshuan. I came down the mountain to overcome the tribulations of the mortal world, and thus formed a bond with him, said Shui Miaoshuan. Hee, then I'm earlier than fourth senior sister. Mu Ling said happily, and then pulled Yun Qianshan's arm, but junior sister is even earlier than me. At that time, I was injured in a fight with the black-hearted demon, and he saved me. We spent some time together day and night, and then we got together. Yun Qianshan explained in a low voice. After everyone finished speaking, the timeline became clear. Simply put, the order in which they became connected with Wang Zhenxing was the order in which they came down the mountain. Ruan Yuji's purple eyes flickered, a little embarrassed. Doesn't that mean I'm the youngest? Yun Qianqun and others looked at each other and nodded. Ruan Yuji. Don't worry, we'll talk about our own things. In private, you are the younger sister, but in front of others, you are still our respected second senior sister. Mu Linger said jokingly. Ruan Yuji didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but his expression soon turned serious. The most urgent thing is to find out how much the senior sister knows. If possible, it would be best to find out her attitude. After these words were spoken, the others nodded. No one wants to be sneaky all the time, and if the senior sister can accept this kind of thing, it would undoubtedly be the best. Although this possibility is extremely small. After reaching a consensus, Ruan Yuji and others came to Baidang Xuanshuang, pretending to ask for advice on cultivation, and then tried to find out the truth indirectly. Senior sister, the spring festival is approaching. When will we set off back home? Yun Qianqun asked tentatively. No hurry. It won't be too late to go back after the festival is over. Baidang Xuanshuang said indifferently. After that, he felt that he needed a reason to stand up, so he added, the main reason is that I want to wait until my injuries are completely healed before setting off. Hearing this, Yun Qianqun and others felt somewhat confused. The eldest senior sister has already met with Wang Zhenxing and maybe even threatened him. Isn't that enough? She actually chooses to stay here. What does she want to do? Continue to thoroughly investigate the dispute between them and Wang Zhenxing. Senior sister, actually I have something I want to tell you. Yun Qianqun said after hesitating for a moment. What's up? I did not follow your instructions. Baidang Xuanshuang paused, understood what the junior sister was going to say, and sighed in his heart, even I can't resist the temptation of worldly desires, so it's normal for you, the junior sister, to lose control. But he said, Qianqun, you need to be more open-minded. Yun Qianqun was stunned for a moment. She didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. After thinking about it, she could only assume that the senior sister might be euphemistically expressing her intention to break up her and Wang Zhenxing. But what if I can't see it clearly and can't let it go? Yun Qianqun mustered up her courage. The 5 people who were on the same side as Yun Qianqun were secretly sweating. Baidang Xuanshuang looked at his junior sister and was silent for a while. Some things can't be forced. What she meant was that Wang Zhenxing could not be forced. Yun Qianqun and others understood that they could not force her as the eldest senior sister. After all, this was the unwritten rule of the sect, and they should stay away from love affairs. After Baidang Xuanshuang finished speaking, the scene was silent for a long time. In the end, it was Baidang Xuanshuang who broke the situation. Don't blame senior sister. Having said this, he added in his heart, senior sister didn't mean to snatch the man you liked, it was just fate. Yun Qianqun and others certainly didn't know what Baidang Xuanshuang was thinking. They only heard what she said. Obviously, the eldest sister's meaning was very clear. This is a threat. A naked threat. The eldest senior sister was warning them that if they insisted on staying with Wang Zhenxing, then don't blame her for being cruel and ruthless. Baidang Xuanshuang felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange and thought that he couldn't continue talking. If he continued, his fellow sisters might be discovered. As the head and eldest sister, Baidang Xuanshuang still cares a lot about her reputation. Within a short period of time, I must not let my fellow apprentice sisters know about my affair with Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing had no idea what happened in the villa. Because he left here early in the morning to reminisce with other lovers. It's impossible to keep a bowl of water absolutely fair, but at least it should be equally distributed and no one should be left out. The other side. In Wang Zhenxing's mansion. Come with me. Qin Qiyu came here to take his sister Qin Longyu away. Sister, I won't leave. It's nice here. Qin Longyu refused. He didn't come back last night. Do you know where he went? Qin Qiyu said coldly. Where did you go? Qin Longyu asked curiously. He and that woman Baidang Xuanshuang were being affectionate on a deserted mountain. Qin Qiyu said, gritting his teeth. Baidang Xuanshuang's sister, are you talking about the head of Kunlun? Qin Longyu felt incredible. That's her. The man I like is indeed extraordinary. He can even handle the leader of a giant righteous sect. Qin Longyu was not jealous, but rather a little proud. Qin Qiyu looked at her with a look of dismay. You are such a good-for-nothing. Sister, I'm not angry. Why are you angry? Qin Longyu felt confused. Qin Qiyu was stunned for a moment, and quickly put away the anger on her face. I feel sorry for you. You even plotted against my own sister, and he actually treated you like this. It's okay as long as I don't mind. Besides, I'm quite curious about what the scene would be like when this righteous fairy does that kind of thing. I must see it with my own eyes if I have the chance. Qin Longyu said with interest. Qin Qiyu was speechless for a while. Come with me. Sister, I don't want to go back to the sect now. Qin Longyu pleaded. I didn't say I was going back. Pei Fengji is dead. He was the spokesperson of Tingfeng Pavilion and is now under my command. You and I will go to a manor to live temporarily. The environment there is good and spacious, much better than here. Qin Qiyu explained indifferently. But he is not there. Qin Longyu muttered. In short, you can't let that guy touch you without my consent. Do you understand? Qin Qiyu said angrily. Oh, I see. Qin Longyu said weakly. Only then did she realize that she and her sister had a connection. She was in contact with her lover and her sister felt the same way. But why does my sister's look a little strange? It's as if her husband was taken away by someone. Unable to persuade Qin Qiyu, Qin Longyu had no choice but to follow her sister and leave. Before leaving, she informed Yi Rao and asked her to convey the message to Wang Zhenxing. When they arrived at the manor, Qin Longyu couldn't suppress her curiosity. She tilted her head to look at the aloof Qin Qiyu and asked mischievously. Sister, didn't you say you were going to kill him? Why haven't you done it yet? Chapter 494, Appointment for a Visit. In the manor, two graceful figures walked along the ancient corridor. One of the figures walked steadily, while the other walked a little jumpy. Hearing his sister's words, Qin Qiyu's expression froze, and then he said in a cold voice. I was planning to kill him last night, but unfortunately that woman Baidang Xuanshuang was by his side. Otherwise, killing him 100 times would have been enough. Although these words were spoken coldly, Qin Longyu did not hear any murderous intent in them. Baidang Xuanshuang can't stay by his side all the time. There will always be a chance for you to take action, sister, right? Qin Longyu tilted her head to look at her sister's perfect and cold profile. Qin Qiyu paused, her cheeks flushed, and then she turned around and saw her sister's mischievous eyes, and immediately felt angry as if her thoughts were seen through. That's right, then I'm going to kill him now. Having said that, she prepared to turn around. Qin Longyu hurriedly pulled him back. Sister, I was just joking. Please, don't hurt him. You don't want your sister to lose her husband, do you? You have no shame. I said I would marry you. Qin Longyu snorted coldly, but also went down the stairs without shouting to kill the guy immediately. Anyway, in my heart, he is already my husband. If we have a formal status, that would be the best. If not, I can accept it. Qin Longyu said. Qin Qiyu didn't say anything, but there was a slight gleam in her beautiful eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. I almost forgot. He asked me to tell you something. Qin Longyu suddenly remembered something. What? Qin Qiyu's face was still covered with a layer of frost, but there was a hint of strangeness in her beautiful eyes. He didn't consume all of the fire lotus, but instead refined it into a pill, which is just as effective as the fire lotus. He said that he could give you, my sister, a pill, but there is a condition. Qin Longyu said. The frost on Qin Qiyu's face melted away a little, and he looked a little softer. You want to ask me to spare his life? If so, I can consider it. No. Qin Longyu shook her head and whispered, he said that my sister was willing to bow down to him, so she gave the elixir to him. Qin Qiyu's pretty face froze for a moment, and she snorted, you wish for that? I, Qin Qiyu, have dominated the world, and only others bow down to me. If you want me to bow down, there is no way. Qin Longyu sighed when she saw her sister's attitude. She also understood that her sister was proud and arrogant, and it would be almost impossible for her to agree to such a thing. After all, her sister was poisoned and lost her mind some time ago, but she was still proud and insisted, looking down on Wang Zhenxing. But as soon as the thought came to her, Qin Longyu's eyes suddenly brightened up, and she said casually. Since you don't want to agree, just pretend I didn't say anything. Besides, when he said these words, he might not have hooked up with Baidang Xuanshuang yet. Even if I mention it now, he will probably regret it. After all, there is only one pill. That pill can help warriors at the extreme level break through and reach another new level. As opponents, Qin Qiyu and Baidang Xuanshuang both hope to break through before the other and then suppress the other. Qin Longyu was very curious about what choice her sister would make. Should I continue to maintain my pride or bow my head? Qin Longyu secretly looked at her sister's expression, trying to guess what she was thinking. But as soon as he looked over, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of firecrackers coming from outside. Soon some servants appeared in the field of vision. These servants shuttled around the manor, decorating the buildings and plants in the manor to welcome the upcoming spring festival. Not only in the manor, but also in the quiet streets and alleys, the festive atmosphere is everywhere. New Year's Eve. Wang Zhenxing had been rushing to dinner parties since morning, without much rest. After finishing one, he immediately went to the next one, keeping track of his schedule. Finally at 9 o'clock, he returned to Lin Keqing's residence. This was what I promised Lin Keqing, that I would spend New Year's Eve with her. Wang Zhenxing remembered it and did not break his promise. Lin Keqing had already prepared a large table of delicious food and was waiting patiently with her sister Lin Nanshuang. After Wang Zhenxing arrives, we can start. Although he couldn't remember clearly which meal this was, Wang Zhenxing was still very considerate. He didn't want to waste the whole table of dishes that Lin Keqing had prepared with so much effort, so he ate with gusto. Lin Keqing saw this but didn't feel relieved. Instead, she felt distressed. Eat less, don't overeat. No. Wang Zhenxing smiled. With his current physical condition, he can digest any amount of food. It would be nice if everyone could get together, said Lin Keqing. She felt a little sorry for Wang Zhenxing, because if everyone was in a big family, Wang Zhenxing wouldn't have to be so busy. This day will come sooner or later. Wang Zhenxing reached out and gently pinched her face. This little secretary really thought about him in every way. After dinner, sisters Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang cleaned up the mess. Wang Zhenxing was fiddling with his cell phone, replying to various messages, while also thinking about whose house to visit first tomorrow. After thinking about it, he finally decided to go to Zhang Yi's house first and inform Zhang Yi in advance. When Zhang Yi saw the news, she was instantly overjoyed, causing Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing to look at her sideways. The couple already knew that their daughter had a boyfriend, so when they saw Zhang Yi's expression, they naturally became suspicious. Are you chatting with your boyfriend? Dai Qing asked with a smile. I'm chatting with Uncle Wang. Zhang Yi didn't deny it, but just changed the way she said it. Dai Qing didn't hear any problem, but was a little confused. What are you talking about? You look so happy. He said he would come to visit our house tomorrow and give me a gift, Zhang Yi explained. Tell your Uncle Wang to bring his girlfriend along. He can't keep hiding forever. It's time for her to show herself. Zhang Yongyuan interjected. Oh, then I'll talk to him. I don't know whether he will agree or not. Zhang Yi said, editing the message to inquire. After seeing the message, Wang Zhenxing quickly replied with an, okay. He had already given Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing a heads up at the last gathering, so it was time for him to make his official appearance. After all, tomorrow is such a festive day, the couple can't possibly chase people away with a broom, right? If you don't say it now, when will you say it? He said he would bring his girlfriend over tomorrow. Zhang Yi relayed the news to her parents, feeling somewhat uneasy and starting to have wild thoughts. Is this day finally coming? Will my blood pressure soar after my parents find out? Should I prepare blood pressure lowering medicine in advance? Really? That's great. Zhang Yongyuan was a little excited and said to Dai Qing, wife, prepare a gift for us. Don't neglect our brother Wang. Don't worry, do I need you to remind me of this? Dai Qing rolled her eyes at her husband. She was also very curious and wanted to know where brother Wang's girlfriend came from and how powerful she was. She clearly remembered that Wang Zhenxing said that the girl's family opposed the two of them being together. There is no need to say much about Wang Zhenxing's conditions. Any woman who can be with him is blessed from heaven. The girl's family actually opposed it. How high are their standards and how good is their family background? Chapter 495 Is your last name Zhang? After Wang Zhenxing, Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang finished their New Year's Eve dinner, they rested for a while and then went downstairs to set off fireworks for a long time. Time passed quietly, and before I knew it, it was almost midnight. In the living room, Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang sat on either side of Wang Zhenxing, watching TV. The evening show on TV was broadcasting the countdown. When the early morning bell rang, the sound of firecrackers rang out outside, heralding the arrival of the new year. When the noise died down a bit, it was time to take a break. Lin Keqing secretly exchanged rooms with her sister Lin Nanshuang to create an opportunity for Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing naturally discovered it, but he just went along with it. When I first met Lin Nanshuang, I mistook her for Lin Keqing. It feels really amazing to be together in this way now. Lin Keqing was staying in Lin Nanshuang's room next door. When she felt the noise had stopped, she came over in anger. Lin Nanshuang covered her face and pretended to cry for a while. After some tug of war, things quickly calmed down. The result, of course, is that everyone is happy. The only downside is that it's a bit crowded. Lin Keqing thought about buying a big bed when she had time. The sound of even breathing came from the left and right. Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang both fell asleep due to exhaustion. Wang Zhenxing was not sleepy at all and checked the system message he had just received. After getting along well with Lin Nanshuang, he received some rewards. Lin Nanshuang's affection for him reached the point of lasting until death. In addition, he also obtained 3,000 counterattack points and 300 luck points. Among them, 300 luck points were plundered from a protagonist named Tang Chen. Lin Nanshuang was originally the heroine in the story of the vampire zombie protagonist Lu Chu, but as Lu Chu became Wang Zhenxing's puppet and also practiced a martial arts similar to the Sunflower Manual, Lu Chu's storyline completely collapsed. Obviously, Lin Nanshuang has been pulled into the story of Tang Chen, the protagonist with stronger luck. The next day, Lin Keqing got up early and forced her sleepy sister to turn on the phone. Then she asked her to prepare some fruits and snacks and put them on a plate. Then, the two sisters dressed up carefully. At this time, Wang Zhenxing also got up, washed up, and went downstairs to set off firecrackers and fireworks to celebrate the arrival of the first day of the new year. The landlord Lu Chu was dressed up to deliver New Year gift boxes and blessings to the tenants. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, Wang Zhenxing took some gifts and set off for the Zhang family. Zhang Yongyuan's family knew that Wang Zhenxing would come today, so Zhang Yongyuan was waiting for him early in the morning. When Zhang Yongyuan saw Wang Zhenxing's Rolls-Royce, he immediately went to greet him. Wang Zhenxing gave his driver a holiday and asked him to go back home to celebrate the new year, and he drove here by himself. "Brother Wang, you just came, why did you bring so many things with you?" Zhang Yongyuan watched Wang Zhenxing get out of the car, and then took out many gift boxes from the back seat. They looked like expensive tea, cigarettes, alcohol, and supplements, and he immediately wanted to refuse them. He was not being polite, but was simply embarrassed to accept these gifts. Zhenxing Group has developed rapidly this year. As a shareholder, even though he holds only a small share, he has made a fortune and his wealth has increased several times. Zhang Yongyuan was also thinking about giving Wang Zhenxing some good gifts to show his respect to the god of wealth. Just some small things. Wang Zhenxing smiled. In fact, these things were all given to him by Lin Jinfu. He could not use them all, but he did not want to come to the Zhang family empty-handed, so he brought some things with him. Zhang Yi is a blessed girl who brings blessings to her relatives and friends, and has 5 generations living under the same roof in her family. Wang Zhenxing also took everything into consideration and everyone got a gift. "I'm sorry to have spent the money, brother Wang." Seeing his hospitality, Zhang Yongyuan couldn't refuse any more. He took the various gift boxes from Wang Zhenxing, shared the cost with him, and invited him into the house. But after taking a few steps, Zhang Yongyuan reacted and remembered something. "Brother Wang, didn't you say you would bring your girlfriend here? Why is she nowhere to be seen?" Zhang Yongyuan asked expectantly. "You'll see it soon," Wang Zhenxing said. Zhang Yongyuan nodded, thinking that the other party was still on the way and would take a while to come over. "Come to the living room." Zhang Yi's entire family was there, and it was very lively. Zhang Yi's grandparents, great-grandparents, and great-great-grandmother were discussing the topic of Zhang Yi getting married and having children. They all heard that their beloved Xiao Yi had found a boyfriend, and they couldn't help but look forward to the scene of 6 generations living under one roof. They don't care about Xiao Yi's boyfriend's identity and background. The only thing they care about is that Xiao Yi likes him and that this person treats Xiao Yi well. That's enough. The Zhang family is very harmonious and always happy, with almost no family conflicts. Zhang Yi also grew up under the love and care of her elders. Zhang Yi, the person involved, blushed when she heard her elders discussing their marriage and having children. But he was just shy and didn't say a word of objection. At this time, Wang Zhenxing happened to come. The topic of Zhang Yi getting married and having children came to a brief halt. As a junior, Wang Zhenxing greeted Zhang Yi's grandparents, great-grandparents, and great-great-grandmother. These elders also responded enthusiastically. After the greetings, Wang Zhenxing sat down. Zhang Yi was dressed up beautifully and sat obediently on the chair. She glanced at Wang Zhenxing secretly and was very nervous, her palms were sweaty. Dai Qing brought a cup of tea with a smile on her face and placed it in front of Wang Zhenxing. She looked at her daughter in confusion and said, "What's wrong with you, kid? You don't even know Uncle Wang." Zhang Yi finally reacted and subconsciously wanted to call him Uncle Wang, but when she thought of the purpose of Wang Zhenxing coming here today, she suddenly became conflicted. For a moment, she didn't know whether to call him Uncle Wang or something else. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand. Dai Qing didn't care, but asked Wang Zhenxing curiously, "Where's your girlfriend?" "They are still on the way and will be here soon." Zhang Yongyuan answered for Wang Zhenxing, and then asked Wang Zhenxing with some concern. "Is she familiar with the way here? Do you want me to go pick her up so she doesn't get lost?" "No need, she is very familiar with this place." Wang Zhenxing took a sip of tea and his eyes inadvertently met Zhang Yi's. Zhang Yi muttered to herself, thinking that she grew up here, how could she not be familiar with the place? Zhang Yongyuan didn't know this, but he judged something from the literal meaning of Wang Zhenxing's words. She is familiar with the roads here. It seems that your girlfriend, brother Wang, is a local of Qingling. That's right. Dai Qing immediately responded, seeming to find this kind of guessing game quite interesting, and said to Wang Zhenxing with great interest. "Since you don't want to directly tell me who your girlfriend is, how about I ask you some questions and you just answer yes or no?" "That's a good idea. Honey, you ask a question, and then I'll ask a question, and we'll take turns." Zhang Yongyuan nodded in agreement. On such a festive day, it would be too boring to just sit there and chat. It would be a good idea to find something interesting to do. It seems that letting Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing guess it might be easier to accept than saying it directly, right? Wang Zhenxing thought so he nodded and said, "Okay." Then I asked. Dai Qing thought for a moment and immediately asked, "Is the girl's family very rich?" "Yes. Am I richer than you, brother Wang?" Zhang Yongyuan asked. "No. Are the woman's family assets worth over 10 billion? Dai Qing asked. "Yes. Is it over 2 billion? No. Is the woman's family in business?" "Yes." Hearing this, Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing smiled. Their family was in business, and their assets were between 1 billion and 2 billion. It was easy to guess by setting such a range. The couple had a wide circle of friends and knew all the wealthy families in Qingling like the back of their hand. At the last gathering, Wang Zhenxing mentioned that the girl was relatively young. In Qingling, there are only 4 families with assets between 1 billion and 2 billion and young daughters who meet these 2 conditions. "Is the woman's surname Li?" Zhang Yongyuan asked. "No. So is his last name Xie." Dai Qing continued. The couple thought of the same thing and had a tacit understanding. "No. Fang. No. That goes without saying. There's only one left. The woman's surname must be Zhang. I guessed it right now, right?" Dai Qing said happily. "No." Dai Qing was stunned and looked at Zhang Yongyuan. They saw confusion on each other's faces. In addition to these 4, are there any other companies in Qingling that meet the requirements? Is there anyone missing? The couple racked their brains to think about it, and suddenly their hearts skipped a beat, as if they had missed one family. The atmosphere became a little subtle. "Is the woman's surname Zhang?" Zhang Yongyuan asked with a bit of a stutter. Chapter 496, Smoother Than Expected. "Is your surname Zhang?" As Zhang Yongyuan asked this question, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Dai Qing's beautiful and graceful face was filled with astonishment. Zhang Yi grabbed the corner of her clothes and almost buried her head in her chest. "Yes." Wang Zhenxing nodded in response. He came here to lay his cards on the table, and now that things had come to this, it was impossible for him to avoid it. When Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing heard this answer, the doubts in their hearts were completely resolved. At the last party, Wang Zhenxing mentioned that his girlfriend's family did not quite agree. The couple also said that the girl's family was really short-sighted and encouraged Wang Zhenxing not to give up. It turned out that the so-called woman was actually his own daughter Zhang Yi. "No wonder my daughter's relationship has always been mysterious. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. Zhang Yi said weakly, ready to face her parents' anger. Dai Qing sighed slightly and glanced at Wang Zhenxing. To be honest, Wang Zhenxing is just a little older in actual age, but he looks like a young guy. He and Zhang Yi are a perfect match when standing together, and there is no sense of incongruity between them. What's there to be sorry about? Your uncle Wang Dai Qing paused, not knowing how to address him. After a pause, she continued, he is indeed very charming. Mom is quite satisfied with him and has no intention of breaking you up. Don't be nervous. Zhang Yi's eyes brightened a little, and then she looked at her father Zhang Yongyuan. Zhang Yongyuan was not angry, but had a bitter face because he was a little worried about the future of Wang Zhenxing and his daughter. It is true that Wang Zhenxing looks young, but after all, he is more than 10 years younger than his daughter. When Wang Zhenxing reaches his 40s or 50s, problems might arise. As a middle-aged man, Zhang Yongyuan feels that he has a special say on this point. Dad doesn't blame you, but you chose the person yourself, so don't regret it in the future. Zhang Yongyuan said. How could that be? I was the one who took the initiative. He wasn't very happy at first. Zhang Yi muttered. Zhang Yongyuan was surprised and felt much better. He thought that Wang Zhenxing was so cruel that he took the initiative, but after a long time he found out that it was his daughter who took the initiative. But to be honest, brother Wang is indeed in good shape. Zhang Yongyuan was extremely envious, thinking that he was only 5 years older than him, but when standing next to him, he looked like they were of a different generation. Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing had no objection, and Zhang Yi's grandparents, great-grandparents, and great-great-grandmother would have no objection either. What these old guys are most concerned about is when Xiao Yi will give birth to a baby. Zhang Yi's great-grandmother was especially looking forward to it, because she wanted to see 6 generations living under the same roof while she was still alive. In the living room, the atmosphere returned to a happy state. Wang Zhenxing was a little surprised. He originally thought that Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing would object, and he was prepared to show off his skills to the two of them. But things turned out much more smoothly than expected. Perhaps, this has a lot to do with Zhang Yi's good fortune. Zhang Yi is a blessed girl with a smooth life path and rarely encounters any obstacles. It is almost impossible for Zhang Yi to quarrel with her family over love, or even to have a big fight. At this time, after getting the approval of her family, Zhang Yi's mentality also changed a little. At the same time, Wang Zhenxing received some news. The heroine Zhang Yi's favorability towards the host is 1, and the current total favorability is 100, life and death together. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 3,900 counterattack points. The protagonist Tang Chen's luck value is -390, and the host's luck value is 390. Tang Chen again. Wang Zhenxing's eyes moved slightly. Zhang Yi's luck value was on the rise before, but now it has stabilized and reached 6,954. At that time, Wang Zhenxing didn't understand what was going on, but now it seems that Zhang Yi should have a new opportunity and was pulled into the plot by the protagonist named Tang Chen. The luck value of 6,954 is much higher than that of the protagonist Xiao Yi. And since the protagonist Tang Chen can pull Zhang Yi into the plot, his luck value must be higher than Zhang Yi's, estimated to be nearly 10,000. Judging from the luck values of the protagonists we have met in the past, a luck value of nearly 10,000 is probably something only a protagonist who cultivates immortality can possess. Could this Tang Chen be the flying man we saw on the night of the meteor shower? Wang Zhenxing suddenly remembered something and a question arose in his mind, but he couldn't verify it for the time being. But he was not panicked. Even if it is the protagonist of a cultivation story, the combat power at the beginning is generally not very high, and it can even be said that he is starting from zero. The reason is very simple. In this secular environment, the spiritual energy is so scarce that it can be ignored, and it is impossible to start cultivating immortals directly. If you want to enter the level of immortal cultivation, you still need to enter the Tao through martial arts, and break through the limit step by step before you can enter the level of immortal cultivation. Open black lens bracket luck value, 18,105 close black lens bracket. Wang Zhenxing checked his luck value and felt very safe. With nearly 20,000 luck protecting him, and now that he has entered the level of immortal cultivation, it is not difficult for him to deal with the protagonist of the immortal cultivation flow. What's more, the heroine Zhang Yi and Lin Nanshuang, who are known to have been pulled into the plot by Tang Chen's luck, are his people. It would be easier to disrupt Tang Chen's plot or suppress Tang Chen. While Wang Zhenxing was thinking, Zhang Yongyuan suddenly gave him a wink and gestured outside. Wang Zhenxing understood what he meant and walked outside with Zhang Yongyuan. Have one. Zhang Yongyuan took out a cigarette and handed it to Wang Zhenxing. I've quit. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand. Why did you suddenly quit? Zhang Yongyuan was surprised. Xiaoyi didn't like it, so she quit. Wang Zhenxing told the truth. He chose to quit smoking because of Zhang Yi. You are such a ruthless person. You can even quit this. It seems that you really care about my Xiaoyi. Zhang Yongyuan was amazed. His daughter Zhang Yi and his wife Dai Qing don't like him smoking. He has tried to quit, but he simply can't do it because it's too difficult to quit. The only thing you can do is to stay away when smoking to avoid being exposed to secondhand smoke by your family members. But it's better for you to quit. I don't care, but it's different for you. After all, you don't have a child yet. Zhang Yongyuan said again, lighting a cigarette for himself, taking a few puffs, with an intoxicated look on his face. If you have anything to say, just say it. Wang Zhenxing said. Brother Wang, I can't change it for the time being. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Zhang Yongyuan paused and said. You also know that I only have one daughter, Xiaoyi, and I originally hoped that she would find a husband in the future. But I also understand your situation. There is only one child in your Wang family in this generation, so it is definitely impossible for her to marry into the family. So I have a request, that is, the second child of you and Xiaoyi can have the surname Zhang. I wonder if you think so. No problem. Not to mention the second child, even the first child can have the surname Zhang. Wang Zhenxing said readily. He could totally accept it. Isn't Zhang also his child? Shouldn't he still call him dad? What's more, if they really start having children, there will be plenty of them, and one less child with the surname Wang won't make a difference. I thought you would reject this kind of thing, but I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. Zhang Yongyuan was a little surprised when he saw Wang Zhenxing's reaction. Xiaoyi is so good to me, I must consider her in her family. Also, if I have done anything wrong, please bear with me. Wang Zhenxing saw this as a good opportunity and gave Zhang Yongyuan a shot of prevention. Is there anything else you haven't told me? Zhang Yongyuan racked his brains and thought about it. Then his face darkened and he asked with a slightly cracked voice. Could it be that Xiaoyi is already pregnant? Chapter 497 Visiting the Qin family. Zhang Yongyuan's blood pressure soared, his old face was tense, and he looked at Wang Zhenxing with wide eyes. Don't be nervous, Xiaoyi is not pregnant. Wang Zhenxing explained, and soon saw that Zhang Yongyuan's expression eased a little, but not completely, and added. Xiaoyi and I were just holding hands, how could she be pregnant? We have known each other for such a long time, do you think I am that kind of crazy person? That's true. Zhang Yongyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his old face. Brother Wang's reputation is indeed impeccable. I have never heard of him having any extramarital affairs. Besides, my daughter Zhang Yi is a good girl and must be quite conservative in that aspect. But why did you just say that you wanted me to bear more responsibility if I do something wrong in the future? Zhang Yongyuan thought of Wang Zhenxing's previous remarks and suddenly felt confused. It was just a casual remark. Wang Zhenxing said carelessly. No, there must be a reason. Zhang Yongyuan took a few puffs of his cigarette in silence, looking at him closely. Let's not talk about this anymore. You and your sister-in-law have such a good relationship. Do you have any secret? Share it with me. Wang Zhenxing changed the subject. Hearing Wang Zhenxing's title, Zhang Yongyuan didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, he himself couldn't change it now, so he just replied. There is no secret. If two people love each other, they will naturally get along well. Have you never had any conflicts? Wang Zhenxing asked. No, not at all. Zhang Yongyuan paused noticeably when answering. There are only two of us here, so there's nothing we can't talk about. And since I asked this, I must want to help you, said Wang Zhenxing. What do you mean? Zhang Yongyuan's expression froze. It's inevitable for men to feel less capable than they used to be as they get older. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Wang Zhenxing wanted to tear off Zhang Yongyuan's fig leaf. I'm in good health and have no worries about that, Zhang Yongyuan said stubbornly. Really? No. Are you sure? Well, a little bit. Zhang Yongyuan remembered something. I heard old Tang mentioned that you have medical skills. Is that true? My ancestors were imperial physicians. No wonder you maintain such good health, you really have a knack for it. Zhang Yongyuan took the last few puffs of his cigarette, pinched off the cigarette butt, and no longer cared about being embarrassed. He looked at Wang Zhenxing with a pleading look and whispered. I won't hide it from you. This man is getting older and is indeed not as good as he was when he was young, especially in the past 1 or 2 years. I always feel powerless. He and Dai Qing have a good relationship. Although Dai Qing has no complaints about this, he can still sense some loss and resentment in her eyes. He also tried to see a doctor for treatment and took a lot of bitter Chinese medicine, but it was of no use and he still died within a few puffs of a cigarette. Although your ancestors were imperial physicians, how much ability do you have left in your generation? Can you help me take care of my body? Zhang Yongyuan said with some concern. My ancestors specialized in this. You don't know that the emperors in ancient times were very busy. If they didn't have the skills, could they have become imperial physicians? Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand. Oh, I see. Zhang Yongyuan understood and quickly stretched out his hand. Wang Zhenxing placed his fingers on his wrist and felt his pulse, then looked at Zhang Yongyuan in surprise and said, your condition is because you were too diligent in the past and overexerted yourself. Zhang Yongyuan's face turned red. Is there still hope? It is possible to be saved. After that, Wang Zhenxing pressed several acupoints on Zhang Yongyuan's body. Within a minute, Zhang Yongyuan felt warm all over and his energy became abundant. Okay. Wang Zhenxing stopped. Is that all? Don't you need to prescribe some medicine or something? Zhang Yongyuan was a little surprised. No need, you'll know if you try it. Wang Zhenxing's medical skills have now reached the level of a medical immortal. In addition, he has entered the realm of cultivating immortals and can use spiritual energy to treat people. Zhang Yongyuan's condition can be solved with just a little bit of spiritual energy. According to Wang Zhenxing's estimation, Zhang Yongyuan's condition in that aspect has now at least returned to that of a 25-year-old. Zhang Yongyuan was overjoyed when he heard Wang Zhenxing's exact words. But it was still broad daylight, so of course he couldn't go and try it. He could only wait until night time. You maintain such good condition. Do you have any secret? Tell me about it. Zhang Yongyuan looked at Wang Zhenxing's young face and couldn't help but say with envy. It's very simple, just one. Wang Zhenxing said. What is it? Zhang Yongyuan asked. Leave little or no contact with women. Wang Zhenxing said lightly. Zhang Yongyuan's old face froze, and he rolled his eyes, revealing an expression that said, pretend I never asked. Wang Zhenxing smiled. It's not that he is unwilling to share, but even if Zhang Yongyuan knew it, it would be meaningless. The only feasible way to restore Zhang Yongyuan's youth is to use spiritual energy to nourish his body. But in this secular world, spiritual energy is too scarce. If Wang Zhenxing consumes too much spiritual energy, it will be difficult to make up for it through normal means. Besides, Zhang Yongyuan is not the only father-in-law of his. Now that this precedent has been opened, he cannot favor one over the other. It's better not to do such things to avoid trouble. After finishing their talk, Zhang Yongyuan and Wang Zhenxing returned to the living room. Zhang Yongyuan was in a good mood, and was arm in arm with Wang Zhenxing, which made Dai Qing look sideways, curious about what the two talked about. It was Wang Zhenxing's first official meeting with Zhang Yi's family, so of course he couldn't just stay for a while and leave. He stayed at Yang's house the entire morning. During lunch, Zhang Yongyuan and Wang Zhenxing had a drink and chatted happily. Zhang Yi's eyes were curved with smiles. After finishing her meal, she immediately shared the news with her good sister Qin Yiruo. Qin Yiru was extremely envious after hearing this, and also had the idea of confronting her father Qin Peng. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiruo had long been sisters and had agreed to unite with each other in the big family in the future. Their alliance declaration was, do not take the initiative to cause trouble, but also do not allow yourself to be bullied by others. Zhang Yi and Wang Zhenxing's relationship was recognized by their family, so she naturally hoped that her good sister could catch up. When Qin Yiru expressed her request, Zhang Yi supported her without hesitation and offered to help. After Wang Zhenxing finished his drink, he stayed at Yang's house for a while. Zhang Yi then proposed to visit Qin Yiru's home and asked Wang Zhenxing to accompany her. Wang Zhenxing also planned to visit the Qin family. When he heard Zhang Yi say this, he naturally agreed. Just as Zhang Yi and Wang Zhenxing were on their way to Qin's house, Qin Yiru also started to take action. The Qin family is much quieter than the Zhang family. Qin Peng had a daughter in his old age. He is now in his 70s and has no close relatives older than him. His wife passed away long ago, leaving behind only his daughter, Qin Yiru. Qin Peng is old and is afraid that he will pass away suddenly one day, leaving his daughter alone and helpless, so he wants to see his daughter find a good home while he is still alive. Dad, don't you want to meet my boyfriend very much? I just messaged him and he will be here soon. Qin Yiru said to her father Qin Peng. Oh, you don't plan to hide it anymore. Qin Peng was a little surprised. He had asked his daughter before, but she always kept it a secret and refused to reveal the other person's identity. An ugly son-in-law has to meet his father-in-law, but Dad, I want to remind you to be mentally prepared. Qin Yiru rolled her eyes and said to her father. Qin Peng had a bad feeling. Is the man still in college, or is he already working? I'm not in college anymore, but I don't have a job either, Qin Yiru replied. Homeless. Almost. Qin Peng frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Then his family background should be quite good, right? What do his parents do? He doesn't have much family background. As for his parents, he has no immediate relatives. He is the only one left in the family. Qin Yiruo said. Qin Peng's brows, which had just relaxed, became tightly furrowed again. An unemployed vagrant, with no one to discipline him at home. This immediately made Qin Peng think of images like a social hoodlum or a yellow-haired bad boy. My daughter is willful and a little rebellious, so it is not impossible for her to find a bad boy as her boyfriend. How did you and your boyfriend meet? Qin Peng continued to ask. One time I was in a bad mood and he came to comfort me. I thought he was quite handsome, so I chatted with him, and then he took me for a ride. Qin Yiruo said. Going for a ride. Can I ask what car he drives? Qin Peng asked. Motorcycle. Dad told you, he drives a motorcycle very fast, like flying, and he even won the championship in a motorcycle competition. It was so thrilling when I rode in his car. Qin Yiruo was in high spirits, and there seemed to be little stars in her eyes. Qin Peng listened to his daughter's words and looked at her expression, and his old face became darker and darker. He was a bad boy and loved to race cars. These two conditions together were something he could never accept. I don't agree with you two being together. Qin Peng said in a deep voice. I want to be with him, and even if you object now, it's too late, because Qin Yiruo threw out her trump card, touched her belly, and muttered, I'm already pregnant with his child. Qin Peng almost fainted, but after recovering, he said solemnly, Yiruo, I can listen to you on other matters but not on this matter. I can't entrust your future to such a person. I want to be with him. Qin Yiru looked stubborn. I said no, that's it. Dad, you're being unreasonable. Didn't you want me to find a boyfriend? Now that I have one, you don't object. This kind of person can't give you a future, and he doesn't really like you. If he really likes you, he won't let you in. Short, you're right to listen to me, otherwise you'll regret it in the future. If I regret it in the future, it will be my own business. Qin Yiru, I'm not discussing this with you now. The father and daughter kept arguing until they heard the doorbell outside, and then they stopped arguing temporarily. Qin Peng had a gloomy face and went outside to open the door, but the visitors were not the yellow-haired boy, but Wang Zhenxing and Zhang Yi. Qin Peng quickly greeted them with a smile and invited them to the living room. In the living room, Qin Yiru's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Dad, I want to be with him, no matter what you say, it's useless. Qin Yiru yelled. Let's talk about this later. Qin Peng said. I want to say it now. What is going on? Wang Zhenxing was still a little confused about the situation. Qin Peng didn't want to mention this matter. After all, family disgrace should not be made public. But his daughter was in a bad mood now, and he knew that he could not hide the matter anymore. After thinking about it, Qin Peng explained the whole cause and effect and asked Wang Zhenxing and Zhang Yi for help in persuading him. But before Wang Zhenxing and Zhang Yi could speak, Qin Yiruo shouted, It's useless for anyone to persuade me. I said I want to be with him, so I'll be with him. You can be with anyone, but you can't be with that bad boy. Qin Peng refused to give in and spoke in a firm tone. But this time, it was a little beyond Qin Peng's expectations. Qin Yiruo did not show the same stubbornness as before, she just gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said. Dad, are you serious? As long as you're not with that bad boy, it's okay to be with anyone else. Chapter 498 The Father-in-Law's Dispute. Qin Peng noticed the change in his daughter's expression and instinctively felt that something was slightly wrong, but he nodded and said, "As long as you don't stay with that bad boy, everything can be discussed." Qin Yiru's eyes flickered with light, as if she was afraid that Qin Peng would go back on his word, so she quickly said, "Okay, Dad, this is what you said." If it was just a suspicion before, Qin Peng was now certain that his daughter was setting a trap for herself. But having said this, Qin Peng would not take it back. Because he knew his daughter's character too well, she was extremely stubborn. If they continued arguing, his daughter would still not compromise, which would only intensify the conflict between the father and daughter. "You can tell me what conditions you want to propose. As long as they are not excessive, I will agree to them." Qin Peng gave in. Qin Yiruo rubbed her nose lightly and snorted, "Dad, you don't like my boyfriend who rides a motorcycle, it's just that you think that guy is unreliable. Then I will find someone older and more experienced in life. You are not allowed to object then." Qin Peng was silent for a few seconds. "If you want to live with someone older, I have no objection, as long as you like the person." He didn't believe that his headstrong daughter would find a partner who was an older man. After all, as a father, he always doted on his daughter and indulged her in everything. "My daughter is not lacking in father's love. Why is she looking for an older partner? Is it because of the wrinkles on his face or his money? Okay, Dad, you have so many friends, why not introduce me to some successful middle-aged people, divorced or widowed ones are fine." Qin Yiru continued. Qin Peng frowned, "You are fooling around again. Do you want me to compromise in this way? I repeat, no matter what, I will not agree with you being with that bad boy." "I'm not kidding, I'm telling the truth." Qin Yiruo pouted in dissatisfaction, "Dad, you are too untrustworthy. You clearly said that as long as you don't find a bad boy, you can find anyone else. Now you actually go back on your word." She snorted lightly, turned her head and looked at Wang Zhenxing in the living room, and said excitedly, "Uncle Wang, my father won't introduce me, then you can introduce me." Wang Zhenxing smiled, but before he could say anything, Qin Peng said, "Brother Wang, please ignore her. I'm sorry to have you make a fool of yourself." Qin Yiru ignored her father, smiled with eyes bent, looked at Wang Zhenxing and said, "Uncle Wang, I've thought about it, and I don't need you to introduce me. I think you are pretty good. Do you want a wife or not? I will marry you as my wife, okay? There are guests here, and you don't think it's embarrassing enough, right?" Qin Peng scolded. Qin Yiruo heard this and thought to herself, "Where are the guests? They are all family members, so what is there to be ashamed of?" But she said to Qin Peng, "Dad, I'm serious. I'm not kidding." Qin Peng was so angry that he laughed, "Are you serious? But does she want you?" Then he looked at Wang Zhenxing, as if he was confused by anger, and said, "Brother Wang, you don't have to give me face. My daughter is unruly and willful and has no good points. Tell me yourself, do you like her?" At this time, the Qin family's servant brought tea. Wang Zhenxing took a sip of tea strategically, and then said calmly, "Yiruo is sincere and straightforward, dares to love and hate, and has grown up to be so beautiful. I think she is very good." Qin Peng was stunned and said, "No, Brother Wang, you really don't have to give me face." As he said that, he winked at Wang Zhenxing, hoping that he could cooperate and strike back at his daughter. "Dad, you heard everything, right? He also thinks I'm good, so I'll be with him. You promised it yourself, don't go back on your word. If you go back on your word, you're a puppy." Qin Yiru's face was full of smiles, without any trace of the red face and crybaby look she had when she argued with her father before. Qin Peng was stunned, and then he realized that he seemed to have been fooled by his daughter. "What you said before about falling in love with a bad boy who rides motorcycles was not true, right?" Qin Peng asked his daughter. "Half of it is fake, and the other half is real." Qin Yiruo answered honestly. "Which half is true?" "It's true that I have a boyfriend." Qin Peng subconsciously glanced at Wang Zhenxing and asked Qin Yiru, "You said your boyfriend is coming over as a guest, so when will he come? Aren't you here already?" Qin Yiruo blinked. After hearing this, Qin Peng understood everything. The daughter deliberately made up an outrageous story, but it was actually just a prelude to revealing her real boyfriend. Qin Peng asked himself, if he heard directly that his daughter had found Wang Zhenxing as her boyfriend, he would definitely be conflicted. But after hearing what my daughter said, I really didn't object anymore. Instead, I felt inexplicably fortunate. Fortunately, my daughter's boyfriend is not a bad boy. And to put it another way, Wang Zhenxing's conditions are indeed very good. The only drawback is that he is a dozen years older than my daughter. Even strictly speaking, this is not a disadvantage. Because Wang Zhenxing looks like a young man, young and handsome, and a perfect match for his daughter. Of course, Qin Peng still had some concerns in his heart. We've been friends for so many years, and you didn't even say hello. You're almost making me your grandfather, Qin Peng said to Wang Zhenxing. Qin Yiruo blushed and explained, Dad, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not pregnant. I just held his hand. This is half true and half false. But there is no way to verify it. Anyway, the mouth is on hers, so she can say whatever she wants. Zhang Yi listened and added, I can testify to this. Yiruo is with me almost every day. I know everything she does. When Qin Peng heard this, he naturally believed it without a doubt. Firstly, it was out of trust in Zhang Yi, and secondly, it was out of trust in Wang Zhenxing. Qin Peng had heard that Zhang Yi was a good girl. Friends in the circle all envied Zhang Yongyuan for having such a good daughter. As for Brother Wang's reputation, it has also been jointly certified by his friends in the circle that he is a bachelor who keeps his chastity as pure as jade. Over the years, I have never heard of any scandal between Brother Wang and any woman. Can we bring in the gifts we brought? When Zhang Yi saw Qin Peng's expression, she knew the matter was settled, so she asked Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing nodded and walked outside. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru followed closely and helped carry things. Am I capable? I can handle it myself. You don't have to worry about it. Halfway through, Qin Yiru said to Wang Zhenxing with a smile. Great. Wang Zhenxing smiled, but quickly restrained himself, but don't be too happy too soon. Isn't this worth being happy about? Qin Yiru was still immersed in the joy of the success of her plan. Zhang Yi was more thoughtful and continued, it's worth being happy, but have you ever thought about one thing? It's the spring festival now, and relatives and friends will probably visit each other more frequently. If my parents bump into your father and then talk about the boyfriends of their daughters, what do you think will happen? Qin Yiruo imagined it and her face turned pale, she couldn't imagine it. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from Wang Zhenxing's mobile phone. It turned out that someone in his friend group initiated a group video chat. The initiator is one of my father-in-laws, Tang Zheng. Wang Zhenxing did not participate in the video chat, but when he clicked on it, he found that several of his future fathers-in-law were participating. When I came to the living room, Qin Peng was having a video chat with the external speaker on. It sounds quite lively. Judging from the content of the chat, it seems that Tang Zheng is planning to organize a party and invite friends to visit his home, and they can also bring relatives. While chatting, someone mentioned Wang Zhenxing and wondered why Wang Zhenxing didn't answer the video. Zhang Yongyuan quickly replied, he was at my place this morning, but he left not long ago. He said he was at Lao Qin's place. Yes, it's with me now, Qin Peng said. The next moment, Tang Zheng said in dissatisfaction, it's really absurd that this kid didn't even come to greet me as his father first. Everyone in the group laughed. They all knew that Wang Zhenxing and Tang Zheng had known each other the longest and were so close that they could even recognize each other as their sons. Everyone had heard Tang Zheng make this kind of joke in the group before, but everyone just laughed it off at that time. But now, someone wants to refute it. Old Tang, what you said is wrong. There is nothing wrong with him visiting me first. You should step back, Zhang Yongyuan said with a smile. That's right, old Tang should stay behind, but if we really want to make a fuss, he should visit me first. Qin Peng also added. Chapter 499 Spring Festival Party. Hearing what Zhang Yongyuan and Qin Peng said, Tang Zheng immediately became unhappy. He used to claim to be Wang Zhenxing's father in the group, and that was indeed a joke, but the situation is different now. My daughter Tang Qingye and Wang Zhenxing are together and have a very good relationship. It is a foregone conclusion that they will get married in the future. Logically speaking, shouldn't Wang Zhenxing call me dad? Lao Zhang, Lao Qin, I want to talk to you about this. Xiao Wang and my family are now. Tang Zheng was about to tell everything, but he was interrupted by Tang Qingye who was standing beside him. Dad, there are guests outside. Tang Zheng was stunned and looked away from his phone. He turned around and didn't see any guests visiting. Then he realized that it was his daughter who was trying to stop him from telling him about her and Wang Zhenxing. Old Tang, why did you stop talking halfway? Yes, go on. The voices of Zhang Yongyuan and Qin Peng were heard in the group video chat. I'm suddenly busy with something. I'll talk to you guys when I have the chance. Tang Zheng changed the subject and temporarily withdrew from the conversation on the grounds that he had guests visiting his home. Before leaving, he reminded everyone that if they were free, they should come over to visit him in the evening. After finishing the chat, Tang Zheng asked his daughter, "Why did you stop me just now?" "Dad, don't you always feel that this is embarrassing? If you say it out loud, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others?" Tang Qingye said. Tang Zheng looked at his daughter and said, "There will always be a day when it will be announced. Sooner or later, people will laugh at me. I might as well take advantage of this great day to say it. Even if my friends want to smear me, they have to choose the right day, right? Besides, this is also your wish. The 9th day of the lunar month is a good day for you to get engaged to Zhenxing." Tang Qingye was shocked. "I haven't discussed it with him yet. Let's discuss it first. Besides, this is not just a matter between the two of us." "I agree. He has no direct relatives in his family, so how can it not be a matter between you two?" Tang Zheng asked back. Tang Qingye was speechless for a few seconds, and it was difficult to tell the reason, so she could only vaguely say, "Let me talk to him first. He should be here in the evening, you guys should discuss it carefully," Tang Zheng said. As Tang Zheng left the group chat, the topic of whose house Wang Zhenxing should visit also came to an end. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru looked at each other and secretly sweated. After a while, the group chat ended. Qin Peng said to Wang Zhenxing, "Are you going to old Tang's place tonight?" "Go." Wang Zhenxing nodded. Even if Tang Zheng didn't invite him, he would have gone to visit. "Then let's go together. It will be more lively with more people. I lost a lot last year. I want to make up for it this year," Qin Peng said with a smile. In previous years, playing cards was an indispensable activity during the Spring Festival gathering. Last year, Qin Peng lost almost from beginning to end and lost the most. Wang Zhenxing had the best luck and was the biggest winner. But this year, the situation is definitely different. It's not that Wang Zhenxing can't win. On the contrary, his luck is so high now and his gambling luck is extremely good, so it's difficult for him to lose. But the problem is, it's not easy to win this year. In the evening, guests came to the Tang family mansion one after another. Almost all the guests who came brought their families with them. As the host, the Tang family had already prepared a banquet and had separate tables for children, women and adults. The guests are basically all here, about 50 or 60 people in total. It's quite lively. Wang Zhenxing glanced around the women's table and saw several familiar faces: Zhang Yi, Qin Yiru, Tang Qingye and Zhou Ninggran. This scene was slightly worse than the previous party at his mansion. But today is a special day, and in terms of thrill, it is no less thrilling than that party. But Wang Zhenxing has a strong psychological quality and is not very panicked. The food hasn't been officially served yet. At the women's table, a group of rich daughters and noble ladies were chatting. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru were good friends, so naturally they sat together. Tang Qingye and Zhou Ninggran are good friends and they also sit next to each other. The four of them met at the last gathering and had a great time chatting. After seeing each other again, they greeted each other warmly. "Sister Qingye, Sister Ninggran, how are you and your boyfriend getting along now?" After greeting them, Zhang Yi lowered her voice and asked curiously. At a previous party, she heard Tang Qingye and Zhou Ninggran talk about a secret, which was that they fell in love with the same man. Among them, Zhou Ninggran is married, but she has no feelings for her husband and they are just husband and wife in name only. At that time, Tang Qingye and Zhou Ninggran were still a little distressed, and it was Zhang Yi who suggested that Tang Qingye and Zhou Ninggran get together, and everyone was happy. When they met again, Zhang Yi naturally couldn't help but ask. Qin Yiru strained her neck to listen. Girls seem to be born with a gossipy mentality and are particularly curious about this kind of thing. Very good. Tang Qingye was a little embarrassed. After briefly responding to Zhang Yi, she asked doubtfully, "Xiao Yi, don't you really think this is a bit outrageous? It doesn't sound good to tell others about it. Don't you mean to make fun of us?" "Of course not." Zhang Yi waved her hands hurriedly, and after a pause she said honestly, "But to be honest, I'm not the person involved, so I gave you that advice. Doesn't your waist hurt when you talk while standing?" Tang Qingye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Yi was a little embarrassed, afraid of affecting her friendship with Tang Qingye. After hesitating for a moment, she said, not entirely. To be precise, it should be the experience of those who have experienced it. Ah. Tang Qingye was a little confused. What does this mean? Zhang Yi did not answer, but turned her head to look at Qin Yiru with a questioning look. You are older, you decide, just say what you want to say. Qin Yiruo understood what Zhang Yi meant. After getting the reply, Zhang Yi nodded and leaned close to Tang Qingye's ear and said, Sister Qingye, Yiruo and I are actually sisters. Sisters. Tang Qingye was surprised. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhou Ninggran and said, yes, that's what you think. Are you really not kidding? Tang Qingye couldn't believe it. I'm not kidding. Zhang Yi said seriously. Who is your boyfriend? Is he still in college? Or Tang Qingye asked. Well, Sister Qingye, you first tell me who the man you and Sister Ninggran both like is, and then I'll tell you. This way it will be fair. Zhang Yi said. Okay, you go first, and then I'll talk. Let Sister Qingye speak first. The two of them started pushing each other, neither of them wanting to speak first. During the stalemate, Lu Xiaofan suddenly came over and asked Zhou Ninggran. Wife, what are you talking about? Zhang Yi and Tang Qingye stopped talking about the previous topic. This is the women's table. What are you doing here? Zhou Ninggran walked to the side with him and gave him a look of disdain. Isn't the dinner ready yet? I came over to talk to you. This is the first time you've taken the initiative to invite me out to a dinner party. Lu Xiaofan said happily. The reason I called you here wasn't mainly because of the dinner, Zhou Ninggran explained. Why is that? Lu Xiaofan wondered. I heard from my dad that a miracle doctor will be coming here today who specializes in treating difficult and complicated diseases, so he called you over. Zhou Ninggran said. She had long planned to file for divorce as soon as Lu Xiaofan recovered from his illness and end this wrong marriage. Lu Xiaofan didn't know what Zhou Ninggran was really thinking, he just lowered his head in shame. Being married to Zhou Ninggran for such a long time was indeed hard for her. Of course you are so kind to me. After feeling ashamed, Lu Xiaofan was moved. He glanced at the people around him and asked, who is that miracle doctor? Is he here? Chapter 500, The Miracle Doctor Appears. I don't know him, so I can't recognize that miracle doctor. But my dad said that miracle doctor will come, so he should be there. Zhou Ninggran responded to Lu Xiaofan's words. Lu Xiaofan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he heard some noise coming from the man's table. Tang was just about to start serving the dishes, but Zhou Dafu stopped him and said to wait a moment as there were other distinguished guests arriving. Someone curiously asked who this distinguished guest was. However, before Zhou Dafu could answer, a group of guests suddenly arrived. Among the group of people, there was a handsome young man who looked very eye-catching and was surrounded by his fellow travelers. Lu Xiaofan looked over and instantly felt unhappy. This kind of dissatisfaction is not out of jealousy, but simply out of dislike. Lu Xiaofan had experienced similar emotions before, when he met Wang Zhenxing. In the field, Wang Zhenxing also had the same emotion as Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan didn't know why he had this feeling, but Wang Zhenxing knew it very well. Therefore, after seeing this displeased young man, Wang Zhenxing immediately checked his information. Protagonist, Tang Chen. Luck value, 10,210. Protagonist Halo, 1221. Combat power, 102,199. Charm value, 95. Ability Gold Finger. Returned from a cultivator, originally a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, his current realm has dropped significantly, and his combat power is at the peak of martial arts. Quasi-medical immortal level medical skills. Fate and fortune. The road to immortality is long. Wang Zhenxing already knew about Tang Chen's existence, so he naturally didn't feel strange after seeing the message. Just as he guessed, Tang Chen's luck value was indeed around 10,000. As for realm, he still remains at the level of martial arts and has not entered the realm of immortal cultivation. In terms of luck, aura and combat power, Wang Zhenxing completely crushed Tang Chen. If Wang Zhenxing takes action, he can kill Tang Chen instantly. However, Wang Zhenxing is not in a hurry to do so. Ever since he entered the realm of cultivating immortals, he has not made any progress due to the limitations of the secular environment. Although you can directly improve your cultivation level by counterattack points. However, the points required for counterattack are extremely large. The higher the protagonist's luck, the more counterattack points he will get. Although directly killing Tang Chen could earn a considerable amount of counterattack points, it would obviously be a loss in the long run. Moreover, if Tang Chen wants to become stronger, he will definitely have plenty of opportunities. Wang Zhenxing can fully utilize his overwhelming combat power to snatch the opportunity from Tang Chen. As a businessman, Wang Zhenxing prefers long-term development. The benefits of keeping Tang Chen and slowly fleecing him would definitely be much greater than killing him directly. Not many people here know Tang Chen, but recently many people have heard that a miracle doctor has appeared in Qingling. When someone pointed out Tang Chen's identity, many people took the initiative to come forward and say hello. People who eat a variety of grains will inevitably get sick. It's definitely not a bad thing to get to know a miracle doctor. Two wealthy businessmen in the field even asked Tang Chen for help. Tang Chen didn't even need to take their pulses. He could tell their illnesses just by looking at them. Then, he gave the two of them a simple diagnosis and treatment, and the effect was immediate. Wang Zhenxing watched in the crowd and did not do anything secretly. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he's not in a hurry. Because he noticed that Tang Chen was looking at Lu Xiaofan, and there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. At this time, Zhou Dafu called Lu Xiaofan to his side and wanted Tang Chen to help take a look. "Dad, don't worry, let's talk about it after dinner." Lu Xiaofan's face turned pale and he waved his hand to refuse. Tang Chen could tell the symptoms just by looking at him, which really scared Lu Xiaofan. After all, it would be very embarrassing if the news of Lu Xiaofan's illness got out. Zhou Dafu didn't know what specific illness his son-in-law Lu Xiaofan had. He just heard Lu Xiaofan mention that he was not feeling well and went to the hospital for treatment, but there was no effect. Dr. Tang has a strange personality. He is in a good mood now, so let him take a look. After dinner, he might not be in the mood anymore. Zhou Dafu advised. "It's just giving money anyway, are you still afraid that he won't treat you?" Lu Xiaofan said. "Well, it's up to you. Let's ask after dinner." Seeing that his son-in-law insisted, Zhou Dafu did not force him. Lu Xiaofan also breathed a sigh of relief and planned to go to Tang Chen privately to take a look at his illness. But at this moment, Tang Chen suddenly looked at Lu Xiaofan with an inexplicable smile on his face. This made Lu Xiaofan feel nervous. "Don't you want to see a doctor? Come here, let me take a look at you," Tang Chen said to Lu Xiaofan from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Lu Xiaofan was shocked when he heard this. He and Zhou Dafu spoke in a very low voice, but Tang Chen heard it from a distance. His hearing was too good. "I'm fine, not sick." Lu Xiaofan felt that Tang Chen's smile was a little creepy, and his intuition told him that Tang Chen might have bad intentions. "It seems that you don't believe in my medical skills." Tang Chen smiled and walked towards Lu Xiaofan. He looked at him as if to confirm, and then directly pointed out, "You have a hidden illness." "What hidden illness? Don't talk nonsense." Lu Xiaofan's face turned pale. "To put it simply, you can't do it. You don't have to deny it. You know your own situation very well. I just want to tell you that I can cure you, but you need to pay me enough," Tang Chen said. Lu Xiaofan opened his mouth. "You only have one chance to choose. If you miss this time, I won't treat you," Tang Chen added. Lu Xiaofan gritted his teeth and cursed Tang Chen in his heart. It's not nice to tell others about his illness. Tang Chen could obviously treat him privately, but he just said it out loud in front of so many people. This was clearly intended to embarrass him. "We just met for the first time, but Tang Chen is so mean, even worse than Wang Zhenxing. We have no grudges against each other, why is he targeting me?" As Tang Chen spoke, the people around him were forced to eat a big melon. Lu Xiaofan is Zhou Dafu's son-in-law and married Zhou Dafu's daughter Zhou Ningbran. At the wedding, most people present went to congratulate. The wedding was a grand affair, with a talented man and a beautiful woman, and many people talked about it with great relish. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaofan was unable to do it. It's really pitiful. Some people around cast various looks at Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan was so embarrassed that he thought he had already lost face, so he gritted his teeth and said to Tang Chen, "If you say it can be cured, then it can be cured. What if it can't be cured? If you can't cure it, you can do whatever you want. If you can cure it, you give me 100 million. Tang Chen said. 100 million? Why don't you just go and rob? Lu Xiaofan's eyes widened. You can also choose not to get treatment, Tang Chen said in a nonchalant tone. Lu Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and said, 100 million is 100 million. I can afford it. If you can't cure it, do a handstand and shit. His idea was very simple. If the disease was cured, he would be willing to pay 100 million yuan, and if it was not cured, he would also let Tang Chenxi die. In a word, whether the disease can be cured or not, he will not lose out. Hearing what Lu Xiaofan said about handstand shitting, Tang Chen frowned obviously, feeling a little disgusted, but then he changed his mind and thought, since he was sure that he could cure Lu Xiaofan, why should he worry? Okay. Tang Chen spoke sparingly and responded to Lu Xiaofan, reaching an agreement with him. Chapter 501 The treatment failed. Wait, there is something I must clarify first. Lu Xiaofan suddenly thought of something, so he said to Tang Chen, when can you completely cure me? Tell me for sure first, but don't say it will take 3 to 5 years. It won't take 3 to 5 years, it will only take a moment to cure you. Tang Chen said confidently. Okay, that's what you said. Lu Xiaofan said. Tang Chen sat down at the table and gestured to Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan came in front of him, then stretched out his wrist for him to take his pulse. Tang Chen put his hand on Lu Xiaofan's pulse, carefully checked for a few dozen seconds, and then withdrew his hand. Lu Xiaofan's situation was pretty much what he expected. Tang Chen thought for a moment, then took out the silver needle he carried with him, asked Lu Xiaofan to expose the skin on his waist, and pretended to give him the needle. Don't you use fire to disinfect these silver needles? Lu Xiaofan questioned. Before acupuncture, the silver needles must be sterilized. This is basic common sense. Who said that disinfection must use fire? Tang Chen asked back, pinching the silver needle with 2 fingers, and saw a faint white smoke coming out of his silver needle. Real qi, this is real qi. Dr. Tang is actually a martial arts expert. Those who knew what was going on around cried out in surprise. Most of the people present were wealthy businessmen, and they had heard of the martial arts masters in the world. The lifespan of martial arts masters is longer than that of ordinary people. It is not uncommon for those with profound skills to live to be over 100 years old. The biggest key is true qi. True qi can save people who are dying, and it also has the magical effect of delaying aging and stimulating vitality. Practitioners with deep qi can keep themselves young for a long time if they are willing to use the qi to maintain their appearance. Some top wealthy people would even spend huge sums of money to hire martial arts masters to transfer their true qi into them in order to prolong their lives. However, the true qi of a martial arts master is extremely precious. If you are not a top wealthy person, you simply cannot afford it. The eyes of some people present changed when they looked at Tang Chen. Tang Chen is a miracle doctor and also a martial arts master. If he can be won over, there will be no need to worry about health problems in the future. But they also understood that at Tang Chen's level, pure money would hardly impress him. Some of the more thoughtful people present have already started to think of solutions. After Tang Chen showed off his skills, he completely shut Lu Xiaofan's mouth. Tang Chen's acupuncture is as smooth as flowing water. Within a minute, dozens of silver needles were densely packed on Lu Xiaofan's waist. Lu Xiaofan felt pain and grimaced in pain, gasping for air. You have to hold on for at least 5 minutes, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. Tang Chen reminded. In fact, he could make Lu Xiaofan feel no pain at all, but he just wanted to teach Lu Xiaofan a lesson. Tang Chen himself didn't understand why, but he just didn't like this person Lu Xiaofan. In addition to Lu Xiaofan, there was another person in the field, and Tang Chen also looked unhappy with him. This is undoubtedly Wang Zhenxing. But Tang Chen looked at Wang Zhenxing's complexion and found that he was in good health and had no illness. Otherwise, everyone would have used the excuse of curing his illness to punish him. While waiting, those wealthy businessmen who were interested in him showed their goodwill to Tang Chen one after another, and some even introduced their daughters to Tang Chen for him to meet. Their intentions were obvious. For a moment, the scene became a bit chaotic. A nice gathering seemed to have turned into a battle for the son-in-law. However, Tang Chen did not speak from beginning to end. These wealthy businessmen who offered their daughters were a little anxious and hoped that Tang Chen would give a response. Moreover, the options they gave Tang Chen did not allow him to choose just one, but multiple options. The so-called monogamy is just a restriction on ordinary people. Most of the truly powerful people have several women. This is not uncommon at all. Tang Chen glanced at the people around him who were trying to flatter him and directly refused. I didn't choose anyone. It's not that he is aloof, but that he doesn't like it. There were 4 people on the field that Tang Chen particularly liked. One is Zhou Ninggran, one is Qin Yiru, one is Zhang Yi, and the other is Tang Qingye. Among them, Zhou Ninggran is married and is not within Tang Chen's consideration. As for Qin Yiru, Zhang Yi and Tang Qingye, the parents seem to have high moral qualities and it seems that they would not do anything like selling their daughters. Tang Chen was a little disappointed, but also a little relieved. Because the other party comes to his door, he may lose interest or even look down on it. Moreover, Tang Chen also noticed that when Qin Yiru, Zhang Yi and Tang Qingye inadvertently glanced at him, they did not show the joy like the ordinary women around them, but seemed very indifferent. That's interesting. Tang Chen became even more interested. At this time, 5 minutes were up. Lu Xiaofan was sweating profusely and was tortured by the pain, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Tang Chen pulled out the silver needle from Lu Xiaofan's waist, and then said, "Feel it for yourself." Lu Xiaofan's pain gradually disappeared, and he soon felt warmth in his waist. And that familiar feeling of erection finally appeared again after a long time. All right. Lu Xiaofan was so excited that he flew up. "You can pay now," Tang Chen said lightly. He actually did not completely cure Lu Xiaofan, and Lu Xiaofan's current condition would probably only last for a month. When Lu Xiaofan has health problems, he can put the blame on Lu Xiaofan by saying that it was Lu Xiaofan's own lack of self-discipline. Then, give Lu Xiaofan treatment. Earn 100 million for one treatment. I'm not sure if I'm completely well. I'll give you the medical fees after tomorrow. It's not that Lu Xiaofan was unwilling to pay, but almost all of his money was kept by Zhou Ninggran, so he couldn't come up with 100 million. Okay, then tomorrow. Tang Chen was not in a hurry. No one could deny his debt. Lu Xiaofan was immersed in joy, thinking that he and Zhou Ninggran would finally become a real couple tonight, so he couldn't help but look towards Zhou Ninggran, wanting to see if his wife was as excited as he was. However, as soon as Lu Xiaofan turned his head, his vision was blocked by Wang Zhenxing who was walking towards him. "My fellow countrymen, congratulations." Wang Zhenxing came over with a smile and congratulated him. He patted Lu Xiaofan on the shoulder and said, with sincerity on his face, as if he was congratulating him from the bottom of his heart. If Lu Xiaofan didn't know Wang Zhenxing's character, he would have almost believed it. "Thank you." Lu Xiaofan took Wang Zhenxing's hand away from his shoulder. After the medical consultation, the host Tang Zheng asked everyone to take a seat and asked the servants to serve the food. After the dishes are served, get ready to eat. But unexpectedly, something unexpected happened on the scene. Lu Xiaofan screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. Everyone was shocked at first, and then they all looked at Tang Chen. Lu Xiaofan was fine just now, but now something went wrong, so everyone naturally thought of him. Tang Chen frowned slightly. At first he thought that Lu Xiaofan was deliberately playing tricks on him to ruin his reputation, but after trying to take Lu Xiaofan's pulse, his face changed instantly. Because Lu Xiaofan's vitality is constantly fading away. Why is this happening? Things were out of control, and Tang Chen's face no longer had the calm look it had before. The respectful looks that were originally directed at Tang Chen gradually changed. Chapter 502 Who is the son-in-law? Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan. Seeing that his son-in-law looked like he was about to die, Zhou Dafu shouted a few times to no avail and then glared at Tang Chen. "This has nothing to do with me. I clearly cured him just now," Tang Jia said. "Even if Xiaofan has problems in that aspect, it's not a fatal disease. How can it have nothing to do with you if he becomes like this now?" Zhou Dafu said. Tang Chen was speechless and didn't know how to defend himself. He was sure that Lu Xiaofan's condition had nothing to do with him, but just talking was not enough to convince people. At this moment, Lu Xiaofan's vitality is fading. If he dies, it will be completely impossible to explain. Tang Chen didn't want to suffer in silence, but he had no choice but to save him now. He suddenly became ill. There must be other reasons. It has nothing to do with me. I will do my best to see if I can save him. After Tang Chen finished speaking, he began to frantically supply Lu Xiaofan with true energy to replenish his lost vitality. About 5 minutes later, Tang Chen's true energy ran out, and he managed to save Lu Xiaofan's life. However, due to excessive weakness, he fell to the ground with his head tilted and fainted. However, Lu Xiaofan had lost consciousness at the moment, and others were unable to judge Tang Chen's contribution. When the people around saw Tang Chen fall down, they just looked at each other in confusion. The host stopped the protagonist Tang Chen from showing off, and obtained 4,000 counterattack points, Tang Chen's luck value -400, and the host's luck value 400. Wang Zhenxing received a wave of generous rewards. The atmosphere around was a bit depressing. During the Chinese New Year, no one wants to see a death happening around them. It is too unlucky. Especially Tang Zheng, the host. You know medical skills, please help check their conditions. Tang Zheng came to Wang Zhenxing and whispered to him. Wang Zhenxing had treated Tang Zheng before, and in Tang Zheng's opinion, his treatment level was quite high. However, Wang Zhenxing had asked Tang Chen not to tell this matter. Tang Zheng also kept it in mind but had not revealed it to anyone else. Wang Zhenxing lowered his voice and said to Tang Zheng, "There are too many people here, have someone carry them inside." Tang Zheng saw that Wang Zhenxing wanted to keep a low profile, so he asked the servants to carry the unconscious Lu Xiaofan and Tang Chen to an inner room on the pretext that the ground was too cold. Some guests followed in, wanting to see what was going on. Seeing this, Tang Zheng sent everyone away so that they wouldn't get in the way, leaving only Zhou Dafu and Zhou Ningran. As relatives of Lu Xiaofan, the two of them had no reason to drive him away. Let Lao Qin and Lao Yang's families stay as well. They are all family members. Wang Zhenxing said to Tang Zhengdao. Okay. Tang Zheng didn't think much about it. After all, they did interact more often and their relationship was better. Wang Zhenxing glanced inside the room and saw that they were all his people. He nodded secretly and showed off his skills without hesitation. Within a minute, Lu Xiaofan woke up. His originally pale face returned to normal color and he looked full of energy. To the people in the house, this scene was almost like a resurrection from the dead. Wang Zhenxing pretended to treat Tang Chen, but in fact he was secretly doing something to Tang Chen. He's fine, he just fainted due to overexertion. He will wake up in half an hour. Wang Zhenxing explained to everyone after the treatment. Brother Wang, it turns out that you are such an advanced medical skill, much better than Tang Chen. You really are a hidden talent. Zhou Dafu praised. To be honest, my ancestor was an imperial physician. After the dynasty fell, he was involved in disputes in the martial arts world because of some things. In order to avoid his enemies, he had to keep a low profile. So please keep the fact that I have medical skills a secret. Wang Zhenxing said solemnly, then looked at Lu Xiaofan. I will keep it a secret too. Lu Xiaofan learned that he was able to escape death, thanks to Wang Zhenxing. Even though he hated him before, he now felt a little grateful. My fellow countrymen, why did I suddenly become like this? Is it related to Tang Chen? Seeing that Tang Chen was still unconscious, Lu Xiaofan took the opportunity to ask Wang Zhenxing for advice. I can only say that the timing of your strange illness is too coincidental. I'm not sure whether it is related to Tang Chen. Wang Zhenxing did not throw dirty water on him because there was no need to do so, because there was enough dirty water on Tang Chen. So is my disease cured or not? Lu Xiaofan asked the question that concerned him most. No. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. Lu Xiaofan was not surprised to hear this. After all, he was almost killed by Tang Chen. He turned and said, my fellow villager, you are a great doctor. Can you cure me? It would have been possible, but you let Tang Chen treat you like this, which damaged your foundation. You'll be lucky enough to have saved your life. If you want to be a normal man, I'm afraid Wang Zhenxing didn't say anything else. Lu Xiaofan, however, looked as pale as death. He lowered his head in inferiority and did not even dare to look at Zhou Ningran in the room. Zhou Dafu also had a complicated expression. I originally thought that Lu Xiaofan and my daughter were a match made in heaven, but I didn't expect that Lu Xiaofan had problems in that aspect. Ever since Lu Xiaofan and Zhou Ningran got married, Zhou Dafu has been looking forward to becoming a grandfather as soon as possible. Now it seems that there is absolutely no hope. Ranran Zhou Dafu looked at his daughter with pity. He wanted to comfort her but didn't know how to start. Dad, I'm fine. Zhou Ningran shook his head with a calm expression. Zhou Dafu was stunned. Of course he could see that his daughter was not pretending, but seemed to really not care that much. Haven't my daughter and son-in-law always had a good relationship? Zhou Dafu became suspicious and felt that there was something hidden, but in this situation, it was obviously not a good idea to ask in detail. I will keep the medical skills confidential, and the medical fees. Zhou Dafu turned and looked at Wang Zhenxing. Xiaofan and I are from the same hometown, and Ranran and I are friends, so let's not worry about the expenses. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand generously. Lu Xiaofan looked up and looked at Wang Zhenxing in surprise. He thought Wang Zhenxing would ask for a huge amount of medical expenses. I didn't expect him to be so conscientious and not ask for a penny. Did I misunderstand him before? Tang Zheng looked at Qin Peng and Zhang Yongyuan and said, Old Qin, Old Zhang, and my two nieces, you all heard what Zhenxing said, right? Please don't tell anyone what happened here. You don't need to explain this. I'm definitely more nervous about my son-in-law than you are. Zhang Yongyuan said. Old Zhang, this is really boring. You're just like the people outside, openly trying to steal my son-in-law, right? Tang Zheng thought he was joking and said jokingly. That's right, Lao Zhang, you are not being kind. Although we are friends, I won't agree if you try to steal my son-in-law. Qin Peng replied with a smile. Old Qin, you like to joke too. Zhenxing has been my son-in-law for a long time. You and Old Zhang, don't come to join in the fun. Tang Zheng was afraid that his son-in-law would be snatched away, so he couldn't wait to declare his sovereignty first, so that his son-in-law would not be coveted by others. However, these words were once again unanimously refuted by Qin Peng and Zhang Yongyuan. Tang Zheng, Qin Peng and Zhang Yongyuan each held a statement and all said with a smile that Wang Zhenxing was their son-in-law and they all thought the other two were joking. After arguing for a few sentences to no avail, Tang Zheng looked at his precious daughter and said, Your Uncle Qin and Uncle Zhang don't believe me, so you should tell them yourself. Chapter 503 No One Left Behind. Hearing what her father said, Tang Qingye smiled awkwardly and said evasively, Dad, there are many guests waiting outside. Let's go out and greet them. I'm only saying I'm against you being together, but I've actually agreed to it in my heart. Tang Zheng glanced at Wang Zhenxing. I feel relieved to leave you to him, and this guy has been single for so many years, it's time for him to get married and have children. If you're willing, I can help you plan your wedding this month. Tang Qingye was very moved by what she heard, but she didn't know how to respond. Zhang Yongyuan and Qin Peng were stunned and read a lot of information from Tang Zheng's words. From what Tang Zheng said, it seemed that he was saying that Tang Qingye and Wang Zhenxing were a perfect match, and that they should have a good relationship and could even get married. Qin Peng and Zhang Yongyuan looked at each other and then at Wang Zhenxing. Xiaoyi, Qingye, Yiru, come here. Wang Zhenxing waved to the three people in the room. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingye, Zhang Yi and Qin Yiruo came to Wang Zhenxing silently. Qin Yiru seemed a little surprised, as if a little surprised that Tang Qingye was also a sister. Zhang Yi's expression seemed calmer. She was more thoughtful than Qin Yiru and had noticed some clues a long time ago, so she was not particularly surprised. When Tang Zheng, Qin Peng and Zhang Yongyuan saw this scene, their brains short-circuited for a while before they reacted. It turns out that after arguing for so long, no one was wrong. The three old men glared at Wang Zhenxing, as if they were about to have a fight. After all, we have known each other for many years. It would be fine if he was targeting my daughter, but he is actually playing with three women at the same time. That's too much. Lu Xiaofan was also shocked when he saw this scene. Tang Qingye, Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru, any one of them is stunningly beautiful, no less beautiful than his wife Zhou Ningran, and these three of them actually all fell in love with Wang Zhenxing. This made Lu Xiaofan extremely jealous. We all came here through time travel, so why is there such a big difference in treatment? Ranran, what's so good about this guy? Why do three such beautiful women like him? Lu Xiaofan approached Zhou Ningran and said sourly. Zhou Ningran didn't say anything, just glanced at him and thought to herself, there are more than three, I like him too. If it weren't for her status and reputation, Zhou Ningran would not have been able to run over to Wang Zhenxing and join in the fun. You unfilial son, if you don't give me an explanation today, this matter will not be over. After Tang Zheng reacted, he jumped up and said to Wang Zhenxing. Zhang Yongyuan and Qin Peng didn't say anything, but their faces were slightly tense, and it was obvious that they felt the same way as Tang Zheng. Wang Zhenxing exchanged glances with Tang Qingye, Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru. After all, they had communicated in depth, so even just eye contact was enough to convey some information. The few of them quickly reached a tacit understanding. The reasons are complicated. I don't want to let anyone down, but if any of you object, I won't force you. Qingye, Xiaoyi and Yiru, make your own decisions. Wang Zhenxing said. Marriage is a major matter and should be decided by parents. Dad, I can see that you are against this. In that case, I will draw a line between me and him in the future. Tang Qingye was the first to express her opinion. She walked away from Wang Zhenxing and returned to Tang Zheng. Dad, I don't want to leave him, but I don't want to make you unhappy even more. After Zhang Yi said this, she also walked to Zhang Yongyuan. Qin Yiruo looked at her father Qin Peng. Dad, I always like to contradict you, but this time I will listen to you. Tang Zheng, Zhang Yongyuan and Qin Peng each looked at their daughter beside them, stunned and speechless for a moment. They hoped that Wang Zhenxing would give an explanation, but they did not expect the situation to turn out like this. The atmosphere in the room was a bit depressing. Zhou Dafu stepped forward and said, "We are all old acquaintances. Don't let this kind of thing ruin our relationship." After smoothing things over, he comforted Wang Zhenxing again. Don't be discouraged, your medical skills are better than Tang Chen's. You can marry as many women as you want. Don't be depressed because of this kind of thing. A real man will never have trouble finding a wife. It's a pity that I only have one daughter, Ranran. If I had other daughters, that would be great. As long as you like her and my daughter is willing, she will definitely marry you. It doesn't matter if she becomes my mistress. As long as you treat my daughter sincerely, I will be satisfied. Zhou Dafu said in a joking tone. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with a miracle doctor who has the ability to bring the dead back to life? At certain times, it might even save your life. Zhou Dafu would not sell out his daughter to curry favor with the miracle doctor, but if his daughter also likes him, that would be a different matter. Zhou Dafu was absolutely willing to do so. But this is just an assumption. He has only one daughter, Zhou Ningran, and she is married. Of course, Zhou Dafu did not say this unintentionally, but with intention. Anyone who can grow a business to this size must be a shrewd person. Zhou Dafu was actually helping Wang Zhenxing and wanted to establish a good relationship with him. After hearing this, Tang Zheng, Zhang Yongyuan and Qin Peng were all moved. They were a little angry just now, so they didn't think too much about it. Although Zhou Dafu's words may sound a bit unreasonable, what he said does make sense. Qingye, it's up to you to decide your lifelong affairs. As long as you are happy, that's all that matters. Tang Zheng said to his daughter earnestly. Zhang Yongyuan was afraid that he was too slow, so he quickly said to Zhang Yi, "Make your own choice, Dad supports you." Seeing this, Qin Peng quickly said to Qin Yiru, "You always like to contradict me, so just keep going. Otherwise, I won't be used to it. Dad just wants you to be happy, nothing else matters." The three of them expressed their opinions, and the question came to Wang Zhenxing again. "You choose one." Tang Zheng said to Wang Zhenxing. "Can I choose more than one?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "If you're not afraid of not getting any, just choose more." Tang Zheng said unhappily. Of course Wang Zhenxing was not afraid and waved to Tang Qingye, Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru. The three of them were smiling and trotting back to Wang Zhenxing. Tang Zheng, Zhang Yongyuan and Qin Peng looked at each other with strange expressions. They finally realized that what their daughter had just said about letting her father make the decision was just something she said casually, or to be more precise, they were being played. The purpose is to make them feel more relaxed. If they insist and dare to interfere in their daughter's lifelong affairs, what they will face is a rebellious daughter. Okay, everyone is happy. Zhou Dafu congratulated with a smile. Zhou Ningran couldn't help but smile, feeling happy for them, but a little melancholy at the same time. When could she stand beside him openly? Scumbag. When Lu Xiaofan saw Wang Zhenxing surrounded by three beauties and having a great time, he felt jealous and condemned him in his heart. But before he could finish his condemnation, he heard the sound of retching nearby. Lu Xiaofan turned around and saw that it was sent by Zhou Ningran. Everyone else in the room looked at Zhou Ningran. Zhou Ningran dry-heaved for a while and was about to cry. Tang Qingye brought over a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Zhou Ningran. Zhou Ningran drank a few sips of water and finally recovered. "Ranran, are you okay?" Tang Qingye patted her best friend on the back and asked softly. "I don't know what happened in the past few days. I always feel like vomiting for no reason," Zhou Ningran said casually. She herself didn't think there was anything wrong, but when the others in the room heard it, they were immediately surprised. It's a simple common sense that unexplained nausea may be a sign of pregnancy. "Ranran, you wouldn't be." Zhou Dafu was subconsciously delighted, but soon thought of a problem, and the joy on his old face suddenly froze again. It's no secret that Lu Xiaofan has a problem. How could Zhou Ningbran get pregnant? If she is really pregnant, it only means. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little weird. Chapter 504 Lu Xiaofan. After all, I took on all the responsibility. Inside the house, everyone had different expressions. Lu Xiaofan only felt an inexplicable heaviness on his head. After being stunned for a few seconds, he looked at Zhou Ningbran, trying to find the answer from her expression. Zhou Ningbran didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but after feeling this atmosphere, she began to think about it. Her period was late this month, and I originally thought it was because the publishing house has been too busy lately and she was overworked causing irregular periods, but now I think there could be other reasons. Plus I've been retching for the past few days. Thinking of this, Zhou Ningbran suddenly became a little flustered. His eyes dodged a few times, and then he lowered his head slightly. Tang Qingye knew some inside story, and noticed Zhou Ningbran's guilty look. She subconsciously glanced at Wang Zhenxing. If my best friend Zhou Ningbran is really pregnant, then the culprit is obvious. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru were just watching the show because they felt that this matter had nothing to do with them and they were just simply curious. Is Zhou Ningbran really pregnant? If so, whose baby is she pregnant with? Tang Zheng and Qin Peng were mature and prudent. Although they were surprised, they did not ask too many questions or inquire about Zhou Dafu's family affairs. They pretended nothing had happened. But Zhou Dafu himself wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, and he was also concerned about his daughter's health. So Zhou Dafu asked Wang Zhenxing, "Can you take my son Ranran's pulse? The fee is negotiable. Anyway, it's not something that should be heard. Everyone here has heard it, so they don't care whether it's embarrassing or not. What's more, Zhou Dafu can trust the people here and is not worried that they will go out and say something wrong. As for the only outsider, Tang Chen, he is still in a coma and can't hear anything. It's just a small favor. It's too polite to talk about money." Wang Zhenxing responded generously to Zhou Dafu, then turned to Zhou Ningbran and said, "Sit over there. I'll take a look for you." After saying that, he gestured in the direction of a chair inside the room. Zhou Ningbran nodded, lowered her head and sat down, then stretched out her white wrist and placed it on the table next to the chair. Wang Zhenxing sat down next to Zhou Ningbran, stretched out his hand and placed it on Zhou Ningbran's pulse on her fair wrist. A gleam of surprise and joy flashed across his eyes. His martial arts skills were relatively low before, so to ensure his safety he either relied on external objects or asked the other party whether they were in a safe period. For a long time, everything was peaceful. But perhaps it was because of the saying that if you walk by the river, you will get your feet wet, so this accident happened. After taking the pulse, Wang Zhenxing was silent for a few seconds. "If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't worry." Zhou Dafu really wanted to know the result. Zhou Ningbran was very panicked. She didn't want to cause trouble to Wang Zhenxing, nor did she want to embarrass him. She wanted to take on everything herself, so she hinted to Wang Zhenxing. "I've actually been feeling a little uncomfortable in my stomach these past few days, and I suddenly felt like vomiting. It must be something to do with my stomach." When Lu Xiaofan heard this, his tense expression suddenly relaxed a little, and at the same time he felt a little guilty. "Maybe, I really misunderstood. How could Ranran, such a good girl, do something so outrageous? Your symptoms have nothing to do with your stomach." Wang Zhenxing met Zhou Ningbran's gaze and explained calmly, "Congratulations, you are pregnant and are going to be a mother." Zhou Ningbran's lips trembled and she was speechless for a moment. She just subconsciously touched her lower abdomen, feeling happy and worried. "I'm going to be a grandfather," Zhou Dafu muttered, wanting to laugh out loud with joy and excitement, but after opening his mouth, he suddenly reacted and looked towards Lu Xiaofan. Son-in-law Lu Xiaofan had a stiff face, and there was no trace of joy at becoming a father. The protagonist Lu Xiaofan's mentality exploded. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2000 counterattack points. Lu Xiaofan's luck value -86, the host's luck value 86. The protagonist Lu Xiaofan's luck has returned to 0, and he has lost his status as the protagonist." Closing square bracket. Wang Zhenxing received 2 messages in a row, and he couldn't help but sigh. Lu Xiaofan's luck has returned to 0, which means that he will no longer be able to provide points and luck in the future. This protagonist is useless. Killing Lu Xiaofan is an option. However, due to the inertia of a businessman's thinking, Wang Zhenxing has the mentality of not giving up until every last bit of value is squeezed out of his employees. Although Lu Xiaofan is no longer the protagonist, he still has some fame in the literary world and can continue to be a plagiarist, publishing novels to help him make money. At this time, Lu Xiaofan was a little excited and wanted to ask to confirm whose child Zhou Ningran was pregnant with. But before anyone could ask, Wang Zhenxing revealed, "The baby in Ranran's belly is mine." Wang Zhenxing looked calm and not panicked at all. Since he dared to admit it, he must have thought of a way to deal with it. This sentence made Lu Xiaofan stunned on the spot. Lu Xiaofan thought Wang Zhenxing would make excuses, but he didn't expect him to admit it directly. Zhou Ningran was also surprised. She looked up in disbelief and looked at Wang Zhenxing in astonishment. Tang Qingye had guessed this long ago, and her expression did not change noticeably. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru were dumbfounded. They were outsiders and just watched the incident. They didn't expect that they would be the ones to suffer the consequences. Lu Xiaofan came back to his senses from his daze and wanted to condemn Wang Zhenxing, let everyone judge the matter and seek justice for himself. But just as he was about to speak, Wang Zhenxing's eyes suddenly looked over at him, and there was a strange magic in his eyes. At the same time, Lu Xiaofan also heard some sounds that only he could hear. There was a slight hint of dullness in Lu Xiaofan's eyes. He said to Zhou Dafu, "Dad, don't blame me, it's actually my fault. Xiao Fan, it's my fault that I didn't teach my daughter well." Zhou Dafu said ashamedly. "No, it's all my fault." Lu Xiaofan showed a look of self-blame on his face. "You are wrong, but Ranran is also wrong." Zhou Dafu said fairly. "No, it's all my fault, and it has nothing to do with Ranran." Lu Xiaofan explained. "I clearly knew that I had a problem, but I kept it a secret from Ranran before marriage and didn't tell her. Afterwards, I was worried that word of my problems would get out, causing me to lose face, so I thought of a solution. I invited my fellow villager, Wang Zhenxing, to my house. I took the opportunity to get him drunk, and then drugged Ranran and had sex with her. Because I want Ranran to get pregnant with a child to cover up the fact that I have a problem." Quote. After hearing Lu Xiaofan's explanation, everyone present, except Wang Zhenxing, was stunned. Including Zhou Ningran. Zhou Ningran knew the truth and of course understood that this was not the case. The reason she was surprised was because Lu Xiaofan made up a lie to conceal it. Ever since she found out that Lu Xiaofan's writing skills were all plagiarized, Zhou Ningran hated Lu Xiaofan from the bottom of her heart. But now Zhou Ningran is relieved. Because Lu Xiaofan is still a good person. Tang Zheng, Zhang Yongyuan and Qin Peng felt somewhat uncomfortable after hearing Wang Zhenxing admit that the child in Zhou Ningran's belly was his. Zhou Ningran is married after all, and no matter what the reason is, Wang Zhenxing should not do such a thing. But after hearing Lu Xiaofan's explanation, they all realized that they had misunderstood their good son-in-law and felt ashamed. Because in this matter, the good son-in-law and Zhou Ningran are both victims. The only villain in the whole incident is Lu Xiaofan. Chapter 505 News from the Imperial Capital. The room was silent. Lu Xiaofan ignored everyone's gazes, looked at Zhou Ningran with self-blame and shame, and said, Ran, maybe our marriage in the first place was a mistake. Let's get a divorce when we have time. I know you won't forgive me, and I don't expect it, so from now on, I wish you all the best." After speaking to Zhou Ningran, Lu Xiaofan looked at Zhou Dafu and said, "Dad, I failed to live up to your expectations. I'm sorry." After saying this, Lu Xiaofan did not stay and left quietly. Zhou Dafu watched Lu Xiaofan leave without stopping him. It's all Lu Xiaofan's fault, but now that things have come to this, there's no point in holding him accountable. Zhou Dafu looked at his daughter Zhou Ningran with some concern. Zhou Ningran was in a daze at the moment and hadn't reacted yet. Zhou Dafu didn't know the truth and just thought that his daughter was numb because of mental trauma. Tang Qingye was smart and knew this was a good opportunity. She stood beside Zhou Ningran, put her arm around her shoulders and comforted her. Ran, don't be upset. The baby in your belly is innocent. No matter what, even for the sake of this child, you have to live a good life. Zhou Ningran finally came to her senses. She would not let her best friend down, so she buried her head in Tang Qingye's body. Zhou Ningran's shoulders were seen shaking slightly, and obvious sobbing sounds were heard. The child is innocent, won't you say something? Tang Qingye felt that the atmosphere was about right, so she glanced at Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing stammered. It's pitiful for a child to be without a father. I have no objection and you don't have to care about me. Tang Qingye was the first to express her opinion. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru were kind-hearted and had no time to be jealous. After hearing what Tang Qingye said, they also said that they had no objection. After getting the affirmation of several people, Wang Zhenxing walked to Zhou Ningbran and said, Qingye is right, the child is innocent. Let me take care of you in the future. Are you willing? After hearing this, Zhou Ningbran stopped sobbing, wanted to leave Tang Qingye's arms, and then said, I do. However, as soon as she moved her head slightly, she found that Tang Qingye was holding her head tightly with her hands. Zhou Ningbran also woke up quickly. Her best friend was reminding her not to act too frankly, otherwise it would seem awkward. She counted for 10 seconds in her heart, then slowly got out of Tang Qingye's arms, rubbed her red eyes, looked at Wang Zhenxing and said, I don't know. I listened to my dad. Tang Qingye secretly approved and avoided giving a direct answer, which could indeed help clear her of suspicion. Dad agrees. Zhou Dafu quickly said to his daughter, making his attitude clear. He had previously lamented why he didn't have another daughter to share the glory of Wang Zhenxing. I didn't expect that I would be connected with Wang Zhenxing in this way. Zhou Dafu naturally had nothing to hesitate about. With Zhou Dafu nodding, the matter was settled. That's great. We can just get together to play mahjong. Tang Zheng expressed his thoughts and broke the previously heavy atmosphere. Zhang Yongyuan, Qinpeng and Zhou Dafu couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru came to Zhou Ningbran, expressed their goodwill, and showed that they were willing to live in harmony with Zhou Ningbran in the future. After all, Zhou Ningbran's children will call them mother in the future. The matter was temporarily settled, and Tang Zheng was inviting everyone to leave the room and take their seats at the banquet venue. This time, there was finally no more trouble and everyone started to eat in peace. After a while, Tang Chen in the room woke up from his coma. There was some noise outside. Tang Chen moved the door open, looked outside, and did not choose to go out. He came here this time with the intention of completely establishing his reputation as a miracle doctor, but he didn't expect that instead of making his reputation famous, he ended up losing face. Lu Xiaofan suddenly fell ill, which seemed a bit strange, but Tang Chen couldn't figure out the reason for a moment. He could only suppress this doubt temporarily and wait for a chance to investigate later. Tang Chen sensed around but did not detect any trace of Lu Xiaofan's presence. Obviously Lu Xiaofan didn't eat outside. But from the sounds of it, everyone was enjoying the meal, so I guess Lu Xiaofan should be fine. Tang Chen didn't want to endure those looks like a quack doctor, so he chose to leave the Tang family secretly without alarming anyone. After the Tang family's banquet was over, they started to play cards and other entertainment activities. After playing around a lot, it was already midnight. The guests left one after another. Tang Qingye asked Zhou Ningbran, Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru to stay overnight. She and Zhou Ningbran have been best friends for a long time, so their relationship is naturally beyond doubt. However, she hasn't had much interaction with Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru. Now that they have become sisters, she naturally wants to cultivate some relationships with them. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru certainly had no objection. Tang Qingye had a gentle personality, so they naturally wanted to be close to her. Wang Zhenxing drank some wine during the dinner and stayed with them. As the future son-in-law of the Tang family, he would definitely receive this treatment, since the Tang family had plenty of guest rooms. There is an extra large bed in Tang Qingye's bedroom that can sleep 4 people. The 4 sisters were chatting in the dark, talking about food, clothes, cosmetics, etc. There were endless topics to talk about. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, there was a slight sound of a door opening. Tang Qingye and the others heard it, stopped chatting, and tacitly kept silent, choosing to pretend to sleep. A night passed. Tang Qingye, Zhang Yi and Qin Yiru have become much closer, but they felt a little awkward when they saw each other early in the morning. Zhou Ningbran was fine, she was just watching the fun, so she naturally didn't feel embarrassed, just a little resentful. Being pregnant was a happy thing, but it also had its bad sides. The morning of the second day of the Spring Festival, Wang Zhenxing continued to rush to the appointment and went to the cinema. The movie directed by Xu Yunyan was officially released during the Spring Festival and the response was very good. The box office on the first day temporarily ranked second among the Spring Festival movies, and the gap with the first place was not large. It is expected to compete for the box office champion of the Spring Festival. Wang Zhenxing was not free yesterday, so he decided to go watch it today with Xu Yunyan. Accompanying Xu Yunyan was Xiaoyi's mother Luo Zhuxuan. Xu Yunyan bought a house and settled in Qingling, and Luo Zhuxuan also spent the holiday here with her sister. Wang Zhenxing watched a movie with Xu Yunyan and Luo Zhuxuan in the morning and had lunch together outside at noon. After dinner, it was afternoon. Wang Zhenxing continued to attend other appointments until the evening, and he never stopped working, even at night. Several days passed. Wang Zhenxing visited almost all the places Qingling should visit. Except Qin Longyu. It's not that he didn't go, but he went to the manor where Qin Longyu stayed, but was turned away. The time came to the 5th day of the new year. Wang Zhenxing thought about it and decided to go to Luodu. However, when he was preparing to board the plane, he received news from Nangong Wei, who was far away in the imperial capital. Long Yuan was about to appear. Chapter 506 Unknown Waters. Wang Zhenxing cancelled the trip to Luodu and asked Yi Rao to gather some members of the Wandu sect to make some preparations before departure. He was not in a hurry at all to fight for the dragon essence. Judging from the information previously obtained related to Dragon Yuan, the greatest attraction of Dragon Yuan is the potential to break through the barriers of the ultimate martial arts realm, that is, to gain the opportunity to enter the realm of immortal cultivation. Now that he has reached this level, relatively speaking, the temptation of Dragon Yuan to him is not particularly great. But I definitely have to go this time. If this opportunity is not seized, it will undoubtedly fall into the hands of the protagonist. In a small building in a manor, the sisters Qin Qiyu and Qin Longyu were playing chess to kill time, looking extremely bored. At this time, a servant from the manor came to report. Qin Qiyu instantly became a little more alert and immediately asked if there were any guests visiting. The servant shook his head in answer and handed over a letter of intelligence. After Pei Fengji's death, many resources of Tingfeng Pavilion fell into the hands of Xingyu Palace. This includes the intelligence system. Judging from the mark on the letter, it contains information about the hidden world. Qin Qiyu took the letter and a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. Qin Longyu saw this and said nonchalantly, "You pretended not to see him when he came, and now you're anxious because he's not coming anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to see him?" Qin Qiyu said angrily. "I didn't even mention his name, sister, you're too excited." Qin Longyu blinked and said, "If you want to see him, then I'll call him over." Nothing. Qin Qiyu's face regained its composure. After a pause, he said, "If you want to go, I won't stop you. Then I'll go, but if he asks me to stay there overnight, should I agree or not?" Qin Longyu asked mischievously. Qin Qiyu was startled, with a noticeable blush on his face. He paused for a few seconds, not knowing what he was thinking. Until he heard Qin Longyu's snickering, he said angrily, "I regret it now. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Stay here." Qin Longyu suddenly stopped laughing and pursed her lips. Qin Qiyu snorted coldly, opened the intelligence letter and read it, his expression a little uncertain. "Sister, what's wrong?" Qin Longyu felt something was wrong and asked softly. "Dragon Yuan appears," Qin Qiyu said in a deep voice. "Then should we participate?" Qin Longyu was not very interested in Long Yuan, but she knew her sister's dedication to martial arts. Many forces should have received the news. This is not just a fight for dragon essence. It may also be an all-out clash between good and evil. The righteous will definitely unite, and Yin Chengkong has basically integrated into one on the evil side. This is very disadvantageous to us, Qin Qiyu said. Qin Longyu knew her sister's character and understood that she would never yield to others and accept Yin Chengkong's recruitment. In other words, the Star Moon Palace cannot be accommodated in either of the two major camps of good or evil. By then, we will be attacked from both sides, which would be quite dangerous. Qin Longyu asked tentatively, "Sister, should we give up?" Qin Qiyu shook her head. "Although the hope is slim, I have to give it a try. I can't let Baitang Xuanshuang get ahead of me." "Okay then, I want to meet him before I go," Qin Longyu said. "Go ahead and tell him this news to see if the 10,000 Poisons sect is interested in getting involved in this mess. If they are willing, that would be the best. If not, don't force them," Qin Qiyu said. The 10,000 Poisons sect is also a free force, but the reason why it was not recruited is different from that of the Star Moon Palace. Yin Chengkong is kept out of the loop because he looks down on the 10,000 Poisons sect. Except for a few insiders, most sects in the hidden martial arts world only know about the 10,000 Poisons sect at the point that the black-hearted old demon is missing and that the sect has been severely damaged by internal strife. Qin Qiyu had in-depth exchanges with Wang Zhenxing and naturally understood that he was not as simple as he seemed. According to Qin Qiyu's estimation, he should have martial arts skills at the peak level. Otherwise, it would not be possible to break her defense so easily. Apart from the Xingyu Palace and Kunlun, the leaders of other top sects in the hidden world are only at the peak level. After Wang Zhenxing received the message from Nangong Wei, he had already started making preparations before departure. Qin Longyu came to visit and explained her purpose, and the two hit it off immediately. In the afternoon, all preparations were ready, and the Wandu sect team met with the Xingyu Palace team. Wang Zhenxing brought 5 people with him. 1 Yi Rao, 1 Lu Chu, and 3 elite members of the 10,000 Poison sect. On the side of Xingyu Palace are the 2 sisters Qin Qiyu and Qin Longyu, plus 10 subordinates with good skills. These 10 subordinates were all from Tingfeng Pavilion before. Qin Qiyu obviously estimated that this trip would be very dangerous, so he did not bring any disciples from the Xingyu Palace. 2 days later, a cruise ship was sailing through an unknown sea area shrouded in thick fog. On the deck, Wang Zhenxing turned on the perspective and looked ahead, and could see an isolated island. Then he opened his spiritual sense, sensed a little, and soon detected a very strong breath of non-human creatures. This aura has reached the realm of immortal cultivation, and is not much different from Wang Zhenxing's, but it seems a little weak. Nangong Wei mentioned in the intelligence that the dragon had entered its gestation period and would fall into a weak stage. It seems that this isolated island is where the evil dragon is. Wang Zhenxing made a judgment in his heart. There is no other human presence on the isolated island for the time being. Obviously, those people from the forces of good and evil have not arrived here yet. It's too easy to get lost in these uncharted waters. Wang Zhenxing did not lose his way because he had spiritual perception. It will definitely take some time for other forces to get here. Wang Zhenxing had no intention of rushing to the island to deal with the dragon. Although the dragon was weak, it would be very difficult for him to kill it. He didn't want to do this kind of tiring work. Wang Zhenxing gave an order to have the cruise ship detour and wait for the opportunity. "Master, do you want me to massage your shoulders?" A soft female voice sounded. Wang Zhenxing, who had just walked into the cabin to rest for a while, frowned subconsciously and felt a strange feeling in his heart. The person who spoke was Lu Chu. Lu Chu was originally feminine, and after practicing a martial art similar to the Sunflower Manual, her voice, demeanor, and dress became more and more like a woman's. In the beginning, she gave people a feeling of being neither male nor female. As her martial arts skills matured, she looked completely like a woman. Now Lu Chu has been dressing himself up as a woman, and even has a fake ball. After being out at sea for several days, everyone except Wang Zhenxing who knew the inside story thought that Lu Chu was a woman. Of course, looking like a woman is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Wang Zhenxing clearly felt that Lu Chu looked at him with something strange in his eyes. "No need, you can leave." Wang Zhenxing waved his hand to send Lu Chu away. Lu Chu showed a resented look, but still followed the order and left the cabin. Qin Qiyu passed by and saw Lu Chu coming out of the cabin where Wang Zhenxing was. He frowned slightly, called his sister Qin Longyu over, and whispered something to her. Qin Longyu nodded, then came to Wang Zhenxing's cabin and asked directly without beating around the bush, "Is that Lu Chu also your woman?" Wang Zhenxing was stunned by her question. Qin Longyu just thought that her lover thought she was meddling, so she explained, "I'm not jealous. It's my sister who asked me to ask." Lu Chu is a man. Wang Zhenxing felt disgusted by being misunderstood and explained. "Man, you can't say she's a man, but she's not a woman either." "I understand, but he looks really beautiful, like a vixen." Qin Longyu smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Wang Zhenxing couldn't laugh at all, but he was enlightened by Qin Longyu's words. Lu Chu's looks are comparable to the heroine, so can we let him do something? Chapter 507, Confrontation between Good and Evil. Qin Longyu saw that Wang Zhenxing seemed to be lost in thought, so she picked up a strand of hair and tickled his neck a few times. Wang Zhenxing came back to his senses. Qin Longyu said, "I have to go back and report to my sister, but how should I tell her? Should I tell the truth, or what?" "You can tell the truth or lie to her, it's up to you." Wang Zhenxing smiled. Qin Longyu's eyes lit up. She left the cabin and saw Qin Qiyu on the deck. Qin Qiyu stood by the deck railing, facing the wind. The wind lifted the hem of her skirt and the corners of her clothes, outlining her graceful and exquisite curves. "So, did he say it?" Qin Qiyu asked when he noticed his sister approaching from behind. Qin Longyu's eyes turned around and she answered from behind Qin Qiyu, "Not yet, but it's hard to say in the future. Lu Chu's martial arts skills are not weak. He has reached the peak level and can even be called half a step to the ultimate realm." "What is his background?" Qin Qiyu asked doubtfully. Qin Longyu only felt that Lu Chu was a little weird, but didn't notice any cultivation level. After hearing what her sister said, she was surprised and said, "He shouldn't be a reclusive person. If he is, he can't be unknown. Lu Chu's cultivation is not weaker than that guy, why should he recognize him as his master?" Qin Qiyu said. "How would I know that? But since he was able to bring him here, he must trust Lu Chu," Qin Longyu said. "Go and remind him to be careful of Lu Chu," Qin Qiyu said. "Are you concerned about him?" Qin Longyu asked with a smile. Qin Qiyu snorted coldly, "I don't care what he does, but if he wants to die, he can only die in my hands." Qin Longyu was already somewhat accustomed to her sister's stubbornness. She guessed her sister's thoughts and asked with a smile, "To put it bluntly, you just don't want him to have more beautiful women around him, right?" "Don't talk nonsense. This kind of thing has nothing to do with me," Qin Qiyu said with disdain, but after a pause, he continued. "I'm thinking about you too. If you want to do this, just pretend I never said anything. If there is one less person, then of course I still think it's better to have one less person." Qin Longyu asked, "Then I will stay by his side now, so that Lu Chu will have no chance." "Sister, do you think it's okay? The legs are on your body, do as you please," Qin Qiyu said. "That's fine, but what should I do if he does something clumsy?" Qin Longyu asked again. "Why are you asking me about this kind of thing?" Qin Qiyu said in a hoarse voice and turned his head to the side. Qin Longyu was standing beside Qin Qiyu and could clearly see that her sister's face was a little rosy. "Of course I have to ask. If I were hurt, wouldn't you feel it too, sister?" Qin Longyu said seriously. Qin Qiyu turned her head, glared at her sister with her beautiful eyes, then turned away. Qin Longyu smiled secretly for a while. With her understanding of her sister, she naturally understood that if her sister did not object, it meant that she agreed. As Wang Zhenxing gave the order, the cruise ship circled the isolated island and lingered in the waters dozens of nautical miles away. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Those righteous and evil sects who had obtained the intelligence also arrived at the isolated island one after another. The righteous alliance is stationed on the east side of the island, and the evil alliance is stationed on the west side of the island. Occasionally, there were small conflicts between the two sides, and the casualties were all ordinary disciples. There were no serious injuries to the elites and above. After all, the primary purpose of most people coming here is not to destroy the other party, but to seize the dragon essence. However, the terrifying aura of oppression in the middle of the isolated island made everyone on the island tremble. No one dares to act rashly. Everyone is waiting. The dragon is in the gestation period. In order to provide energy for the dragon egg, it will become weaker and weaker. When the dragon egg is hatched, its strength will drop to the lowest point. Of course, there are also people on the island who are not here for the dragon yuan, but who aim to wipe out the evil ways and clean up the world. The most prominent one among them is Chu Qingyan. There is still some time before the dragon lays dragon eggs. Chu Qingyan met Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe separately, and proposed to take advantage of the gathering of the evil sects to gather all the strength of the righteous sects to eradicate the evil forces. Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe are the real helmsmen of the three top-notch forces, Taishuanmen, Dian Temple and the Academy. They have a deep connection with Chu Qingyan. Although they have selfish motives, what Chu Qingyan says makes sense and cannot be refuted. Furthermore, as leaders of the righteous sects, they do have this responsibility. Especially the Academy. The Academy was originally responsible for the guarding duty, but the devil Yin Chengkong escaped, which is why things have developed to this point. Under Chu Qingyan's righteous words, Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe all agreed to the proposal of attacking the Demon Alliance first. However, for it to be truly completed, there is still a lack of a force. On the side of the Righteous Alliance, there are a total of 4 top-notch forces. In addition to Taishuan sect, Dian Temple, Academy, there is also Kunlun. Chu Qingyan came to Kunlun's camp on the island. In the Kunlun camp, Yi Junlin was responsible for guarding and standing guard. The two had met once before and had fought side by side. Chu Qingyan also admired Yi Junlin very much. "Senior Chu, please wait a moment. I will go and inform my master." After hearing Chu Qingyan's intention, Yi Junlin immediately responded and came to a tent in the camp. Inside the tent, Baidang Xuanxuang and 6 fellow apprentice sisters were discussing something. Yi Junlin arrived and told Chu Qingyan about his request for a meeting. Baidang Xuanxuang didn't like dealing with outsiders, but knowing that Chu Qingyan had contributed when the sect was besieged before, he felt grateful and immediately asked Yi Junlin to bring Chu Qingyan over. When Chu Qingyan saw the 7 Kunlun immortals with different styles, he was distracted for a moment, then quickly recovered. Baidang Xuanxuang and others are beautiful, but in his heart, there is only Su Wan. Chu Qingyan proposed to launch a full-scale attack on the demonic alliance. After hearing this, Baidang Xuanxuang didn't have any obvious expression on his face, but after a moment of silence, he still agreed. Chu Qingyan was overjoyed, knowing that the matter was settled. Next, the leaders of the major righteous forces will gather together to discuss the plan, and then they can take action. Yi Junlin saw Chu Qingyan off. Baidang Xuanxuang's 6 junior sisters fell into deep sorrow. They just wanted to live a peaceful life and were reluctant to come, but they had to follow the arrangements of the senior sister. If the stalemate continues, they can choose to do nothing and wait for everyone to start fighting for the dragon essence, then they can just not participate, thus completely ensuring their own safety. But a full-scale attack on the demonic alliance would be a different matter. Kunlun is one of the leaders of the righteous forces, and the eldest sister hates evil, so she would most likely lead them to the front. By then, life and death will be unpredictable. But they didn't know that Baidang Xuanxuang himself didn't want to get involved in this mess. But before that, she was besieged by the evil forces, and the righteous sects came to her aid and owed her a favor. In addition, if the battle for dragon essence really ends with Yin Changkong becoming the winner, Kunlun will probably not be able to remain unscathed. Of course, Baidang Xuanxuang just wanted to contribute as much as possible, but didn't want to risk his life. Master once said that love between men and women would affect spiritual practice and the heart of the Tao. Baidang Xuanxuang felt that this was wrong about the impact on spiritual practice, but the heart of the Tao was indeed affected. For example, she used to be willing to risk her life to eliminate demons, but now she can't do that. Safety is the most important thing on this trip, and eliminating demons is second. Baidang Xuanxuang suddenly said when the other sisters were feeling uneasy. Chapter 508 Miss Lu. After the 4 top-notch forces of Taishuan sect, Dian Temple, Academy and Kunlun reached a consensus, the other righteous forces also responded. The leaders of various factions gathered together to discuss the plan to attack the demonic alliance. Before dawn the next day, the masters of the righteous path gathered and were ready to go. Wang Zhenxing hid in the dark and scanned the area with his spiritual sense. On the side of the righteous alliance, there were many familiar auras. Among the academy team are Nangong Wei and Xiaoho Lan. Baidang Xuanxuang and her fellow apprentice sisters, as well as Xiao Yi, from the Kunlun team. Wen Qingxie is in Shuiyu Pavilion's team. Among the other individual teams, there are Old Monster Su and his daughter Su Wan, as well as Master and apprentice Chu Qingyan and Qin Wudao. On the side of the demonic alliance, Wang Zhenxing was not familiar with anyone except Yin Changkong. However, in terms of overall strength, the alliance between good and evil is almost the same. The 10,000 poison sects method of concealing their aura is indeed quite effective. Baidang Xuanxuang didn't even sense us at all. While thinking, Wang Zhenxing heard a voice of approval in his ear. There are 3 other people around Wang Zhenxing, namely the 2 sisters Qin Qiyu and Qin Longyu, and Lu Chu. The person who spoke was Qin Longyu. Wang Zhenxing smiled and didn't explain further. The Righteous Alliance launched a sudden attack, and the Evil Alliance was caught off guard. If the Righteous Alliance wins a great victory, it will not be of any benefit to us. Qin Qiyu looked at Wang Zhenxing with a questioning look in his eyes. What Qin Qiyu wants to see most is that the righteous and evil paths fight to a defeat so that he can reap the benefits. However, she also understood that Wang Zhenxing had relationships with those women in Kunlun, which might be contrary to her own ideas. Yin Changkong has discovered that the Righteous Alliance is about to launch a massive attack. Wang Zhenxing could see far away and could even lock onto Yin Changkong's figure and see the changes in his expression. How did you determine that? Qin Qiyu was puzzled. Wang Zhenxing did not answer. Then what do you plan to do? Qin Qiyu asked again. Watch the show, Wang Zhenxing said. Qin Qiyu was delighted when she heard this, but soon frowned again. You are so heartless. Those women in Kunlun have a close relationship with you, and you can actually watch them fall into danger. They will be fine, Wang Zhenxing said. There are not many top masters in the demonic world, but if it's just Yin Chengkong alone, all the masters above the top level on the righteous side combined may not be able to resist him. Qin Qiyu said. Baitang Xuanxuang and others are all female protagonists. They have good luck and will not be in any danger of their lives. But Wang Zhenxing couldn't possibly say this to Qin Qiyu. You were right. If a fight breaks out later, you can sneak into the righteous camp. You don't have to worry about Baitang Xuanxuang. If any of her 6 sisters-in-law are in danger, you can help rescue them. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Wang Zhenxing decided to arrange something for Qin Qiyu to do. Although the heroine's life is not in danger, she may still be injured in the melee with swords and sabers flashing. How could I be ordered around by you, and you even asked me to help Baitang Xuanxuang's junior sister? Qin Qiyu curled her lips. If you want to get a piece of the pie in this fight for Dragon Yuan, you must listen to my arrangements carefully. Otherwise, you will get nothing in the end. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Wang Zhenxing said. Qin Qiyu snorted coldly and said nothing. Okay, sister agreed. Qin Longyu translated for Qin Qiyu. Given my sister's personality, if Wang Zhenxing spoke to her in this tone and she didn't talk back, it naturally meant that she agreed. As time passed, the Righteous Alliance launched an attack on the camp of the Evil Alliance. After a while, shouts and screams were heard in the distance. Qin Qiyu waited for a while, covered her face, and quickly mixed into the righteous camp to carry out the task assigned to her by Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing thought about it and sent Lu Chu to sneak in to protect Shaho Lan. Su Wan doesn't have to worry because old monster Su is here. The sounds of fighting lasted for half an hour. The situation was one-sided and the demonic camp was on the verge of defeat. In the end, the righteous masters besieged Yin Chengkong. After a hard fight, Yin Chengkong was hit by the true qi of the righteous masters, and his body turned into a blood rain. The remaining members of the demon sect gave up resistance one after another. The Righteous Alliance did not kill them all. At this point, the war finally came to an end. On the side of the Righteous Alliance, about 2 or 3 out of 10 people were killed or injured, but compared with the Evil Alliance, it was much better. Seeing this, Qin Qiyu withdrew at the right time. Lu Chu was a stranger and didn't have to worry as much as Qin Qiyu did, so he just stayed in the righteous camp. Because Wang Zhenxing assigned him other tasks. Qin Qiyu returned to Wang Zhenxing and asked suspiciously, "Didn't you say that Yin Chengkong had discovered that the righteous path was going to attack?" In this battle, the demonic alliance was defeated too quickly, and it was far from being as tragic as expected. The battle between good and evil has not yet ended, Wang Zhenxing said meaningfully. Qin Qiyu seemed to understand something. In the righteous camp, many people were immersed in the joy of victory. Every look they gave Baitang Xuanxuang revealed respect. In this battle, Baitang Xuanxuang's ultimate martial arts skills were clearly revealed, and he firmly sat on the throne of the number 1 person in the righteous path. It was also because of her that everyone was able to work together to kill Yin Chengkong. But Baitang Xuanxuang himself was not too happy. Because she always felt that this victory came a little too quickly, even a little weird. With the idea of protecting herself and her fellow apprentice sisters in mind, she didn't even try her best, but she still won. Chu Qingyan, Qin Wudao and Yi Junlin were also immersed in joy. Especially Qin Wudao, he took the risk to follow Chu Qingyan here, aiming to share some dragon essence so that what he lost could grow back. After the war, each sect cleaned up the mess and treated the wounded. Yi Junlin knew medical skills, so he naturally joined the team to treat the wounded. While he was receiving treatment, his attention was attracted by a beautiful figure. That was a very beautiful woman. "Girl, your hand seems to be injured. Do you need me to take a look at it?" Yi Junlin asked with a smile. "No need," Lu Chu said coldly. He was accidentally stabbed in the melee, but because of the special physique of vampires, the wound can heal automatically and he is fine now. "Really? I see a lot of blood is flowing from your arm," Yi Junlin said enthusiastically. "I told you not to," Lu Chu repeated, his tone becoming noticeably colder. Seeing the other party's arrogant look, Yi Junlin was not angry. He just thought that the girl in front of him felt that he was young and therefore did not trust him, so he introduced himself. Miss, my name is Yi Junlin, from Kunlun. Lu Chu's expression changed when he heard this. So he was Yi Junlin. This saved him from having to ask around. The blood on my hands belongs to someone else. I am not injured. Thank you for your concern, young Master Yi. Lu Chu said in a calm tone. Seeing her attitude change drastically, Yi Junlin thought that it was because of the name of Kunlun that was useful, so he immediately asked, by the way, I still don't know your name. My last name is Lu. It turns out to be Miss Lu. Yi Junlin smiled brightly. Chapter 509, Dragon Yuan appears. Over the next few days, the pressure emanating from the dragon's lair in the middle of the isolated island grew weaker and weaker. With the destruction of the evil forces, most people in the righteous forces started to make plans. However, the dragon is very powerful, and we need to gather everyone's strength. But the person taking the lead this time was not Chu Qingyan, but Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe. After the destruction of the demonic forces, Chu Qingyan's greatest wish was to marry Su Wan. He did not have a particularly strong obsession with the pursuit of martial arts. Of course, Chu Qingyan had to join the action led by Qingye and others to gather everyone's strength to deal with the dragon. Although he is simple-minded, he still knows how to understand human relationships. With Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe taking the lead, the righteous forces basically agreed. There was only one Kunlun, who had been slow to make a decision. Baitang Xuanshuang always felt that this battle between good and evil was won too easily, and he felt a little uneasy. But it was only delayed for a while, and finally it was promised. All the righteous forces agreed, and the next step was to wait. Night. In the camp where the righteous forces are stationed. Yi Junlin took some food and came to a tent. There was some light coming through the tent, and it was obvious that the people inside were not resting. Miss Lu, it's me. I'm bringing you some food. Yi Junlin said through the curtain of the tent. There was silence in the tent for a few seconds, and then a gentle female voice sounded, come in. Yi Junlin was delighted. He opened the curtain with his hand and walked into the tent. Miss Lu's beautiful face was immediately reflected in his eyes. Placing the food on the small table in the tent, Yi Junlin smiled and said to Lu Chu, I didn't see Miss Lu at the dinner, so I sent some food over. I'm not hungry. Lu Chu shook his head. As a vampire, he certainly couldn't eat human food. To replenish his body's energy, he could only drink blood. It's okay, you can eat when you are hungry. Yi Junlin said. Thank you, young Master Yi. Lu Chu said. You're welcome. Yi Junlin shook his head. Is anything else? Lu Chu asked. Yi Junlin wanted to chat more with Miss Lu and didn't want to leave just like that, so he took the initiative to find a topic. I almost forgot to ask, what sect is Miss Lu from? Why don't I see any of your fellow disciples? Lu Chu was silent for a moment, then covered his face and sobbed a few times. I am from the Nisheng sect. All the people in the sect died in the battle, and I am the only one left. The Righteous Alliance has several thousand members in total, and there are more than 50 sects, large and small, in total. In the battle with the Demonic Alliance, the righteous forces lost many people, and all the people who came here from some sects were killed. The Nisheng sect that Lu Chu mentioned is one of them. Without any evidence, others cannot verify Lu Chu's identity. Moreover, everyone's attention is now on Long Yuan, and no one has the interest or time to thoroughly investigate these matters. Miss Lu, I'm sorry. Yi Junlin quickly apologized. Lu Chu sobbed softly. Yi Junlin felt extremely guilty and comforted Miss Lu for a long time before he managed to calm her down. Afterwards, Yi Junlin chatted with Lu Chu for a long time. Seeing that it was getting late, he said, Miss Lu, don't let your imagination run wild. If you are willing, I am your friend. It's getting late, I won't disturb Miss Lu from resting, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Yi Junlin's gaze lingered on Miss Lu's pretty face for a few seconds, then he turned and walked out of the tent. However, as soon as he came out, he saw a particularly annoying person head-on, Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao was also carrying food, and judging from his actions, it seemed that he was also here to deliver food to Miss Lu. The two had met before and had always disliked each other. After the two sides met, they immediately judged each other's intentions from each other's actions. That means the other party wants to snatch the girl he likes. However, they are now of the same sect. Yi Junlin does not want to cause trouble to his master, and Qin Wudao does not want to cause trouble to Chu Qingyan. So when the two met, they just glared at each other and then passed each other. Although they also came to deliver food to Miss Lu, Qin Wudao acted much more domineering, and was not as reserved as Yi Junlin. Qin Wudao chatted with Miss Lu for a while and even touched her hand. Miss Lu pulled it back in time and said, "Mr. Qin, please respect yourself." Qin Wudao was more experienced than Yi Junlin and could see that Miss Lu was not really angry, but was more shy. But it was just a brief mention and didn't go on any further. He was disabled now, missing a part, so even if Miss Lu allowed him to act as he pleased, he couldn't really do anything. The reason why he was still lucky at the sight of beauty was because Chu Qingyan supplied him with Jiang Qi to maintain his physical condition, so he didn't have that effeminate feeling. After Qin Wudao teased Miss Lu for a while, he also said goodbye and left. Shortly after Qin Wudao left, a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere in Lu Chu's tent. It was Wang Zhenxing who sneaked into the camp of the righteous forces. Wang Zhenxing asked about the mission, and Lu Chu told him truthfully. When he learned that Yi Junlin and Qin Wudao were jealous of each other, he couldn't help but find it a little funny. Lu Chu was once the protagonist, but he became a puppet and lost his status as the protagonist, but his luck is still there. Judging from Lu Chu's contact with Yi Junlin and Qin Wudao, it was very smooth. Lu Chu now has a sense of being the female protagonist, and seems to be very popular with the protagonist. So far, Wang Zhenxing has not interfered too much in the direction of the battle for Dragon Essence. There are 3 protagonists on the isolated island, one is Chu Qingyan, one is Yi Junlin, and the other is Qin Wudao. Normally, the final owner of this Dragon Essence should be one of these 3. The main purpose of letting Lu Chu in was to let him keep an eye on Yi Junlin and Qin Wudao. As for Chu Qingyan, Lu Chu had no choice. No matter how beautiful she was, it would be useless. Chu Qingyan only has Su Wan in his heart and is not interested in other women. At dawn, there is a vortex above the dragon's lair in the middle of the isolated island, which sucks energy from all directions and then pours it into the dragon's lair below. The people in the Righteous Alliance soon noticed the movement and determined that this was a sign that the dragon was about to lay dragon eggs. Qingye, Xuankong, Cheng Qinghe and others gathered everyone and rushed to the dragon's lair. Soon, a dragon egg was born, and colorful clouds bloomed. The dragon's breath was also extremely weak. Many masters worked together, continuously condensed their true energy, and launched an attack towards the dragon. After several hours of fighting, the Righteous Alliance suffered more than 60% damage and finally managed to beat the dragon to the point of being on the verge of death. A golden ball of light was faintly visible at the torn wound on the dragon's waist and abdomen. Many eyes in the field were staring at the ball of light, with greed flashing in their eyes. Dragon Yuan, Qingye, Xuankong, Cheng Qinghe and others' hearts began to beat wildly. Baitang Xuanshuang was somewhat tempted, but more importantly, she remained calm and asked her fellow apprentice sisters to wait and see what would happen. Soon, the dragon's breath slowly dissipated and its body became completely still. Qingye and other righteous masters approached the dragon, preparing to work together to take out the dragon essence. But when they were only a few meters away from Long Yuan, a figure suddenly appeared and severely injured everyone with thundering means. Qingye and other righteous masters vomited blood and flew backwards. Some masters with bad luck were killed on the spot. A powerful suction force appeared, carrying the golden ball of light and landing on a slightly dry and pale palm. Ha 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 ha, a wanton laugh rang out. Qingye and others looked over and their pupils suddenly contracted. It's Yin Changkong. He's not dead. Chapter 510, Death from Talking Too Much. The righteous masters were all shocked when they saw Yin Changkong's figure. Baitang Xuanshuang and her fellow sisters looked at each other and were glad that they did not rush forward to fight for the dragon essence. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been injured by Yin Changkong's conspiracy. Yin Changkong held the golden ball of light in his hand, and looked around at the righteous masters who were injured by him. He laughed wildly for a while and said contemptuously, "You are a bunch of fools. I am the only one who knows the location of the magic dragon. The information you obtained was just spread by me on purpose. You guys put in so much effort, but in the end you are just making wedding clothes for me, ha 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 ha." Yin Changkong was delighted to see that the outcome was decided, and he seemed to be giving an acceptance speech, attempting to attack these righteous people and kill them. Qingye and others felt extremely regretful after hearing this. Not far away. As you said, this battle between good and evil is not that simple. But how did you know that Yin Changkong was faking his death? Qin Qiyu asked Wang Zhenxing. She saw Yin Changkong being killed with her own eyes and did not find any trace of Yin Changkong's escape. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Zhenxing said vaguely. Qin Qiyu curled her lips, but seeing that he didn't say anything, she didn't bother to argue, and just said, "It doesn't matter if you can see that Yin Changkong is faking his death. In this battle for dragon essence, the final winner is still Yin Changkong. In the end, we worked in vain. Yin Changkong seems to have some brains, but not much, and he did one thing wrong." Wang Zhenxing said. "What's up? Too much talk." Qin Qiyu was stunned and didn't understand what it meant. The next moment, a dragon roar was heard, and the evil dragon that had lost its breath suddenly came back to life. It stretched out its huge dragon claws and tightly grasped Yin Changkong. Yin Changkong cried out in pain and struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. Finally, he managed to gather some true energy and shattered the dragon essence in his hand. The golden ball of light shattered into 7 pieces, turning into streams of light and flying out in all directions. At the same time, as the dragon essence was broken, the body of the evil dragon turned into energy spots and dispersed in the wind. Yin Changkong was seriously injured and fled away. The righteous people in the field who reacted quickly chased after the split dragon Yuan. Baitang Xuanshuang had been feeling uneasy before because she felt that the righteous alliance had won too easily. However, with the appearance of Yin Changkong and the subsequent counterattack by the evil dragon when she was on the verge of death, her doubts were dispelled. After a moment's hesitation, she and her 6 fellow apprentice sisters chased in the direction where one of the dragon Yuans fled. "Master, let's go after Long Yuan quickly, or we won't have a share." Qin Wudao's cultivation was not high, and he knew he couldn't win the fight, so he urged Chu Qingyan beside him. Chu Qingyan was not very interested in Long Yuan. He just wanted to eradicate all the evil. "We can't let Yin Changkong get away." After saying that, he chased in the direction Yin Changkong fled. "Master, master." Qin Wudao stomped his feet in frustration, but he knew that if he wanted to get a share of the dragon essence, he had to rely on Chu Qingyan. In desperation, he could only follow Chu Qingyan. "Aren't we going to chase?" Qin Qiyu was a little anxious, but after seeing Wang Zhenxing's calm demeanor, he was a little surprised and not so anxious anymore. So far, Wang Zhenxing's assessment of the situation has been accurate. Although I don't understand how he knows this, it seems right to listen to him. Let these people chase them. Even if they get the dragon Yuan, they will be asking for trouble. Wang Zhenxing said. "Does it also include Baitang Xuanshuang?" Qin Qiyu asked tentatively. She could also roughly guess that dragon essence was not so easy to absorb, but what if it was achieved through extreme cultivation? It's pretty dangerous, but she is not so stupid as to rashly absorb the dragon essence. Wang Zhenxing said. Judging from Baitang Xuanshuang's series of cautious actions, she is still very sober and will not take risks easily. "So what should we do now?" "Just watch," Qin Qiyu asked. "Of course not. There is a good thing in the dragon's lair that many people have overlooked. Go and grab it for me," Wang Zhenxing said. "Send me again." Qin Qiyu curled his lips. "I'll go," Qin Longyu said. Most of the righteous masters have gone to pursue dragon essence, and the only ones left around the dragon's lair are people with average cultivation. Qin Longyu's skills are comparable to Yun Qianchen and Mu Linger, so it is basically a sure thing. "I'll go with you, just in case," Qin Qiyu said. "Sister, what's the big deal if you just say, okay, to him?" Qin Longyu smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Qin Qiyu glared at her lightly. Around the dragon's lair, some righteous people who did not have the strength to compete for the dragon essence climbed along the mountain wall and tried to enter the dragon's lair. Yi Junlin is one of them. The dragon died, but it is unlikely that the dragon eggs it was conceived would be destroyed. After all, this was created by the magic dragon at a huge cost. The dragon egg is Yi Junlin's target. Yi Junlin was the first to enter the dragon's lair before everyone else and successfully found the dragon egg. The dragon egg is about the size of one arm's embrace, about 2 feet tall, and has some golden patterns on the shell. "It's mine." Yi Junlin was delighted and prepared to roll the dragon egg away. However, just as he was about to reach out to hold the dragon egg, he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing from behind. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a pain in his back and then lost consciousness. The other side, Chu Qingyan caught up with the fleeing Yin Changkong. Yin Chengkong was severely injured by the magic dragon and was extremely weak. He was no match for Chu Qingyan. Within 100 moves, he was captured by Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan did not kill him immediately and planned to hand Yin Chengkong over to Qingye and others for handling. At this time, Qin Wudao caught up. After seeing Chu Qingyan capture Yin Chengkong, Qin Wudao congratulated him. But before the master and disciple could chat more, someone chasing Long Yuan arrived nearby. Two righteous masters fought over Long Yuan, and one of them was injured. The other winner discovered Chu Qingyan and thought he would snatch it away, so he couldn't wait to eat Long Yuan. As soon as he swallowed the dragon essence, this man felt an instant surge in his power. But before he could continue to be happy, he felt a violent force running through his body, as if he was being torn apart. The man roared in pain. Qin Wudao's face twitched as he watched. The person who absorbed the dragon essence had a higher cultivation level than him. If this person can't absorb it, how can he absorb it? Chu Qingyan was a good man, and when he saw that the man was in danger he wanted to rescue him, but he didn't know how to start. He stood there for a while and then suddenly had an idea and used a martial art he had learned before called whale swallowing divine skill, to absorb the violent power from the other person and pull it onto himself. This martial art is extremely domineering and can absorb other people's skills for its own use. It was created by a demon cultivator. Chu Qingyan obtained it and learned it by chance, but felt that it was not the right way, so he seldom used it. The dragon Yuan's energy was so violent that when it reached Chu Qingyan, it did not get out of control, it just made him feel a little uncomfortable. Dark place. Wang Zhenxing observed all this. The energy of dragon essence is violent, and even for top masters, it is difficult to absorb it. Moreover, dragon essence also carries some of the will of the evil dragon. Even if you absorb the energy of dragon essence, there is a risk of the body being taken over by the evil dragon's consciousness. But looking at Chu Qingyan's appearance, there doesn't seem to be any big problem at the moment. This may be related to Chu Qingyan's extremely young qi, or it may be related to the martial arts he just used to absorb other people's skills, or it may be luck. After all, he is the protagonist, so of course he has some unique qualities. Some other righteous masters who obtained and absorbed the dragon essence also encountered problems. Chu Qingyan is putting out fires everywhere. The dragon essence was split into 7 parts, and except for the one that Kunlun obtained, the other 6 were absorbed. But these 6 portions of dragon essence all ended up in Chu Qingyan's possession because the people who absorbed them were in danger of their lives and because Chu Qingyan saved people. Chu Qingyan alone obtained 6 portions of dragon essence. However, it takes a certain amount of time to refine the dragon essence, and Chu Qingyan and others did not discover a problem, that is, the dragon essence carries the will of the magic dragon. Wang Zhenxing knew that Chu Qingyan's story was about to come to an end, but there was still a change. He was not in a hurry to harvest, because even for him, it would be a bit difficult to kill the evil dragon while in the dragon essence, and mental torture was inevitable. If Chu Qingyan can solve it, then let him solve it. Anyway, Wang Zhenxing doesn't want to suffer any hardship and prefers to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Chapter 511 Bring them all. 6 portions of dragon essence were obtained by Chu Qingyan. Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe could only envy. Although they felt a little jealous, they soon got over it. The 3 of them had originally received a portion of dragon essence, but unfortunately they were not lucky enough to do so. If Chu Qingyan hadn't sucked away the dragon essence, they would all have died. Chu Qingyan and Long Yuan are obviously destined to be together. Since she is destined to be Chu Qingyan's, we can only wish her the best. After all, the 3 of them have a close relationship with Chu Qingyan. Strictly speaking, Chu Qingyan can be considered half of their disciple. In the next 1 or 2 days, Chu Qingyan was refining the dragon essence, and at first everything was going smoothly. But new troubles soon arose. Chu Qingyan was influenced by the will of the evil dragon. He killed a righteous disciple who brought him food and started to go crazy. Baitang Xuanshuang, Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe, the 4 of them combined are extremely difficult to resist. Finally, Su Wan heard the noise and came over to take a look in confusion. Chu Qingyan lost his mind and wanted to kill Su Wan, but fortunately his original will awakened in time and he regained control of his body, so Su Wan was saved. Because of this, Chu Qingyan felt very guilty and asked Qingye and others to destroy his skills. But Qingye and others were unable to do it. That night, Chu Qingyan was thinking about life at the beach, hesitating whether or not to give up his skills. The Starry Night Demon Lord, who had been dormant for a long time, suddenly appeared and attacked Chu Qingyan, pressing Chu Qingyan's acupoints and restraining his movements. The Starry Night Demon Lord also practiced the whale swallowing technique and tried to use this martial art to absorb Chu Qingyan's power. Unfortunately, Starry Night Demon Lord's cultivation and mastery of the whale-devouring divine art are far inferior to Chu Qingyan's. Chu Qingyan broke open the acupuncture points and sucked away all of the true energy of Starry Night Demon Lord. All of this was seen by Wang Zhenxing in the dark. Wang Zhenxing was also present when Chu Qingyan lost control and almost hurt Su Wan. However, Wang Zhenxing was sure that Su Wan would be fine, so he did not take action. Yin Changkong is dead, and the Starry Night Demon Lord is also dead. All the villains in Chu Qingyan's original plot have now been killed. Then, the matter of Chu Qingyan being affected by the will of the evil dragon should be about to be resolved. Wang Zhenxing was a little curious and waited for the next development. The will of the evil dragon made Chu Qingyan miserable. Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe got together to discuss and finally came up with a solution. There is a secret method in the academy called Yin and Yang Heart Sutra, which can greatly enhance the power of the soul, but it requires men and women to practice together. Moreover, there are very strict requirements for men and women who practice. Men must have an extremely yang constitution, and women must have an extremely yin constitution. Chu Qingyan meets all the requirements, the only thing missing now is a woman with an extremely yin constitution. Coincidentally, Su Wan possesses an extremely yin constitution. In other words, as long as Chu Qingyan and Su Wan practice the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra together, they can resolve the influence of the evil dragon's will. The story of Chu Qingyan and Su Wan was originally a good story in the martial arts world. It's just a pity that Su Wan has fallen in love with someone else and there is no way she would agree to such a thing. Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe learned about this and wanted Old Monster Su to come forward and persuade their daughter Su Wan. Old Monster Su does what he wants and won't force his daughter. Chu Qingyan could not get any treatment and was about to be eroded by the will of the evil dragon. Qingye and others were considering whether to kill Chu Qingyan. Otherwise, if Chu Qingyan goes crazy and completely loses his will, even all the people here combined may not be able to resist him. Most of the righteous people have begun to evacuate the isolated island to avoid being killed by the possessed Chu Qingyan. Wu Dao, you come with us. Chu Qingyan said to his disciple while he was still conscious. Master, I want to stay and accompany you. Qin Wu Dao said firmly. Chu Qingyan treated him well, and he also felt a sense of master-disciple relationship towards Chu Qingyan. Moreover, he is now missing a part of his body. Only by obtaining some dragon essence can he have a chance to regenerate his broken limb. Qin Wudao has enjoyed pursuing beauty since he was a child. If he really loses his manliness forever in this life, it would be better for him to die and be done with it. Chu Qingyan also had his own ideas. He didn't want his only disciple to die on an isolated island. Wudao, listen to me. I will teach you all my martial arts. You can remember as much as you can. I will also give you some pure dragon energy. You must live well and continue the aspirations of your master to clear the world of evil. Chu Qingyan explained it earnestly, and then his eyes revealed a bit of hatred, that Wang Zhenxing is an evil demon. When you have learned something one day, you must kill him for me. Qin Wudao was so moved that he almost burst into tears when he heard this. He immediately assured, Master, don't worry. Wang Zhenxing and I have an irreconcilable feud. I swear I would not be a human being if I don't kill him. In this way, the master and disciple finally reached a consensus. Qin Wudao is gifted with intelligence, which is rare in the world. Chu Qingyan told Qin Wudao all the martial arts he knew, and Qin Wudao wrote it down word for word. Soon, Qin Wudao, together with the academy's team, escorted Yin Changkong away from the isolated island first. Some other sects also left one after another. On the isolated island, only Qingye, Xuankong, Cheng Qinghe, Old Monster Su and his daughter Su Wan, Wen Qingshe, and the 7 immortals of Kunlun are left, these righteous masters. As Chu Qingyan was increasingly influenced by the dragon's will, Old Monster Su and his daughter Su Wan, as well as Wen Qingshe and the 7 immortals of Kunlun, also had the idea of leaving the island. Wang Zhenxing knew that it was time for him to take the stage. He asked Qin Qiyu and Qin Longyu to hide away, and he went to the island alone, pretending that he wanted to get his hands on Long Yuan but was too late. Baitang Xuanshuang, her 6 junior sisters, Wen Qingxie, and Su Wan were all very happy when they saw Wang Zhenxing appear. Wang Zhenxing greeted each of them and looked like good friends. Qingye and Xuankong were not familiar with Wang Zhenxing and they had not had much interaction before. Su Laoguai and Cheng Qinghe regarded Wang Zhenxing as their future son-in-law, and were naturally very enthusiastic towards him. Chu Qingyan was already struggling against the will of the evil dragon and his emotions were extremely unstable. After seeing Wang Zhenxing, he lost control and wanted to kill Wang Zhenxing. The 7 immortals of Kunlun and Wen Qingxie saw that their lover was in danger and tried their best to stop him. Qingye, Xuankong, Cheng Qinghe and Old Monster Su also took action to stop Chu Qingyan. Su Wan was very nervous, but her cultivation level was not high enough to help much, so she could only stay out of the battle and not cause trouble for everyone. Chu Qingyan, who had absorbed the dragon essence, was too strong. Even with Baitang Xuanshuang's ultimate cultivation and the combined efforts of many other masters, it was difficult for them to resist him. In the end, Chu Qingyan hit Wang Zhenxing with a palm, and the poisonous true qi of the Starry Night Demon Lord, the energy of 6 dragon essences, and Chu Qingyan's own true qi poured out and were all transferred to Wang Zhenxing. Chu Qingyan lost all his power and regained consciousness. He didn't understand what had just happened. He only knew that he had lost all his power and was no longer affected by the dragon's will. Baitang Xuanshuang, her 6 junior sisters, Wen Qingxie and Su Wan, all wanted to kill Chu Qingyan. Old Monster Su and Cheng Qinghe stared at Chu Qingyan with dark faces. Chu Qingyan was fine, but all the trouble fell on Wang Zhenxing. Qingye, Xuankong and Wang Zhenxing have no connection, but they do have a connection with Chu Qingyan. Let's not be impulsive and solve the problem first. Wang Zhenxing held his head with a painful look on his face. Baitang Xuanshuang and others were worried and ignored Chu Qingyan for the time being. He also has a yang constitution. Cheng Qinghe took Wang Zhenxing's pulse to see what was going on, and suddenly made an unexpected discovery. But if Su Wan is unwilling to help Chu Qingyan, how could she help Wang Zhenxing? But just when Cheng Qinghe gave up hope, a weak voice sounded beside him. Senior Cheng, if I practice the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra with him, can I save him? Chapter 512 Long Yuan's True Destiny. Su Wan's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. For a moment, all eyes around turned to Su Wan. Su Wan blushed a little, but still kept looking at Cheng Qinghe, waiting for his answer. Zhenxing has a very yang constitution, and you have a very yin constitution, which completely meets the conditions for practicing the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Cheng Qinghe replied. He never married in his life and treated his disciple Nangong Wei as his daughter, and Nangong Wei and Wang Zhenxing were destined to be together. Naturally, he regarded Wang Zhenxing as his future son-in-law. After hearing Su Wan say that, Cheng Qinghe felt that he saw hope, so he immediately explained Su Wan's doubts and waited for a response. However, before Su Wan answered, Chu Qingyan became excited. Waner, you are not thinking of saving him, are you? You can't do this, you absolutely can't do this. Chu Qingyan started yelling, but before he could finish, a stream of true energy hit his mute point through the air, making him unable to continue speaking. Miss Su, what you said just now, does it mean you are willing to save him? Baitang Xuanshuang asked. Su Wan was naturally willing to save him, but she was too embarrassed to say it in front of so many people. But after hesitating for a while, she finally mustered up the courage to say. No, Miss Waner, I can't ruin your innocence. Wang Zhenxing looked painful, but he found time to say something. Su Wan was stunned, thinking that you had taken away my innocence a long time ago, but then she thought again, only the 2 of them knew about that matter, and no one else knew about it. But the situation is different now. If I practice with him, then everyone here will definitely know about it. If that's the case, how will she get married in the future? But even so, Su Wan didn't care, but she was smart and was not in a hurry to express her opinion. Because Su Wan could sense that the leader of Kunlun, Baitang Xuanshuang, seemed to be as nervous about Wang Zhenxing as she was. Baitang Xuanshuang didn't know the story of Wang Zhenxing and Su Wan. After hearing what Wang Zhenxing said, she thought that he was unwilling to let her down. Baitang Xuanshuang was naturally upset about letting Su Wan and Wang Zhenxing practice together, but now Wang Zhenxing was in danger and he could not care about so much and could only put the overall situation first. Wang Zhenxing opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. Baitang Xuanxuang simply sealed his mute point, making him unable to speak. Wen Qingxie, Ruan Yuji and others were naturally worried about Wang Zhenxing, but seeing that Baitang Xuanxuang was going to intervene in the matter, they did not say anything. Miss Su, he saved my life. I cannot bear to see him die. I beg you to save him. I can use Kunlun's top-level skills in exchange. I can also do 3 things for you. I hope you agree. Otherwise, I don't know what I will do. Baitang Xuanxuang's words already contained an obvious threat. Su Wan's eyes flickered. I want to talk to you alone. Baitang Xuanxuang nodded and talked to Su Wan from a distance. What do you want to know? What is your relationship with him? Su Wan asked. Couple. Baitang Xuanxuang did not hide it, because she felt that Su Wan seemed to have guessed something. Although Su Wan's martial arts skills are not high, her understanding and intelligence are well known in the entire hidden world. Chu Qingyan was able to learn so many martial arts thanks to Su Wan's analysis. Although I can't beat you, I won't be threatened by you. Su Wan said. Baitang Xuanxuang was silent for a few seconds. Since you asked Cheng Qinghe, I guess you also want to save people. You can set the conditions, as long as I can do it. Sister Baitang, why don't you guess why I want to save people? Su Wan threw the question back to Baitang Xuanxuang. Facing Su Wan's gaze, Baitang Xuanxuang quickly sighed. I understand. After the two finished talking, they returned to everyone's sight. Su Wan has feelings for you. She saved you, so you are not allowed to let her down. Baitang Xuanxuang said to Wang Zhenxing through voice transmission. Wang Zhenxing looked at Baitang Xuanxuang, his eyes seemed hesitant. Baitang Xuanxuang thought Wang Zhenxing was going to refuse and didn't give him a chance. He immediately said to Cheng Qinghe, Master Cheng, thank you for your help. Hearing this, Cheng Qinghe also knew that Baitang Xuanxuang and Su Wan had reached an agreement, so he waved his hand and said, You are too polite. Zhenxing is like my own family to me. Baitang Xuanxuang didn't understand the deeper meaning of this, she just thought that Wang Zhenxing and Cheng Qinghe were close friends. Soon, Cheng Qinghe brought Wang Zhenxing and Su Wan into a tent in the camp to teach them the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Wang Zhenxing seized Su Wan, and at the same time copied all of Chu Qingyan's martial arts skills, as well as his immune to all poisons and his extremely yang physique, so naturally he could practice with Su Wan. Chu Qingyan got up from the ground and tried to stop it. Baitang Xuanxuang flicked his sleeves and directly shocked Chu Qingyan to the point of fainting. Old Monster Su didn't say a word the whole time. He knew his daughter's character. If she didn't want to, it would be useless even if he put a knife to her neck. Moreover, Old Monster Su admired Wang Zhenxing very much. He would be more than happy to have Wang Zhenxing as his son-in-law. When Qingye and Xuankong saw this scene, the former chanted, Wuli and Tianzun, in a low voice and the latter muttered, Amitabha. The two originally thought that the person destined to be with Long Yuan was Chu Qingyan, but they never expected that another person would show up halfway. It's really unpredictable. When Qingxie called Ruan Yuji aside and asked, What is the relationship between your senior sister and him? Ruan Yuji certainly knew that the he Wen Qingxie mentioned was the man between them, Wang Zhenxing. He saved my senior sister. Ruan Yuji said. Is it just a life-saving favor? But I always feel when Qingxie hesitated to speak. I kind of feel that way, too. Ruan Yuji guessed what she wanted to say and echoed, maybe my senior sister has developed a crush on him because of his life-saving grace. Hey, there were originally 4 people, so now there might be 5 people, right? Wen Qingxie sighed. How do you count? Ruan Yuji asked. Wen Qingxie counted them carefully. Me, you, my disciple Kai Jingyao, and your third apprentice sister Lu Fu, that's 4. If you add your senior sister, wouldn't that be 5? Plus my other 4 junior sisters. Ruan Yuji added. What? Wen Qingxie was shocked. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm joking with you? Ruan Yuji said seriously. Wen Qingxie had a strange look on her face. She had thought that it was just Ruan Yuji and Lu Fu, but she didn't expect that Kunlun's entire nest had been destroyed. Not only that, now there is also Su Wan. Ruan Yuji quickly added another sentence and advised Wen Qingxie, if you don't like it, you can withdraw, so as not to be ignored in the future, heartbroken, and self-pitying. All 6 dragon essences belong to him. He will definitely be the best in the martial arts world in the future. It is possible for him to surpass the extreme realm. With such a thick thigh, do you think I will let go? Not to mention that I like him so much. Wen Qingxie saw through Ruan Yuji directly. Don't even think about provoking me. I will definitely not leave him. Chapter 513, Chu Qingyan's Collapse. Inside the tent in the camp, Cheng Qinghe was teaching Wang Zhenxing and Su Wan the contents of the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. Su Wan was extremely intelligent and had a good memory. She remembered everything Cheng Qinghe said after just one listen. With the support of spiritual consciousness, Wang Zhenxing's memory ability is naturally beyond doubt. Cheng Qinghe had not practiced the Heart Sutra and did not meet the requirements, so naturally he would not study it too much. The content needs to be understood by Wang Zhenxing and Su Wan. Su Wan was born with a high level of understanding. Wang Zhenxing is an acquired talent, with many female protagonists bestowing various comprehension bonuses on him. It only took the two of them half an hour to comprehend the contents of the Heart Sutra. After the comprehension is completed, the next step is practice. Cheng Qinghe had already left after he finished explaining the contents of the Heart Sutra. Only Wang Zhenxing and Su Wan were left in the tent. Although there was a story before, Su Wan was poisoned at that time. Now that her mind was clear, Su Wan knew what would happen next. She couldn't help feeling very shy, and her pretty face turned red. Ms. Su, have you really thought it through? Wang Zhenxing asked when he saw Su Wan looking very restrained. After looking up at Wang Zhenxing, Su Wan quickly lowered her head and said, softly. I really don't know how to repay Miss Su's kindness. Wang Zhenxing sighed. No. Su Wan didn't believe that the guy in front of her would be so stupid. Even if I already have a beauty by my side, do you mind? Wang Zhenxing had his reasons for asking this. Su Wan is the heroine in a single female lead story, so her tolerance level should not be that high. In order to avoid conflicts in the future, it is better to have someone say it. When doing business or investing, it is important to avoid risks. This can be regarded as Wang Zhenxing's thinking inertia. Of course I do. Su Wan looked a little gloomy, and she didn't hide it, but soon said faintly, I actually thought about forgetting you, and after you left the imperial capital, I felt that I had forgotten half of you. But it may be God's will, or maybe it's fate. I have to accept the fact that I meet you again under such circumstances. I don't expect you to be the only one who loves me, but I hope you can have a place for me in your heart. Wang Zhenxing sighed, if you insist, I can marry only you. Su Wan was stunned for a moment, then she started laughing, very happily. Does she believe what Wang Zhenxing said? Of course not. She is too smart to believe such things. But she likes to listen and is happy to listen. I actually hope so, but I'm afraid that Sister Baidang will kill me with a sword in a fit of rage, so let's not do it. Su Wan said with a smile. Wang Zhenxing also smiled, but a look of pain suddenly flashed across his face and he covered his head with his hands. Quickly putting away her smile, Su Wan blushed and said, without further delay, let's get started. Miss Su, I'm sorry. Still call me Miss Su. Wanner. Kindness. After an unknown amount of time, the fainted Chu Qingyan slowly woke up. Night had fallen by then. In the camp, Qingye, Shuangkong Cheng Qinghe and Su Laoguai gathered together to talk about martial arts. Ruan Yuji brought Wen Qingxie to the other junior sisters and briefly introduced this sister. Lu Fu and others looked at each other. Wen Qingxie also knew that Kunlun had more people and more power, so she naturally lowered her posture and said that she would not fight for it and would just go by the first-come first-served basis. After sorting out the order, Wen Qingxie greeted the other sisters except Ruan Yuji. I didn't expect that you, the second senior sister, would be the last one. After that, Wen Qingxie did not forget to tease Ruan Yuji. We are on equal footing, so don't make fun of each other. Ruan Yuji glared at her. Calling on it, I should be ahead of you, right? Wen Qingxie said. If you calculate it your way, you are first, but if you calculate it my way, I am first. If you want to calculate it, I will settle it with you. Ruan Yuji said unhappily. The two of them were arguing. At this time, a faint flute sound was heard. Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingxie stopped bickering, and the latter said, it's your senior sister, but why does the sound of the flute sound a bit desolate? Ruan Yuji glanced at her and was about to respond. Someone outside shouted, Wanner, where are you? Ruan Yuji and others lifted the curtain and went outside to take a look. It was Chu Qingyan who, after waking up, was looking for Su Wan everywhere like a headless fly. The four old guys who were talking about martial arts were also disturbed. Cheng Qinghe stopped Chu Qingyan and persuaded him. Qingyan, calm down. Since Wanner doesn't like you, why force it? Chu Qingyan ignored the advice and walked past Cheng Qinghe, lifting the curtains of the tents in the camp one by one, still shouting, Wanner, where are you? Cheng Qinghe was afraid that he would disturb the two people who were practicing together, so he stepped forward and grabbed Chu Qingyan's hand. Chu Qingyan struggled hard. Cheng Qinghe was afraid of hurting him, so he didn't use brute force. In the end, Chu Qingyan barely shook off Cheng Qinghe's hand. Wanner, Wan! Chu Qingyan shouted again, and suddenly a strong wind blew, and an invisible force hit him. A figure flew backwards and fell to the ground. Chu Qingyan fainted again. The flute sound, which had been interrupted by Chu Qingyan's shouting, soon started up again, continuing the previous tune. After a long time, the song ended and the sound of the flute faded away. Baitang Xuanxuang sat alone in a tent, slowly putting down the jade flute, with a slightly bitter expression on his face. However, this bitterness did not last long. That's all, one more sister is enough, that little girl doesn't look like someone who is difficult to get along with. 2 days passed. The effect of practicing the Yin-Yang Heart Sutra was very significant. Wang Zhenxing clearly felt that his soul had become much stronger. If the previous soul strength was compared to 1, then now it is 2. It has doubled. Wang Zhenxing expanded his spiritual sense, covering a wider range. This Yin-Yang Heart Sutra is truly extraordinary. To some extent, it can perhaps be called a secret method for cultivating immortals. Of course, it can only enhance the power of the soul. Su Wan's soul has also grown a lot stronger, but it is still a little bit away from being transformed into spiritual consciousness. But it's also a matter of time. If you practice it a few more times, you should be able to achieve it. However, being currently on an isolated island, Wang Zhenxing knew that it was not suitable to continue practicing. The soul power has been enhanced, and the next step is to erase the evil dragon will in the dragon essence. Wang Zhenxing's original soul power is not much different from the dragon's will. With a little mental torture, the dragon's will can be erased. But now that my soul power has doubled, I don't need to suffer this kind of pain anymore. After finishing his practice with Su Wan, Wang Zhenxing easily wiped out the dragon's will in just a few minutes. After erasing the dragon's will, it began to absorb dragon energy. The energy of dragon essence is very violent. Even if a person with extreme cultivation absorbs it, it will definitely not feel good. But this is nothing to Wang Zhenxing. After half a day, Wang Zhenxing had absorbed and refined 80% of the dragon essence, leaving only the last 20%. Wang Zhenxing decided to take it slow. After all, the absorption speed is too fast, which might arouse suspicion. During the break, Mu Linger came to the tent to visit him. Mu Linger is lively and active, but she feels bored after being on the isolated island for so long. Seeing that Wang Zhenxing had some free time, he started to pester him to play. After playing for a while, Mu Linger started to act weird. She already knew that her second, third, fourth, fifth and youngest sisters had all done something with this guy. Only she didn't. Mu Linger was a little jealous and acted mischievously. Wang Zhenxing resisted for a while and told Mu Linger not to do that and to talk about it after they got back. But Mu Linger didn't listen and continued to act up. Wang Zhenxing's willpower was not strong in this regard, and he soon became angry. But at the critical moment, someone lifted the curtain and walked in. "You, what are you doing?" In a daze, Mu Linger heard the voice of the senior sister. Chapter 514 Junior Sister Tricks Senior Sister. As Baitang Xuanxuang's voice rang out, Mu Linger instantly became much more awake. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the curtain, only to see Baitang Xuanxuang standing there with shock and astonishment on his face. Mu Linger suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed, and was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. And Wang Zhenxing in front of him continued his previous actions as if no one was around. Mu Linger pushed Wang Zhenxing's shoulder, but the latter still ignored her and acted like an animal. This made Mu Linger stunned for a moment, and she almost wanted to speak out to remind her that the senior sister was here. But then she saw Wang Zhenxing, who had his back to Baitang Xuanxuang, suddenly winked at her wildly. Although they didn't say anything, their good tacit understanding made Mu Linger understand instantly. "Senior sister, help help, he's crazy, he's crazy." Mu Linger put her hand on Wang Zhenxing's shoulder, then called for help to Baidang Xuanshuang. Baidang Xuanshuang, who had recovered from his shock, immediately stepped forward and pressed on Wang Zhenxing's sleeping point. The latter's body froze and then fell to the ground. Mu Linger quickly picked up the clothes on the ground, covered herself with them, and cried, "Senior sister, I was bored and wanted to talk to him. We were talking fine, but unfortunately, I don't know why, he suddenly pounced on me." "Shish, keep your voice down." Baidang Xuanshuang tried to stop Mu Linger from making noise, but was still a little worried, so he simply set up a qi shield outside the tent to block out the sound and prevent anyone from coming in. Immediately afterwards, Baidang Xuanshuang probed Wang Zhenxing's wrist and found that his true energy was a little disordered, but his meridians were intact and there was no danger. With a slight sigh of relief, Baidang Xuanshuang looked at Mu Linger, who was crying while hugging her knees. "Linger, don't cry. That kind of thing hasn't happened yet, right?" Baidang Xuanshuang said softly, comforting his junior sister gently. "Woo, he touched me and took all the advantage of me except the last step. I am unclean now. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore." Mu Linger started crying. Baidang Xuanshuang rubbed his temple and said, "It has already happened. No matter how much you cry, it will not help." When Mu Linger heard this, her crying gradually stopped. Baidang Xuanshuang thought that things were taking a turn for the better, but unexpectedly, Mu Linger's face revealed a ferocious look, and she actually reached out to pinch Wang Zhenxing's neck with a ruthless move. Grabbing Mu Linger's wrist that was reaching towards Wang Zhenxing's neck, Baidang Xuanshuang asked anxiously, "What are you going to do?" "Of course I kill him. Only by killing him can I wash away my shame," Mu Linger said hatefully. "He seems to have lost his mind, but you can't blame him entirely. Besides, you are still friends," Baidang Xuanshuang counseled. "Even if he is a friend, he can't do such an excessive thing to me. I can't forgive him." Mu Linger stared coldly at Wang Zhenxing, who had fainted on the ground. Baidang Xuanshuang stood between Mu Linger and Wang Zhenxing. After thinking for a while, he said to Mu Linger, "How about this, senior sister will compensate you. We will get a share of dragon essence. Originally, each of the 7 people was supposed to get one. I don't want my share anymore. I'll give it to you." Hearing this, Mu Linger was slightly surprised and said suspiciously, "Big sister, I am your dear sister. I was bullied. It would be fine if you didn't help me get revenge, but why did you help outsiders? It makes me so sad." Avoiding Mu Linger's scrutinizing gaze, Baidang Xuanshuang explained, "He saved my life, I can't watch him die. Is the life of saving N not enough to outweigh the hatred for him bullying your dearest sister? I can understand why he didn't help me, but you made up for him, and you used dragon essence." Mu Linger narrowed her eyes and looked at Baidang Xuanshuang. After a pause, she said word by word, "You guys have a secret relationship, right?" "No." Baidang Xuanshuang's tone was vague. "Senior sister, look into my eyes and say that," Mu Linger said. Looking towards Mu Linger, Baidang Xuanshuang stared at her for a few seconds, then said helplessly, "Since you can see it, I won't hide it from you. Maybe he is my destined love calamity. I want to avoid him but I can't. I can only accept my fate." Hearing the senior sister's admission, Mu Linger was stunned for a while. She had actually talked to other sisters and had doubts about Baidang Xuanshuang, but now that she heard Baidang Xuanshuang admit it with her own ears, she still felt a little dazed. Baidang Xuanshuang took Mu Linger's hand and said, "Linger, can you spare him for the sake of senior sister?" Coming back to her senses, Mu Linger rubbed her eyes and cried, "Big sister, if you protect him, then I can't do anything to him. I'm not clean anymore, and I won't be able to marry in the future. Big sister, just kill me, so that I don't have to suffer while I'm alive. It's not that serious, is it?" Baidang Xuanshuang advised in a gentle voice. "Senior sister, let me ask you, if it was another man who did to you what he just did to me, could you pretend that nothing happened?" Mu Linger asked Baidang Xuanshuang with red eyes. Hearing this, Baidang Xuanshuang fell silent. But Mu Linger suddenly changed the subject. "But what? Tell me." Baidang Xuanshuang felt that there was a new hope, so he continued to ask. "Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore." Mu Linger shook her head again. "Just say whatever you want to say. Since senior sister asked me to speak, I will speak." "Explain." Mu Linger hesitated for a moment, then said, "Master sister, if you leave him and he marries me, then maybe I can let this matter go." "Impossible." Baidang Xuanshuang rejected. Then you'd better kill me, senior sister. Just pretend that I have never existed as your junior sister. Mu Linger closed her eyes and looked like she was waiting to die. It's impossible to leave him, but we can find a compromise. Baitang Xuanxuang said again. What's the compromise? Mu Linger opened her eyes. He can marry you, but I won't leave him. Baitang Xuanxuang said. Since she could accept Su Wan, she could naturally accept a junior sister like herself. He accepted Su Wan because he wanted her to save Wang Zhenxing, and he accepted Mu Linger because he wanted to make up for it. There's nothing we can do about it. After hearing this, Mu Linger was not stupid enough to agree immediately. Instead, she pretended to hesitate for a while before she said awkwardly, if that's the case, then I can consider it. After waiting for a while, Wang Zhenxing gradually woke up. At this time, Mu Linger had already put on her clothes. What happens? After waking up, Wang Zhenxing looked confused. Seeing this, Baitang Xuanxuang explained what happened first, and then said to Wang Zhenxing, although you didn't do it on purpose, it is a fact that you flirted with Linger. She is now trying to commit suicide. You have to take responsibility and marry her in the future, okay? Chapter 515, The Battle Ends. After hearing Baitang Xuanxuang's story, Wang Zhenxing said, I only remember talking to her. I really don't remember anything about what you said. Baitang Xuanxuang said, perhaps your will was affected just now, so you don't know what you did. I just saw it with my own eyes, how could I lie to you? If I had come a step later, you might have already taken Linger. At this point, she paused and continued the previous topic. Linger was acting desperate just now, but I can see that she was probably pretending. If she didn't have feelings for you, she wouldn't be so frivolous as you are. What do you think of what I just said? Mu Linger's thoughts were exposed, and she immediately lowered her head guiltily, thinking that her acting skills were still a little lacking. As expected, the senior sister had seen through her. Fortunately, the senior sister didn't seem to notice that there was something wrong with Wang Zhenxing. This guy acted really well, he even managed to hide it from the senior sister. It's up to you to decide, as long as you don't feel wronged. Wang Zhenxing didn't agree in a hurry, but threw the question back. Baitang Xuanxuang sighed slightly. He must have felt wronged, but what could he do? If anyone is to blame, they can only blame Su Wan for setting the precedent. Since everyone has tolerated Su Wan, there is no reason why they cannot tolerate their own junior sister. But there is really nothing that can be done about Su Wan's problem. Baitang Xuanxuang tacitly agreed to this and told Mu Linger, don't tell this to other sisters for now. She could also see that her other junior sisters had a crush on Wang Zhenxing, and it would be really troublesome if they got involved. Okay, big sister. After hearing Baitang Xuanxuang's instructions, Mu Linger readily agreed. But as soon as she turned around, she told Yun Qianchen and others about it. The 6 of them have already formed an alliance, so naturally they are of the same blood. It is certainly impossible for Mu Linger to be so disloyal. After hearing this, Yun Qianchen and others were shocked at first. Although I had guessed that something was wrong with the senior sister, I was still surprised when I heard the exact news. After being surprised, they were eager to try and wanted to learn from Mu Linger how to trick the senior sister. In this way, there would be no need to hide anything in front of the senior sister. But after calming down, I felt that it was not that simple, and the senior sister was not stupid. If something like this happens once, you won't think it's a big deal. But if something like this happens a second or third time, we will definitely notice the problem. We still have to take a long-term view. The other side. Baitang Xuanxuang was worried about Wang Zhenxing's condition, so he asked Cheng Qinghe to take Wang Zhenxing's pulse. The pulse is relatively stable, there is nothing wrong, Cheng Qinghe said after the diagnosis. But he just lost his mind and almost hurt my junior sister. Fortunately I discovered it in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Baitang Xuanxuang said. It should be because the will of the evil dragon completely wiped out the previous counterattack. There is no need to worry. If it really gets completely out of control, I am afraid that even with the cultivation level of the head of Baitang, he will not be able to resist it. Cheng Qinghe said. Baitang Xuanxuang thought about it and agreed, feeling a lot more at ease. After Cheng Qinghe left, Baitang Xuanxuang said, can you erase the evil dragon will from the dragon essence I got? I plan to divide it into 6 parts and give them to my junior sisters. What about you? Wang Zhenxing asked. Baitang Xuanshuang said, "That dragon essence cannot help me break through the extreme realm. It would be a waste to take it. It is better to give it to my junior sisters to increase their cultivation and lifespan. As expected of you, you are the eldest senior sister. You have a great vision." Wang Zhenxing praised her, then took out a small jade bottle from his body and handed it to Baitang Xuanshuang. Such a rich energy. Baitang Xuanshuang took the jade bottle, opened it, and felt a refreshing breath coming towards him. Wang Zhenxing said, "I found a spiritual plant in the medicine garden of the Tianyan Palace ruins, and refined it into a pill. There is only one of this kind. The energy contained in this pill is enough to allow a person to break through the extreme realm. I originally planned to use it after I reached the extreme realm, but now it seems redundant." Holding the jade bottle, Baitang Xuanshuang felt a little heavy. "Such a precious thing, are you really going to give it to me? Only you can use this pill. If not you, who else should I give it to? You don't have to say thank you. Given our relationship, there's no need to be polite," Wang Zhenxing said, holding Baitang Xuanshuang's hand. Baitang Xuanshuang pursed her lips and said, "But this pill is really too precious." Wang Zhenxing said, "If you feel embarrassed, then agree to one condition of mine." As if thinking of something, Baitang Xuanshuang's face flushed. "You say?" Wang Zhenxing tilted his head slightly and kissed her on the side of her face. "Okay. Is this so simple?" Baitang Xuanshuang felt that it was different from what he had imagined. "Then what do you want me to do?" Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. A look of embarrassment flashed across her delicate face, and Baitang Xuanshuang said, "Nothing. Wang Zhenxing certainly had some ideas, but he felt that it might be more beneficial to him after Baitang Xuanshuang broke through the limit. According to Baitang Xuanshuang, Wang Zhenxing erased the evil dragon's will from the dragon essence that Kunlun obtained, and then distributed it to Yun Qianchen and others for absorption. After successfully absorbing the dragon essence energy, Yun Qianchen and others' cultivation level rose to a higher level, and their lifespan also increased. At this point, the battle for dragon essence is completely over. Baitang Xuanshuang obtained the Earth Spirit Pill and planned to return to Kunlun to break through. Her fellow apprentice sisters accompanied her, ready to protect her. The rest of the people were also preparing to leave. "Donor Wang has great fortune. I hope you can do more good deeds and uphold justice in the future. Amitabha." Xuankong put his hands together and said to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing smiled and said, "Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to all things. All things require the balance of yin and yang. Only when yin and yang are combined can the world function. Just like Dian Temple, if there were no suffering in the world, how could anyone pray to gods and worship Buddha? It is difficult to distinguish between good and evil in the world. I am neither good nor evil, I just do what I think is right." Quote. Xuankong was speechless. Qingye was thoughtful. Old Monster Su was both righteous and evil. After hearing what Wang Zhenxing said, he clapped his hands and praised, "Well said. Although we are all righteous, can you dare to say that you have no selfish motives in this fight for the dragon essence?" After these words were spoken, no one responded. Forces from all sides set sail and left the isolated island one after another. When they parted, Su Wan held Wang Zhenxing's hand and was reluctant to leave. Wang Zhenxing still had things to do, and it was inconvenient to take her with him, so he said, "You go to the imperial capital with the academy team. I have some things to deal with. I will go to the imperial capital to find you as soon as possible after I finish." Chu Qingyan's opportunity is dragon essence, Yi Junline's opportunity is dragon egg, what is Qin Wudao's opportunity? So far, Wang Zhenxing hasn't figured it out, so naturally he has to go to the imperial capital to take a look. Su Wan suppressed her reluctance and nodded, saying, "Then be careful. I'll wait for you in the academy." Chapter 516, Reunion with the Qin Sisters. After everyone had left, Wang Zhenxing reunited with the two sisters Qin Qiyu and Qin Longyu. The two sisters didn't know what happened after Wang Zhenxing went to the island, but they could clearly feel that Wang Zhenxing's aura had become much stronger. Even Qin Qiyu, who had reached the extreme level, felt a strong sense of oppression. "You got the dragon essence?" Qin Qiyu asked in surprise. Only Dragon Yuan could allow Wang Zhenxing to improve his cultivation so much in such a short period of time. According to Qin Qiyu's estimation, Wang Zhenxing has almost surpassed the limit and completely entered another realm. It is only a matter of time. And this time won't be too long. The dragon essence was split into 7 parts, and I got 6 of them. Wang Zhenxing said lightly. Although the two sisters had guessed it long ago, they were still particularly shocked when they heard Wang Zhenxing say this with their own ears. My husband is so awesome. A few hundred years ago, there was probably no one more awesome than him. Congratulations to my husband for becoming the best in the world. Qin Longyu smiled as bright as a flower. She walked to Wang Zhenxing, took his arm and congratulated him. Qin Qiyu's first reaction was to be happy for Wang Zhenxing, but she soon thought of the grudge between herself and Wang Zhenxing, and her smile instantly disappeared. You are happy on this trip, but our two sisters have made a wasted trip. Qin Qiyu said coldly. I don't care. Qin Longyu said nonchalantly. Shut up. Qin Qiyu saw that her sister's elbow was bent outward, so she glared at her. Qin Longyu knew her sister's ambition, which was to become the best in the world. Now that the dragon essence had been basically taken by Wang Zhenxing, her sister must not feel very good. She lowered her head, not daring to look her sister in the eye for a moment. I didn't absorb all the dragon essence. Wang Zhenxing looked at Qin Longyu beside him and said, I left some for you. If you absorb this little bit of dragon essence, you will definitely be able to steadily enter the peak state. If you work harder, you will have no problem entering the extreme state. After saying this, Wang Zhenxing didn't wait for her response and directly passed some dragon essence to Qin Longyu. The evil dragon will in these dragon essences has been completely expelled, and it is just pure energy which can be absorbed with confidence. Qin Longyu actually didn't have much pursuit for martial arts, she just wanted to stay by Wang Zhenxing's side and wanted to refuse these dragon essences. But Wang Zhenxing's movements were too fast, and she didn't have time to react before the dragon yuan was on her. Qin Longyu could only accept it. I will work hard and try my best to reach the extreme. After giving the last bit of dragon essence to Qin Longyu, Wang Zhenxing also breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, every woman who had a relationship with her on this trip had gained something. Including Wen Qingxie. Wen Qingxie is not from Kunlun, so she did not get Kunlun's share of dragon essence. However, Wang Zhenxing secretly gave her some. As for Qin Qiyu, because she currently denies it, Wang Zhenxing has not completely included her in his backyard. Of course, Wang Zhenxing had no intention of letting her return empty-handed, but he was not in a hurry to speak. Qin Longyu was happy for a while because she got some dragon essence, but suddenly she caught a glimpse of her sister next to her and saw that she had a tense face. Is there something you forgot to say? Qin Longyu gently shook Wang Zhenxing's arm and said to him with a smile. Anything else? Wang Zhenxing seemed not to understand. Seeing this, Qin Longyu had no choice but to remind her, my sister. Wang Zhenxing seemed to be suddenly enlightened, and then he looked at Qin Qiyu. A smile appeared on Qin Qiyu's lips, but it disappeared in an instant. There shouldn't be any problems with that dragon egg, right? Wang Zhenxing asked. Hearing this, Qin Qiyu was stunned. She worked hard on this trip, and her sister got the dragon essence, but she got nothing. So angry. It's just that she was a little proud, and if Wang Zhenxing didn't give it to her on his own initiative, she couldn't bring herself to ask for it. Someone attacked last night and the dragon egg has been stolen. Qin Qiyu snorted heavily in response to Wang Zhenxing's question. Don't listen to my sister's nonsense, she was joking. You asked her to guard the dragon egg, and she almost never left its side, doing her job conscientiously. The dragon egg is in the cabin, and there is no chance of anything going wrong. Qin Longyu said hurriedly. Qin Qiyu originally wanted to scare Wang Zhenxing, but was exposed by her sister at once. So she glared at her sister, as if blaming her for being too talkative. Qin Longyu stuck out her tongue. After getting ashore, come directly back to the sect with me. Qin Qiyu got angry when he saw Wang Zhenxing and his sister flirting with each other. Sister Qin Longyu pleaded softly. I won't say the same thing a second time. Qin Qiyu's tone sounded as if there was no room for negotiation. Qin Longyu could only look to Wang Zhenxing for help. With Wang Zhenxing's current abilities, he is not afraid of his sister at all. As long as Wang Zhenxing doesn't want to leave by himself, his sister can't do anything about it. Qin Qiyu saw what his sister was thinking and became even angrier. He said to Wang Zhenxing in a very stubborn manner. Although your strength has greatly increased, I am not afraid of you. If you want to fight me, just come at me. Wang Zhenxing had no interest in fighting with her, but he would be happy to discuss something else with her in private. Here you go. Wang Zhenxing took out a small bottle from his body and threw it towards Qin Qiyu. Qin Qiyu reached out to take it, opened the stopper of the small bottle, and an extremely strong energy rushed towards him. This is Qin Qiyu looked at Wang Zhenxing in astonishment. I refined the spiritual plants I got from the ruins into pills. There are 2 pills in total. This one is for you. Wang Zhenxing said. Actually there were 3. He used one himself and gave the other one to Baidang Xuanshuang. If all goes well, this pill should be able to help me break through the limit. Qin Qiyu was shocked for a long time, and it took him a while to recover. Are you really giving it to me? Qin Qiyu looked at Wang Zhenxing in disbelief, wanting to confirm again. I have obtained the dragon essence, and this pill is of little use to me. Since you need it, I'll give it to you. Wang Zhenxing said casually. Qin Qiyu was excited and wanted to say something to express her gratitude, but she didn't know how to say flattering words. After a pause, she said. You have some conscience. When Qin Longyu heard this, her eyes curved with smile. She knew her sister's character and understood that it was not easy for her sister to say such a thing. Sister, if you are not good at saying nice things, I can teach you. Qin Longyu urged, trying to narrow the distance between her sister and Wang Zhenxing. Why should I say nice things? This is what I deserve. Qin Qiyu said proudly. She was not referring to the help she had done for Wang Zhenxing, but to the unexpected encounter she had when she first met Wang Zhenxing. The reason why she went down the mountain was for the spiritual plants in the ruins' medicinal garden, hoping to use them to break through the limit. Now that she has obtained this pill, she has finally gotten what she wanted. Although she encountered a blood disaster during the process, she has now let it go. Wait a minute, you just said that you refined 2 pills in total, so what about the other one? Qin Qiyu suddenly thought of something and asked Wang Zhenxing. Chapter 517 Murder. You are so smart, why don't you guess where the other pill went? Wang Zhenxing said to Qin Qiyu with a smile. You gave it to Baidang Xuanshuang. Qin Qiyu said. I was right in praising you, Wang Zhenxing said. Qin Qiyu actually already had the answer in her heart, but when she heard Wang Zhenxing say it himself, she still felt a pang of sourness in her heart. But she didn't get angry because she had no legitimate reason. What's more, Wang Zhenxing gave such a valuable thing to her, so why wouldn't he give it to Baidang Xuanshuang? After all, Wang Zhenxing and Baidang Xuanshuang were in cahoots with each other. Qin Qiyu glanced at Wang Zhenxing and said, you are quite generous. You gave away 2 copies of such a valuable item. Aren't you afraid that someone will surpass you in cultivation in the future? Wang Zhenxing asked, how do you know? Qin Qiyu said, although you have absorbed the dragon essence and can steadily cross the extreme realm and reach a new realm, as long as Baidang Xuanshuang and I can successfully break through, we will naturally catch up with you. I am sure that after some time, we will surpass you. Wang Zhenxing's true accomplishments were naturally more than this, but he did not explain it. If he was not absolutely sure that he could suppress Qin Qiyu or Baidang Xuanshuang in strength, how could he give out those 2 pills? If the woman is strong and the man is weak, there will definitely be problems in the backyard. Wang Zhenxing had already considered this. Seeing that he was silent, Qin Qiyu continued, why don't you say anything? Do you regret it? If you regret it, you can still take it back now. As she spoke, she handed the bottle of elixir to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing said generously, I never take back anything I give away, so feel free to use it. You and I have no grudges against each other, so even if you become more powerful than me in the future, you won't cause me any trouble, right? Qin Qiyu almost blurted out, you have done that to me, how can you say that we have no grudges against each other? But the good thing is that you reacted quickly and acted in a friendly manner. Don't you face up to what you want? Although after that incident, she repeatedly threatened to kill Wang Zhenxing. But there were many opportunities afterwards, but she didn't really take action. At first, she denied it verbally and in her heart. And now, she accepted it in her heart. She really couldn't bear to do anything to hurt Wang Zhenxing, let alone kill him. What's more, she even had a vague hope that she could have the same legitimacy as her sister. Of course, this was just what she thought in her heart, but she would never admit it. At least, I won't admit it now. You and I don't have any friendship, but for the sake of my sister, I won't cause you trouble for no reason. Just don't mess with me. Qin Qiyu took back the bottle containing the elixir and kept it close to his body. In fact, she was just pretending and was reluctant to return such a precious thing. As a strong woman obsessed with martial arts, breaking through the limits has been her long-cherished dream. And now this dream is within reach. How could I be willing to give up? Fortunately, Wang Zhenxing did not take it back, otherwise she would not know what to do. After distributing the benefits to the Qin sisters, Wang Zhenxing found Yi Rao again. Yi Rao's cultivation level is lower, so it would be a waste of dragon essence to give her. Besides, she is currently just a subordinate in name only. Of course, Wang Zhenxing would never give her the dragon yuan. But she won't be busy in vain. Wang Zhenxing promised to refine some pills for her to improve her cultivation. Yi Rao had never thought that she would gain any benefits when she followed this trip. After hearing what Wang Zhenxing said, she immediately thanked the leader with joy. In addition to Yi Rao, there are 3 elite female disciples of the Wandu sect. Wang Zhenxing also planned to refine some pills for them after returning. After talking about the reward, Wang Zhenxing also gave Yi Rao a task, which was to return to Qingling with the dragon egg first. After hearing this, Yi Rao asked in surprise, "Master, aren't you going back with us?" "I'm going to the imperial capital, you go back first," Wang Zhenxing said. During this trip to the isolated island, opportunities for Yi Junlin and Chu Qingyan had already appeared, but he successfully intercepted them all. But so far, no one knows what Qin Wudao's opportunity is. Qin Wudao had returned to the imperial capital with the academy team a few days in advance. A few days is neither long nor short, and a lot of things can happen. It is possible that Qin Wudao has already gotten the opportunity. Qin Wudao is the protagonist of a restricted novel. He is a dark-hearted and extremely selfish person. Plus now that he's a eunuch, his psychology is a bit twisted. Wang Zhenxing was afraid that if time went on for too long, something unexpected would happen in the imperial capital, so he naturally wanted to rush over to take a look. Upon hearing that the leader was going to the imperial capital, Yi Rao, as his subordinate, did not dare to ask more questions. He could only obey the order and responded with a, "Yes. I'll ask the 2 Qin sisters to escort them." Wang Zhenxing understood Yi Rao's concerns, and was also worried that something might happen to the dragon egg. In that case, it should be foolproof. Yi Rao stroked her chest lightly, breathed a sigh of relief and said. The cruise ship carrying Wang Zhenxing and others gradually left the unknown waters and began to return. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Imperial capital. The residence of the god of war of the Northern Territory. It was already noon, and the servant saw that his master had not woken up yet, so he went to his master's door and knocked. But after knocking on the door for a long time, no one responded. The servant came to the window, looked into the room through the window, and saw a man who had died in a miserable way. A terrified scream soared into the sky. An hour later, people from the 6 gates arrived at the residence of the Northern Territory god of war. The leader was none other than Shaho Lan, the deputy chief of the 6 gates. After a careful examination of the deceased, the coroner from the 6 gates reported to Shah Howlan. The deceased has been confirmed to be the new Northern Territory god of war, Ku Liang. The preliminary cause of death is that his power and vitality were sucked away. In addition, the deceased was severely tortured before his death. All the joints of his hands and legs were crushed. Shah Howlan said with a gloomy face, then it can basically be concluded that it was a revenge killing. Ku Liang's identity was not ordinary, and his sudden tragic death had a huge impact. Shah Howlan didn't need to go back to the 6 gates to ask his superiors, as he could guess that they had put tremendous pressure on him and issued orders to the 6 gates to investigate the case as soon as possible. Is there something poisonous about the position of the Northern Territory god of war? The body of the former Northern Territory god of war Wang Zhenxing is still warm, and the current Northern Territory god of war Ku Liang has just taken over and he died again not long ago. A person from the 6 gates sighed. Some colleagues nearby heard this and nodded, thinking it made sense. Shah Howlan glanced at them and signaled them to be careful with their words, but he also agreed a little in his heart. The position of the Northern Territory god of war is really not easy to sit on. Putting away his emotions, Shah Howlan calmly analyzed the case, and then assigned some investigative tasks to his subordinates, asking them to investigate as soon as possible. Shah Howlan himself rushed to the academy and found his master Nangong Wei. The new North Prison god of war Ku Liang died tragically at home. Nangong Wei was surprised for a while after hearing the news from his disciple. Ku Liang died because all his power and vitality were sucked away. Master, you are knowledgeable and experienced. I came here to ask you, who in the world today knows this kind of martial arts? Shah Hulan explained. Chapter 518 The world is changing. Hearing Shah Hulan's question, Nangong Wei thought for a moment and said, no matter if it's the righteous or evil way, the martial arts that absorb other people's skills and vitality are rather despised. No one wants to practice hard for many years only to end up making wedding clothes for others. In the martial arts world, those who rely on this kind of skills to become stronger almost all end up with the same consequence, which is being attacked by many masters of various sects and eventually killed. And the related skills were also destroyed. The most recent figure is the Beiming Lao Xian who came to Beiming Palace. Beiming Lao Xian used his divine power to bring chaos to the martial arts world, was attacked by many people, and finally died at the hands of Chu Qingyan. After the death of the immortal Beiming, the whereabouts of his martial arts skills became unknown. I don't know any more details, but there is one person who should know it very well. Su Wan, Shah Hulan said subconsciously. Many people in the martial arts world knew about the affair between Chu Qingyan and Su Wan. Nangong Wei said, it's just that Su Wan is not in the academy at the moment, otherwise, we could ask her. But according to my estimation, since the whale-devouring divine art has not been destroyed, if anyone can obtain it, then the greatest possibility is that it has fallen into the hands of Chu Qingyan. Quote. Shah Hulan's eyes flickered. Chu Qingyan accepted Qin Wudao as his apprentice, so it was reasonable for him to pass on his skills to him. Ku Liang castrated Qin Wudao, so Qin Wudao held a grudge and killed Ku Liang in a cruel way. It was completely reasonable. Nangong Wei agreed with his apprentice's speculation and frowned. If this is the case, then it will be very bad. Once one has truly tasted the benefits of this method of absorbing other people's inner strength for one's own use, it would be difficult for anyone to resist. Due to Chu Qingyan's personality, he might be able to withstand this temptation. But for others, it's hard to say. Master, what else have you thought of? Shah Hulan asked. Before Nangong Wei could answer, the female servant stumbled into the room and reported stutteringly, Dean, no, something bad has happened, something has happened in Fei Hong Tower. Hearing this, Nangong Hui's face changed drastically. She immediately sat up, quickly left the bamboo building and headed towards Fei Hong Tower. Shah Hulan still didn't understand what was going on. Confused, he quickened his pace to catch up, wanting to take a look. Nangong Wei walked all the way to the bottom of Fei Hong Tower. This is where Yin Changkong is imprisoned. After the academy team escorted Yin Changkong back from the isolated island, they still imprisoned him in the original place. Yin Changkong was still alive, his hands and feet were tightly bound with iron chains, but he was already dead. Or to be more precise, he died because all his energy and blood vitality were sucked away. This man who had repeatedly caused chaos in the underworld ended up like this. Shah Hulan checked Yin Changkong's death and his face darkened, except that he was not tortured, his death was the same as Ku Liang's. He must have died at the hands of the same person. Qin Wudao was originally a student of the academy. He was very familiar with the academy's defenses and was able to sneak into the bottom of Fei Hong Tower without alerting anyone. Nangong Wei took a deep breath, staggered out of Fei Hong Tower, and looked up at the sky. The originally sunny weather suddenly became gloomy and it seemed that it was about to rain. Things are going to change. Nangong Wei murmured. Boom. In a moment, thunder roared and heavy rain fell from the sky, pouring down on the entire imperial capital. On the long street, people hurriedly dodged and looked for shelter from the rain. There is only one figure, unafraid of wind and rain, with arms open, eyes closed and head raised, welcoming the baptism of rain. He was silent for a moment, first smiled softly, and then laughed out loud. It was Qin Wudao. All of Yin Changkong's skills were absorbed by him. As long as they were completely integrated, he would be able to reach the ultimate realm. Moreover, after draining Yin Changkong's blood containing the blood of the magic dragon, his body's recovery ability became extremely strong, and he could even regenerate severed limbs. Qin Wudao could clearly feel that the things he had lost were gradually beginning to grow. At this rate, the severed limb should be able to grow back within half a month. The skyrocketing strength, plus the upcoming recovery of manhood. Qin Wudao's excitement at this moment cannot be described in words. I must take back everything I have lost. You all wait for me. Qin Wudao's eyes sparkled with a gleam and he made a vow in his heart. Under the Fei Hong Tower, Shah Hulan stood beside his master. Seeing that his master looked unhappy, he did not dare to speak for a moment. Nangong Wei looked at the falling rain in front of her, and after a long while she spoke. I know Qin Wudao's character very well, he will take revenge if he has any. Now that his strength has greatly increased, he will definitely take action in a short time. Go find Kai Jingyao from the Kai family for me and ask her to find a place to hide. If possible, it would be best to leave the imperial capital. Okay. Sha Haolin nodded, and then said, after the investigation of Ku Liang's case, it can be determined that Qin Wudao is the murderer. I will ask the higher-ups to send someone to arrest Qin Wudao. Nangong Wei nodded. Regardless of the weather, Sha Lan went to the Kai family first, and then hurried back to Liushanmen. It's just that Lord Chen is not in the 6 gates, and he cannot be contacted. Sha Lan had no choice but to wait. This wait lasted until the next morning. Sha Lan immediately reported the case to Lord Chen and asked him to order the arrest of Qin Wudao. You did a great job in solving Ku Liang's case in such a short time. Lord Chen first praised him, then changed the subject and said, don't worry about this case for now, and don't mention that the murderer is Qin Wudao to your colleagues in the outside world. Why is this? Sha Lan didn't understand. With Qin Wudao's current strength, even if the 6 gates come out in full force, they won't be able to take him down, said Lord Chen. Of course I know, but you can ask your superiors for permission to mobilize other forces. No matter how good Qin Wudao's martial arts are, he is just a mortal. Sha Lan said. Yin Chengkong is powerful enough, but even he has to follow the rules. He only dares to kill in the martial arts world and does not dare to kill in the secular world. The decline of martial arts is not without reason. Now is the age of technology. As long as enough firepower is mobilized, it will not be difficult to kill Qin Wudao. Ku Liang was the god of war of the Northern Territory and held a high status. Now that he has been killed by Qin Wudao, he has enough reason to mobilize these forces. Lord Chen sighed, it would be nice if it were as simple as you said. Sha Haolin heard something else and asked quietly, can you explain it more clearly? This is an order from above. There was no need for Lord Chen to explain so much to his subordinates, but because Sha Haolin was the daughter of an old friend, he was not stingy in explaining the doubts and said. The Qin family was originally one of the 8 great families, and they have a deep foundation, so it's not that easy to move. The master of Fuso is about to cross the sea to the east, intending to test his swordsmanship across the world. Its success or failure not only concerns the honor and disgrace of the country, but also involves some conflicts of interest. There is no room for error. Qin Wudao's cultivation has greatly improved, making him the best candidate to fight. The Northern Territory is very stable now. Now that Ku Liang is dead, we can just replace him with a new Northern Territory god of war. So, you should now understand why you can't touch Qin Wudao. After hearing this, Sha Lan was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. According to you, even if Qin Wudao does something worse than killing Ku Liang, he will be tolerated? Sha Lan asked. That's what I mean. Lord Chen saw that Sha Haolin's face was not right, so he asked. Do you have a grudge against Qin Wudao? My fiancé has a grudge against him, and Qin Wudao's cultivation has greatly improved. He is in danger. Sha Haolin's pretty face turned pale, and she pleaded, please tell me how to break the impasse. A better candidate has appeared to replace Qin Wudao. After a brief thought, Lord Chen replied, but after he finished speaking, he sighed and said. The people who go out to fight have always been selected from the academy. Unfortunately, there are no better candidates in the academy right now. This situation cannot be broken. Chapter 519, The Academy Arrests People. Outside the Kai family mansion. Kai Xiao, the head of the Kai family, was taken away by a group of people, attracting a crowd of onlookers. The Kai family is one of the 8 major families after all. How can they be arrested just like that? Who are these people? Didn't you see the logo on their clothes? They are from the inspection department. Even if it's the inspection department, they can't just arrest people casually. Don't you know what the inspection department does? Since they're here to arrest people, there must be a reason. It's unlikely. The Kai family is one of the 8 major families after all. Some of the family members hold important positions. The head of the family, Kai Xiao, also has a very good reputation. How could he be guilty of treason? It is said that the person who committed the crime of treason is Kai Xiao's daughter Kai Jingyao, but Kai Jingyao is nowhere to be found. This is the daughter betraying her father. I'm afraid it's not that simple. If he really committed the crime of treason, there is no reason for the inspection department to arrest him in such a high-profile manner without proving the crime. Wouldn't this embarrass the Kai family? So, it's a fight between aristocratic families. Something big is bound to happen in the near future. If things go wrong, these 8 great families will become just 7 great families. The crowd watching was whispering. Qin Wudao hid in the dark and watched Kai Shao being taken away. Acting chief, Kai Jingyao is not at the Kai family. I asked everyone in the Kai family, but they all said they don't know. A man reported to Qin Wudao. It seems that he foresaw something in advance, so he hid himself. Qin Wudao sneered. What should we do now? The man asked. Although the imperial capital is large, there are only 2 places that dare to shelter Kai Jingyao. After Qin Wudao finished speaking, he took the people from the inspection department and headed to the divine supervision department in a swagger. However, when he was about to enter the divine supervisory office, he was stopped by the guards of the divine supervisory office. You are not allowed to trespass into the divine supervisory office's restricted area, said a guard. The inspection department is handling the case, you are not allowed to stop them, get out of here. Qin Wudao said. The guard remained indifferent and blocked the gate. Qin Wudao slapped out with his palm, hitting the guard. The guard flew backwards and hit the gate of the divine supervision office. Blood continued to flow from the guard's mouth. When the other guards saw their companions being injured, they became indignant and drew their swords to surround Qin Wudao and others. Qin Wudao looked at the people around him with disdain. At this time, Ling Yanan walked out of the divine supervision department. She glanced at the guards on the ground, frowned, and asked them to take the injured to treatment immediately. Then she ordered the guards. Stop it, everyone. The guards reluctantly sheathed their swords. Qin Wudao saw Ling Yanan ordering his men, smiled a little, and called softly, Mom. What are you doing here? Ling Yanan asked in a calm voice. I received news that someone in the Divine Supervision Department was harboring the traitor criminal Kai Jingyao, so I brought people here to arrest her, Qin Wudao said. That's absolutely impossible. Where did you get this information? Ling Yanan asked. I can't reveal this. Mom, please be kind and let me take some people into search. Qin Wudao said with a smile. No, Ling Yanan said. The smile on Qin Wudao's face slowly faded. So, Mom, are you determined to protect Kai Jingyao? The Divine Supervision Office is not any other place. If you want to search, just bring the search warrant. Ling Yanan said expressionlessly. Mom, I am your biological son. Do you have to go against me for another man? Qin Wudao said coldly. I'm just following the rules. Ling Yanan said. Rules, huh? Qin Wudao said with a joking smile. Since you are my mother, I have given you a chance. If you insist on going against me, don't blame me. As he spoke, Qin Wudao winked at his men behind him. The subordinate understood, took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Ling Yanan. When Ling Yanan opened it, her charming and mature face suddenly changed color. After a long while, she sneered and said, You are worthy of being my good son. You are really capable. Qin Wudao said with a fake smile. Mom, you have been the head of the Divine Supervision Department for so many years. You are tired, it is time to have a good rest. As a son, I understand you. After he finished speaking, the fake smile on his face faded and he gave orders to his men, go in and search. The people Qin Wudao brought with him were about 20 in total. After receiving the order, they immediately broke into the Divine Supervision Department and began searching everywhere. Qin Wudao just stood there and waited slowly. While waiting, he looked at Ling Yanan's face. There was no obvious expression on Ling Yanan's face, and he looked very calm. When Qin Wudao saw this scene, his expression gradually became gloomy. After a while, the men who had completed the search came to report and whispered something to Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao's face twitched for a moment, then he regained his composure and said to Ling Yanan, She can't run away. Ling Yanan did not respond. Qin Wudao waved his hand, ready to lead his men to evacuate, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned back. Mom, Dad has been waiting for you to come back. As long as you are willing to return to the Qin family, the position of the head of the Divine Supervision Department will still be yours. Ling Yanan didn't react at all, neither nodding nor shaking his head. However, Qin Wudao had already gotten the answer. His face looked a little ugly, and he left with his men. After leaving the Divine Supervision Department, Qin Wudao led his men directly to the academy. Something happened to the Kai family, and the news must have spread. Apart from the Divine Supervision Office, the only place that has the courage to take Kai Jingyao in is the academy. Qin Wudao led his men to the academy. The academy is a special place. After Qin Wudao and others arrived, they were naturally stopped by the people in the academy. After a stalemate, Qin Wudao lost his patience and attacked directly to hurt people. The head of the West Court of Longfeng Academy, Wu, has few talented people but no outstanding ones. If we have to say there is one, it would be the former Qin Wudao. But now Qin Wudao has left the academy. The inspection department is investigating this case. Anyone who dares to stop it will be killed. Qin Wudao was too disdainful to fight with these small characters. After casually injuring a few people from the West Courtyard, he issued a warning. He has currently absorbed half of Yin Chengkong's power and has reached the half-step extreme realm. The aura he exudes is full of oppression. However, these disciples of the academy did not back down. The West Court focuses on martial arts. Although the disciples are warriors, they are not without pride. The East Court cultivates literature. The disciples are not good at fighting, but they have the spirit of scholars. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Qin Wudao smiled grimly, preparing to kill a few disciples to intimidate them. However, just as he was about to take action, Dean Nangong Wei appeared. Nangong Wei made way for a path through the crowd and stopped a few meters away from Qin Wudao. "Master Dean Nangong, how are you?" Qin Wudao said in a playful tone when he saw his former master. "So majestic," Nangong Wei said sarcastically. "Hand over Kai Jingyao." Qin Wudao didn't say anything more, for fear that Nangong Wei would deliberately delay time like Ling Yanan and let Kai Jingyao escape again. "She's not here," Nangong Wei said. "Whether you are here or not is not up to Dean Nangong to decide. No one has ever come to the academy to arrest anyone. If no one else has taken the initiative, let me do it." Qin Wudao lost his patience and directly signaled his men to enter the academy to search. The disciples of the academy were furious and looked at Nangong Wei one after another, waiting for her order to defend the dignity of the academy even at the risk of their lives. Longfeng Academy has existed for so many years, and has never been insulted like this. What's more, everyone knows the Kai family's affairs, and it's just a false accusation. Nangong Hui's expression changed, as if she was making a decision. But before he could say anything, a group of people walked into the academy. The old man in the lead was the former Dean Cheng Qinghe. Chapter 520 Negotiation. Cheng Qinghe walked over slowly, and when he saw the tense scene in front of him, his brows immediately frowned. Nangong Wei walked forward and explained in a low voice. Cheng Qinghe had a strange look on his face, and exchanged glances with his two fellow apprentice brothers Ding Changzai and Fang Yangming behind him. The three of them exchanged glances, and it seemed that they had reached an agreement without saying anything. "Old Dean, please do me a favor," Qin Wudao said to Cheng Qinghe. His tone sounded polite, but the expression on his face did not show much respect. Cheng Qinghe is no longer his master's master, so he naturally doesn't need to be as polite as before. What's more, he was deeply resentful because he was expelled from the academy. Cheng Qinghe said with a smile, "We should cooperate with the supervision department in handling the case, but the academy is so big, it is not an easy task to find someone. After all is said and done, the old dean is also planning to cover up for him." Qin Wudao said calmly. "Of course not." Cheng Qinghe shook his head and said, "What I mean is, let the academy search for it. If the person is found, it must be handed over to the supervision department for disposal. Then I'll do as the old dean said. I'll wait here. I want to see someone within 3 hours." Qin Wudao certainly wouldn't be sent away so easily. 3 hours is too short. Give me 3 days. Whether I find the person or not, I will give you an explanation. Cheng Qinghe said. 3 days is impossible, Qin Wudao said in a tone without any room for negotiation. How about 2 days? Cheng Qinghe bargained. Qin Wudao sneered and did not answer. Obviously he was also very dissatisfied with the time. Cheng Qinghe was not surprised when he saw his reaction and waved behind him. Soon 2 people came forward carrying a stretcher. The person lying on the stretcher was Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan was in a coma at this moment and was unconscious. "Your master is seriously injured. If you don't find a famous doctor to treat him quickly, he will be in danger." Of course, if you don't want to take care of it, you can leave it to the academy. Chang Qinghe said. Qin Wudao had originally thought that he would never see Chu Qingyan again, so he couldn't help but feel happy to meet him at this moment. He was grateful to Chu Qingyan for teaching him martial arts, and of course he couldn't just ignore it, especially since Chu Qingyan also got 6 portions of dragon essence. Since Chu Qingyan is still alive, the dragon essence must still be in his body. Qin Wudao's judgment is well founded. After all, none of those people on the isolated island can truly bear the dragon essence. Qin Wudao naturally coveted the dragon yuan. Qin Wudao has now learned the divine skill of swallowing whales, and can also absorb the dragon's energy. He also wanted to try whether he could withstand the energy of dragon yuan. If he can bear it, it will definitely be a great opportunity for him. Whether out of the gratitude between master and disciple or out of his covetousness for dragon yuan, Qin Wudao is determined to get Chu Qingyan. Then do as the old dean said. Within 2 days, no matter whether I can find the person or not, I must give an explanation. Qin Wudao took a step back. Okay. Chang Qinghe nodded with a smile. Qin Wudao asked the people he brought with him to carry the stretcher carrying Chu Qingyan and leave quickly. Compared to avenging Kai Jingyao's regret for breaking off the engagement and humiliating her, saving Chu Qingyan was definitely much more important. Anyway, the whole city is under blockade against Kai Jingyao, and there is no way for her to leave the imperial capital. It is only a matter of time before she is caught. Master, do we really have to hand over the person in 2 days? Nangong Wei said to Chang Qinghe worriedly. Is the person really in the academy? Chang Qinghe asked. Nangong Wei nodded, not daring to hide it. It's good that she's here. For the little girl of the Kai family, it's safest to stay in the academy. Chang Qinghe said. After he retired from the position of dean of the academy, he hardly interfered in the affairs of the academy, but he was still very well informed. Including those inside and outside the academy. He had already heard about Kai Jingyao breaking off the engagement and humiliating Qin Wudao. Another key figure in Kai Jingyao's break-off of the engagement was Wang Zhenxing. There have been rumors in the imperial capital that Wang Zhenxing and Kai Jingyao have a close relationship. Chang Qinghe didn't know the details. But what Chang Qinghe can be sure of is that Wang Zhenxing will never let anyone touch Kai Jingyao. Master, do you plan to protect Kai Jingyao, or hand her over when the time is right? Nangong Wei was a little confused about what this master was thinking. Although judging from Chang Qinghe's attitude, it seems that he wants to protect Kai Jingyao. However, Nangong Wei understood that what the master really thought in his heart might not be the same as the attitude he expressed on the surface. To put it bluntly, as people age, they become more cunning and their emotions are not reflected on their faces. Let's talk about it in 2 days. Chang Qinghe did not give a direct answer, but said ambiguously. Nangong Wei didn't get a definite answer, so she sighed slightly and thought about what to do next. She left early and didn't know what happened after Chu Qingyan obtained the 6 dragon essences, nor did she know that Wang Zhenxing also went to the isolated island later. By the way, a distinguished guest has arrived at the academy. Please arrange for someone to entertain him well. Don't neglect him, Chang Qinghe said again. Distinguished guest Nangong Wei glanced at the people behind his master. Su Wan quickly walked out of the crowd and came in front of Nangong Wei. Dean, you are joking. How can I be considered a distinguished guest? Su Wan said with a smile. You are Brother Su's daughter, so you are naturally considered an honored guest. He is traveling around the world, and since you have come to the academy, I naturally have to do my best to be a good host. But I am an old man, so I can only let my disciple entertain you on my behalf. Chang Qinghe said. Master, don't worry, leave it to me. Nangong Wei had a good impression of Su Wan and responded immediately. Well, your ages are not too different, so you should have a lot of common topics. It would be good for you to have more contact with each other. Chang Qinghe said meaningfully. What do you mean by similar age? I am at least 10 years older than her, Nangong Wei thought. Although he could hear the hidden meaning in his master's words, Nangong Wei did not understand what it implied. Seeing that many academy disciples had gathered around, Chang Qinghe immediately told everyone to disperse and do what they needed to do. The disciples of the academy followed his instructions and left one after another. I really didn't expect that Yin Changkong would die in this way. But it's good. We don't have to stay in Feihong Tower all the time anymore. Cheng Qinghe sighed to the two junior brothers, and then said to Su Wan through voice transmission. Wanner, the matter on the isolated island is too serious. Don't spread it out for now. While transmitting the message, his eyes glanced at Nangong Wei. It seems that the old dean wants me not to tell even this Dean Nangong. Su Wan understood what the old dean meant, and immediately replied through voice transmission, understood. She was extremely intelligent and understood the reason after just a moment's thought. Longfeng Academy has been standing for many years, and no one has ever provoked it like this. It's okay to be young and reckless, but if you go too far, you will have to pay the price. Chapter 521 Revenge Plan. After Qin Wudao brought Chu Qingyan back to the Qin family mansion, he quickly found Li Mudo, a very popular genius doctor in the imperial capital, to treat him. In a bedroom in the Qin family mansion, Li Mudo sat quietly beside the bed, taking Chu Qingyan's pulse. Qin Wudao, his father Qin Feng, and grandfather Qin Mo were waiting by the side. After a moment, Li Mudo finished taking the pulse. Dr. Li, how is my master? Qin Wudao asked hurriedly. He has some internal injuries, but they are not serious. He is temporarily in a coma, but his life is not in danger. Li Mudo said. After hearing this news, Qin Wudao's face flashed with anger. This old man surnamed Cheng actually lied to me. At that time, Cheng Qinghe revealed in his words that Chu Qingyan's condition was very serious, which made him think that Chu Qingyan's life was in danger. At this moment, after hearing Li Mudo's words, Qin Wudao finally realized that the old man was deliberately scaring him to make him anxious to take Chu Qingyan away first. Dr. Li, can you find out through pulse diagnosis whether there is any special energy in my master's body? This energy is similar to true qi, but it is not true qi. Qin Wudao quickly thought of something more important and asked Li Mudo. Many of them were forced to leave the island at that time, mainly because they were afraid that Chu Qingyan would lose control of himself and go crazy, and start a killing spree. But now that Cheng Qinghe has brought Chu Qingyan back, this problem must have been solved, and Chu Qingyan should at least be able to control himself. Otherwise, bringing Chu Qingyan back to the imperial capital would definitely be a disaster. Qin Wudao had every reason to believe that Cheng Qinghe would not do such a thing. However, it remains to be seen whether Long Yuan is still in Chu Qingyan's possession. Qin Wudao wanted to confirm it, so he asked Li Mudo in a roundabout way. Hearing Qin Wudao's question, Li Mudo stroked his beard and said, his pulse is too chaotic, I have no way to judge. Wait for him to recuperate and his pulse to stabilize, then I may be able to judge. How long will it take? Qin Wudao asked. Chu Qingyan himself must know what happened. If Chu Qingyan could wake up quickly, Qin Wudao would be able to get the answer directly by asking Chu Qingyan. It's hard for me to say about that. I'll prescribe some medicine first and see how he recovers. Li Mudo said. Then please ask Dr. Li to prescribe the medicine quickly. Qin Wudao urged. Li Mudo sat down at the table in the bedroom, picked up the pen, thought for a moment, and then began to write the prescription. Qin Wudao sat down beside the bed, looking at the pale and unconscious Chu Qingyan, and said slowly. Master, I have absorbed all of Yin Chengkong's power and vitality. Now I have refined half of it and reached the half-step ultimate realm. The remaining half should be fully refined in a day or two. By then, I will be able to officially enter the ultimate realm of martial arts. I am burdened with a tremendous amount of hatred, so I took this shortcut. Practicing the whale-devouring divine art is the fastest way. Yin Chengkong has stirred up bloody storms in the martial arts world many times. If I kill him now, Master, you hate evil so much that you won't blame me. Qin Wudao was narrating slowly, and suddenly noticed that Chu Qingyan's fingers suddenly moved slightly. The movement was very subtle, but Qin Wudao still captured it keenly. Qin Wudao was immediately delighted and called out to his master a few times, but got no response, so he turned to Li Mudo and said. I just saw my master's fingers move. Divine Doctor, please come over and take a look. Li Mudo stopped writing the prescription halfway, went to the bedside and took Chu Qingyan's pulse again. He may just be unable to move his body, but he should have some consciousness and be able to hear us talking. I have encountered such a situation before. Li Mudo quickly gave an explanation. If that's the case, is there any way to make my master wake up quickly from his coma? Qin Wudao asked anxiously. Saying something that can stimulate his emotions might be helpful. Li Muduo gave a suggestion based on his past experience. Qin Wudao immediately understood what was going on, so he continued to say to Chu Qingyan. Master, I know you hate Wang Zhenxing very much because he stole your beloved woman. I also hate Wang Zhenxing very much because he stole my fiancé, making me lose face. He also seduced my mother and destroyed my originally complete family. I wanted to cut him into pieces, but I couldn't let him die so easily. I have made plans. I will first deal with his woman in the imperial capital, so that he can also have a taste of what it feels like to have his woman taken away by someone else. When all the women around him leave him, I will let him die of despair. While Qin Wudao was speaking, he was always paying attention to Chu Qingyan's reaction. Sure enough, he saw Chu Qingyan's fingers move again. And the amplitude of the movement was obviously much larger than before, almost the entire right palm was moving. Qin Wudao was immediately overjoyed, excitedly grasped Chu Qingyan's right palm, and continued. Master, you also feel very relieved, right? Know with your personality, you may only want to take revenge on Wang Zhenxing, but what I want to tell you is that this won't work. You have to uproot the grass. Master, you are just not ruthless enough, let your disciple handle everything. No matter how you deal with a betrayal woman, it's never too late. In fact, when I was in the academy just now, I noticed Su Wan. She hid and didn't come out. I guess she didn't care about you, Master, during the journey. Chu Qingyan's palms moved even more violently. Qin Wudao felt that he understood what he meant, and then he said, Master, don't worry, I won't do anything to Su Wan. At most, I will control her and wait for you to deal with it. After saying this, it didn't seem to have any comforting effect. Chu Qingyan's palms were still moving violently, as if he wanted to convey some message. Qin Wudao wanted to say something else, but suddenly he felt that Chu Qingyan was not moving again. So Qin Wudao gestured to Li Mudo and asked him to help take a look. Li Mudo felt Chu Qingyan's pulse again and said, it should be because he was overstimulated, and even his consciousness has temporarily become drowsy. Perhaps Master is also eager for revenge, Qin Wudao thought. After Li Mudo finished writing the prescription, Qin Wudao's father Qin Feng took it over and asked a reliable member of the Qin family to quickly get the medicine. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng sent Li Mudo away from the Qin family mansion. Wang Zhenxing is very familiar with this name Li Muduo. However, he could not interfere in the feud between the Qin family and Wang Zhenxing. After all, he was just a doctor. I can only say to Wang Zhenxing silently in my heart, I wish you good luck. After a while, Qin Wudao went to the study to talk with his father and grandfather. Wudao, your mother is so deeply involved with Wang Zhenxing, are you planning to not let your mother go as well? Father Qin Feng asked with a serious face. If she doesn't stop me, then everything will be fine. If she stops me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Wudao said in a muffled voice. Chapter 522 Qin Wudao's ambition. After hearing his son Qin Wudao's words, Qin Feng fell into silence. Dad, you are just too nice to Mom. Being too nice to a woman is not necessarily a good thing, because the nicer you are to a woman, the less she will take your kindness seriously. Qin Wudao asked himself that when it comes to women, he is much better than his father, who has no dignity in front of his mother and only knows how to please her. This woman just can't be spoiled. Seeing that his son spoke so clearly, Qin Feng suddenly became thoughtful. Indeed, he had been good enough to Ling Yanan over the years, but he had never been able to melt Ling Yanan's frozen heart, not even a little bit. Almost everyone in the imperial capital knew that although he and Ling Yanan had a child, he had never even touched Ling Yanan's hand. I don't know how many people were laughing at him in secret. Maybe you were right. Qin Feng straightened his back and had the urge to change. Qin Wudao felt very relieved. I'm going to the academy to ask for someone. I don't know if my mother will stop me. If she does, that would be the best. Then I will hand my mother over to you, and you can fulfill your long-cherished wish. Qin Feng nodded heavily, feeling excited. This has always been his dream. The academy has been standing for so many years. It is not a wise move for you to go to the academy to provoke us this time. Qin Mo, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Qin Wudao smiled casually. The three old guys in the academy, even including Nangong Wei, may think that I am arrogant, but they don't know that I am deliberately embarrassing the academy. It's true that I want to take revenge on Kai Jingyao, but I'm not in a hurry. She can't escape from my grasp anyway. Qin Feng and Qin Mo looked at each other, as if they understood something, or were surprised. Your real purpose is actually the academy. That's right. Qin Wudao sneered, with a deep light flashing in his eyes. What I really care about is the Fuso master who is about to cross the sea to the east. I received news that the Fuso master might also have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Even if I absorbed all of Yin Chengkong's skills, I would only be at the pinnacle of martial arts. If you want to win against that Fuso master, you better take another half step forward. The reason I only said half a step is because one step is too far away. One step above the ultimate realm, one has transcended martial arts and reached another deeper realm. Although Qin Wudao is confident, he is not so blind. You deliberately made enemies with the academy in order to obtain the skills of the three elders of the academy. Qin Mo's old face was full of shock, and he was stunned by his grandson's ambition. There are no outsiders here, so Qin Wudao did not hide it. Yes, these three old guys have been stuck at the peak level for many years, and have no chance of reaching the ultimate level. I am afraid they have no hope in this life. It would be better for them to give their skills to me, which can be regarded as contributing to the imperial capital. After all the people who fought against Fuso masters in the past came from the academy. Now that the academy is lacking in talent, it is only right for the academy to contribute. Although Qin Feng and Qin Mo had already guessed it, they were still shocked for a long time when they heard Qin Wudao say it with their own ears. Your master Chu Qingyan has a connection with the academy. Qin Feng quickly thought of a question and reminded his son. Qin Wudao had thought of this problem a long time ago, so I will take advantage of the opportunity before my master wakes up to attack the academy and kill first and report later. My master is not that smart. As long as I arrange it well, I don't think he will blame me. I always feel that this matter is not very safe. Qin Mo's old face was solemn. The status of the academy is very special. If something happens to the three elders of the academy, the impact will be too great. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable? We must make decisions in an emergency. Qin Wudao smiled and said, in this battle with the Fuzang master, we can only win and not lose. Grandpa, you can't possibly not understand this principle, right? Qin Mo took a deep breath and looked at the grandson in front of him, as if he wanted to get to know him again. I originally thought that he went to the academy to provoke because of his youthful vigor, but I didn't expect that he had thought so deeply and was planning a big game. But Qin Mo still had some concerns. Does it have to be the three elders of the academy? Maybe there are other better choices. Qin Mo said. If you want to improve in a short period of time, there is no better choice than this. Qin Wudao said. The reason why he targeted the academy, besides wanting to learn the skills of the three elders of the academy, he had another purpose. That is Nangong Wei. Ever since he became Nangong Hui's disciple, he has always had a particularly strong obsession in his heart. As he severed his master-disciple relationship with Nangong Wei, this idea became even stronger. Therefore, he swore in his heart that he must achieve his wish. But if we want to take action against Nangong Wei, the three elders of the academy will be a big obstacle, so they must be eliminated. Without the protection of the three elders of the academy, Nangong Wei can be easily controlled. Qin Mo wanted to say something, but Qin Wudao said first, Grandpa, you are old, always looking ahead and behind, worrying too much, which will only tie your hands and feet. My way of martial arts is that whoever stands in my way will die. Only by practicing this way can you go further in martial arts. My goal has never been to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. After being educated by his grandson, Qin Mo was speechless for a while. After a moment, he said, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. Since you have made up your mind, I won't say anything more. In fact, he still felt uneasy, but he understood his grandson's character and knew that he could not change him. In this case, it is better to choose to support it. Just think of it as a gamble. Wudao, when do you decide to take action? Qin Feng asked. Tomorrow. Qin Wudao answered straightforwardly, and it was obvious that he had thought about it a long time ago. Night falls. In the bamboo building of the academy, 5 women gathered here, namely Nangong Wei, Ling Yanan, Kai Jingyao, Shaho Lan and Su Wan. The atmosphere was a bit depressing. Except for Su Wan, who looked a little relaxed, the other 4 women all frowned. Sister Nangong, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I have brought trouble to the academy. Kai Jingyao said apologetically. Nangong Wei shook her head. What do you mean by implicate or not? We are all family. If I don't care about you, he will blame me later. Ling Yanan said, except for Miss Su, we are all sisters, so let's not say these polite words. The best thing to do now is to think carefully about what to do next. The relaxed expression on Su Wan's face froze for a moment, and some doubts arose. Xiahou Lan and Cai Jingyao were of the same generation, Nangong Wei and Ling Yanan were of the same generation, but there was a huge difference in generation between these four people. How could they be sisters? Ling Yanan saw Su Wan's doubts, his cold eyes flickered for a moment, and he suddenly said, this Miss Xiahou is Wang Zhenxing's fiancé, Miss Cai is his junior girlfriend, Nangong is his senior girlfriend, and I am his old lover. Su Wanru was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. As Ling Yanan spoke, not only Su Wan was stunned, but the people around her were also dumbfounded. Especially Xia Haolan. The news that her master Nangong Wei and Wang Zhenxing were in that kind of relationship was too shocking for her. The second person to be surprised was Cai Jingyao. She had only heard about the old relationship between Wang Zhenxing and Ling Yanan, and was not very clear about the rest. Relatively speaking, Nangong Wei knew more, but after hearing what Ling Yanan said, she was still so surprised that it took her a while to recover. Ling Yanan paid attention to the reactions of the people around him. She is the chief of the Divine Supervision Department and is well informed, but she is not very sure about the relationship between Wang Zhenxing and several others. What I just said was mainly for the purpose of testing. In judging from the results, everything I said came true. However, Ling Yanan was not jealous, but felt a little proud. The more popular the man she likes, the better her taste. Sister Ling, is what you just said true? Su Wan asked in disbelief. Did you see they denied it? Ling Yanan asked back. Su Wan got the answer and sighed helplessly. She knew long ago that she was not the only one. After all, there was a Baidang Xuanshuang before her, but she never expected that there were so many sisters. Su Wan was very depressed and didn't know what to say. Miss Su, you are still young and have many choices. Ling Yanan comforted her, while also trying to dissuade her. Chu Qingyan and Su Wan were originally a couple, but now they are separated, and a key figure in this is Wang Zhenxing. Ling Yanan knew that this Miss Su was interested in Wang Zhenxing. Although she is not stingy, she will never take the initiative to pull a sister in. Hearing Ling Yanan's words, Su Wan opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but finally closed it and swallowed the words back into her stomach. Ling Yanan felt that her reaction was a little strange, but for a moment he couldn't tell why. Although Ling Yanan was well informed, he knew nothing about what happened on the isolated island. Naturally, no one knew what happened between Wang Zhenxing and Su Wan on the isolated island. Except for Su Wan, who was still confused, and Ling Yanan, who was tolerant and generous, the other three women were feeling depressed. However, this stuffy feeling did not last long. The situation is not good now. Qin Wudao is eyeing Wang Zhenxing covetously and will take action against him sooner or later. They were worried about Wang Zhenxing's safety, so they naturally had no time to be upset. Nangong Wei thought about it secretly, and then said to everyone, the academy is not safe now. We must send Jingyao out of the imperial capital as soon as possible before the agreed date. Cai Jingyao said, but doing so will implicate the academy, and my father has also been taken away, how can I leave with peace of mind? Nangong Wei said, on the contrary, if you leave, your father will be safe. Qin Wudao has framed you for a false crime. As long as you are not caught, it is impossible to convict you. Xia Haolan said, now there must be checkpoints everywhere. If she wants to leave, it will be very difficult. It is definitely impossible to follow the normal path. Nangong Wei turned to look at Ling Yanan. Although you have been dismissed from your post, I believe that with your ability, it should not be possible for you to be completely sidelined just because you were dismissed, right? I have a way, but I think since we are leaving, let's go together. Ling Yanan said. Nangong Wei considered her words and sighed, that's true. After all, no matter which of us falls into Qin Wudao's hands, we may be used as bargaining chips to force Wang Zhenxing to show up, but... She changed the subject and said, I am the dean of the academy. I cannot abandon the academy and leave. You guys go. If it really comes to the worst, I have a way to avoid becoming a bargaining chip. Ling Yanan saw through her thoughts and said unhappily, you are so stubborn. If I really die, how will I face him then? Master, I will stand together with you. Xia Haolan said firmly. I won't leave either. This incident was caused by me. The worst that can happen is that I die. Cai Jingyao also said. Ling Yanan sighed, it seems that no one wants to leave. If this is the case, we can only live together and die together. After saying that, she took the lead in extending her hand. Nangong Wei followed closely and placed his palm on the back of her hand. Xiahou Lan and Kai Jingyao also followed suit. The four people put their palms together to show their determination. Seeing everyone so pessimistic, Su Wan couldn't help but put her hand on them. Ling Yanan and others looked at her in surprise, curious about why she wanted to join in the fun. Su Wan didn't explain, but just said, maybe things will turn around, everyone don't be so discouraged. At the same time, a private plane landed at an airport in the imperial capital. The cabin door opened and Wang Zhenxing walked out. Then someone quickly stepped forward and handed over a letter. This person had obviously been waiting here for a long time, as if he knew that Wang Zhenxing would appear here. Wang Zhenxing frowned, but after looking down at the cover of the letter which had the logo of the academy on it, his brows slowly relaxed. If you have any questions, just open the letter and read it, and you will know the answer. The messenger said with a smile, then turned and left. Wang Zhenxing looked at his back and confirmed that the martial arts he was using was passed down from the academy, and his level of cultivation was not low. He should be highly respected in the academy's martial arts school. After opening the letter, Wang Zhenxing began to read it. When his eyes swept across the letter, expressions of realization, surprise, and amusement appeared on his face. The next day dawned. Qin Wudao, along with his father Qin Feng and many people from the inspection department, headed to the academy in a mighty procession. Many academy disciples came to stop them. Cheng Qinghe received the news and rushed over with some people. Didn't we agree on 2 days later? Now only 1 day has passed. What does Lord Qin mean? Cheng Qinghe's old face looked bewildered. I have no choice. I am just following orders. The higher-ups are pressing me, so I have no choice but to come here early. Qin Wudao found a plausible excuse and said bluntly without giving Cheng Qinghe time to talk. Hand him over. I have had people search the academy from top to bottom, but Kai Jingyao was not found. Cheng Qinghe said regretfully. My people are not here, so I can't trust you with just one word from you. Let me take people to search the academy. If I don't find anyone, I will apologize to you. Qin Wudao didn't wait for Cheng Qinghe to reply and directly ordered his men. Start searching from the academy's library. As soon as these words were spoken, all the surrounding academy disciples glared at him angrily. The library is an important place in the academy, especially the top floor, which houses important books. No one can enter without the permission of the dean. The library cannot be searched. Cheng Qinghe changed his previous kind tone and said in a deep voice. Ding Changzai and Fang Yangming stood on the left and right behind Cheng Qinghe, staring at Qin Wudao with cold faces. What if I insist on searching? Qin Wudao sneered. The 3 old guys looked a little ugly, which was what Qin Wudao hoped to see. He had once been a student at an academy, so he naturally knew that the library was different from other places. Proposing to search the library was tantamount to directly slapping the academy in the face, thus angering the 3 old guys. The atmosphere in the field was tense. However, neither side took the initiative. Qin Wudao had to wait a little longer until Cheng Qinghe clearly refused before he could take the opportunity to make trouble. After the 2 sides confronted each other for a while, Cheng Qinghe took the lead and said, if you insist on doing this, then I can only use my fists to speak. Accept the challenge of the academy. If you can win, then I will not stop you. You can search the entire academy as you wish. Okay. Qin Wudao was waiting for this sentence. He looked at the 3 old guys in front of him and said, do you want to come one by one, or all at once? The 3 of us are old and I'm afraid we can't stand it. Cheng Qinghe shook his head in shame. Hearing this, Qin Wudao was a little confused. In the academy, besides these 3 old guys, is there anyone else who can compete with him in martial arts? While he was thinking, a young man suddenly walked out of the crowd. Lu Xing, a disciple from the martial academy, is willing to fight for the academy. The man looked ordinary, but his words surprised everyone present. Chapter 524, Defeated. Qin Family Mansion. Chu Qingyan woke up and asked the servant in the room to call Qin Wudao over immediately. The servant took the order and left. However, Qin Wudao had already gone out and was not at the Qin family, so he told Qin Mo. When Qin Mo heard that Chu Qingyan had woken up, he hurried over to visit. Where is Wudao? Where is he? Chu Qingyan asked anxiously. Qin Mo's eyes were a little evasive. Wudao went out early in the morning, and I don't know where he went. Did Wudao go to the academy? Chu Qingyan asked, looking a little ugly. Qinmo knew the relationship between Chu Qingyan and the academy, and secretly thought about the wording and how to respond. But before he could think it through, Chu Qingyan continued, call Wudao back quickly. If it's too late, he might even die. Mr. Chu, what's going on? Qinmo's face changed drastically. There's no time to explain. Just do as I say. Chu Qingyan urged. Academy. As this ordinary-looking man who called himself Lu Xing walked out, many people in the audience showed expressions of astonishment. There are many proud students in the academy, but they can also see the situation clearly. This battle with Qin Wudao concerns the reputation of the academy. How can we let a disciple fight casually? However, everyone still admires Lu Xing for his courage to stand up. The disciples of the academy were not unfamiliar with Qin Wudao. It could even be said that they were familiar with the name Qin Wudao. After all, this was the person that the academy had focused on training before, and everyone even thought that he would be the next dean after Nangong Wei. Qin Wudao's personal brilliance alone was enough to overshadow the brilliance of all the academy's disciples, making them pale in comparison. It takes great courage to stand up and challenge Qin Wudao without any panic in his words. Qin Wudao himself did not even look at this unknown person who stood up. Ever since the day he entered the academy, he has never taken any of the academy's disciples seriously, let alone now. At this time, Nangong Wei, Shaho Lan, Ling Yanan and Su Wan arrived. Seeing the tense atmosphere in the field, the other three women, except Su Wan, became nervous. Don't waste time, Qin Wudao urged Cheng Qinghe. He didn't believe that Cheng Qinghe would let a disciple of the academy accept the challenge on behalf of the academy. But to his surprise, Cheng Qinghe said to Lu Xing, okay, you are brave. If that's the case, then you can learn from Mr. Qin's skills on behalf of the academy. You don't have to worry about winning or losing. Just do your best. Yes, old dean. The man who called himself Lu Xing bowed. Nangong Wei was a little anxious when she saw that her master actually asked a disciple from the academy to fight, but then she thought, although her master is old, he is not confused at all. Son, there's something wrong with the old dean. I'm afraid there might be a trap. The steady Qin Feng said to Qin Wudao through voice transmission. Qin Wudao also felt something was wrong, and replied in a voice transmission, Dad, do you mean that this person is an external aide invited by the old man? It's possible, Qin Feng said in a voice transmission. Sir Qin, the candidates for the academy have been decided. If you are ready, we can start. Cheng Qinghe said to Qin Wudao with a smile. Qin Wudao looked at Cheng Qinghe deeply, trying to catch the guilty emotion from his expression. But Cheng Qinghe's smile remained the same, without any abnormality. Son, there must be something fishy going on. Don't agree to it, Qin Feng said in a voice transmission. Qin Wudao said confidently, Dad, there is a saying that goes, too clever is too clever. This old man calculated this and wanted to scare me away. Looking at the martial arts world, I guess only the Kunlun sect leader can compete with me. This Lu Xing is a man, it is impossible for him to be the Kunlun sect leader in disguise. Quote. After listening to his son's analysis, Qin Feng felt that it made sense, so he stopped trying to stop him. Now that we've made the decision, let's get started. Qin Wudao made the decision and said to Cheng Qinghe. And just after he finished saying this, he clearly caught sight of Cheng Qinghe's old face twitching slightly. This made Qin Wudao even more certain that this old man was trying to scare him. Cheng Qinghe spoke, asking everyone to move away, and even his voice seemed a little hoarse. Qin Wudao felt at peace. The people around dispersed, leaving a large open space. The man who called himself Lu Xing took a few steps forward and faced Qin Wudao from a distance. Use your strongest move, because you only have one chance. Qin Wudao said lightly. Okay. Lu Xing nodded modestly, then stretched out his hand. The surrounding dust and fallen leaves were attracted by something and gathered into the shape of a palm. A terrifying wave quietly dissipated. He grabbed the void in the direction of Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao's face changed instantly. He wanted to pull back, but was grabbed by the huge hand that came like lightning. Lu Xing's hand clenched slightly. The big hand formed by dust and fallen leaves suddenly clenched. Along with the sound of countless bones breaking, blood gushed out of Qin Wudao's mouth and nose. The condensed big palm dissipated, and Qin Wudao's figure fell from midair. He vomited blood several times in succession, then his head tilted and he became motionless. Just one move and victory or defeat is determined. The academy disciples around were stunned for a moment, and then burst into thunderous applause. Qin Feng quickly ran towards his son and found that he was still alive. At this time, Qin Mo also arrived. When he saw Qin Wudao lying on the ground covered in blood, he knew he was still a step too late. Qin Feng was somewhat puzzled as to why his father came here, but now he was more concerned about his son's safety. He picked up his son and quickly left the academy. No one from the academy tried to stop them. Those people from the inspection department who came with Qin Wudao retreated quietly and did not pursue the responsibility of the academy for injuring people. After all, this was agreed upon in advance. Those who can enter the inspection department are all smart people. If Qin Wudao is defeated, not only will he lose his position as the acting head of the inspection department, but the Qin family will also most likely be in great trouble. After all, an academy is an academy. It has existed for so many years and its position has hardly been shaken. There is a reason for this. After Qin Mo brought Qin Wudao back to the academy, he immediately called the miracle doctor Li Mudo to treat him. Li Mudo felt Qin Wudao's pulse and said, "All the meridians in his body are broken, and there is almost no intact bone in his body. His vitality is slowly fading away, and he cannot be saved. I can only keep him alive for half an hour at most, there is nothing else I can do." Qin Feng and Qin Mo were unwilling to accept this fact, but there was no better doctor than Li Mudo in the imperial capital. Even if you don't accept it, you have to accept it. After obtaining approval from Qin Wudao's father and grandfather, Li Muduo gave acupuncture to Chu Qingyan. After the acupuncture, Qin Wudao regained consciousness and quickly regained consciousness. His pale complexion became somewhat rosy. Why? Who exactly is this Lu Xing? Qin Wudao is still confused. Chu Qingyan supported his weak body and said to his disciple with a bitter face, "I think his name should not be Lu Xing." Chapter 525. Ginger is still spicy with age. Qin Wudao didn't feel particularly surprised when he heard Chu Qingyan's words. From the moment of his defeat, he knew that the man who called himself Lu Xing was definitely concealing his true appearance. It is impossible for an unknown person to possess such terrifying power. What Qin Wudao was really confused about was the true identity of Lu Xing. Judging from Chu Qingyan's tone, he obviously knew Lu Xing's true identity. "Master, who is he?" Qin Wudao grabbed Chu Qingyan's arm tightly and asked unwillingly. "It's Wang Zhenxing." Chu Qingyan sighed. Upon hearing the news, Qin Wudao was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze, as if he could not accept such a fact. Another person who couldn't accept it was Qin Wudao's father Qin Feng. Wang Zhenxing is Qin Feng's lifelong enemy. The woman he had always wanted to get was madly in love with Wang Zhenxing from beginning to end, which made Qin Feng jealous and crazy. Before this, Qin Feng looked down on Wang Zhenxing. Born into a top family, he has always looked down on Wang Zhenxing, who came from an ordinary background. Even though Ling Yanan is madly in love with Wang Zhenxing, it has never changed over the years. Qin Feng just stubbornly believed that Ling Yanan was crazy and that was why she fell in love with Wang Zhenxing. But now he found out that the person who had beaten his son, whom he thought was invincible, to the point of almost dying with just one move, was actually his love rival Wang Zhenxing. This blow was too great for Qin Feng. You know, his son Qin Wudao's strength has almost reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Being able to defeat his son so easily, Wang Zhenxing's strength can be called a human immortal. This is a legendary existence. Qin Feng looked dejected. He knew that he would never be able to surpass Wang Zhenxing in this lifetime, and there was no possibility for him to win Ling Yanan back. Impossible, this is impossible. Qin Wudao was unwilling to believe this fact and kept muttering this sentence. No matter how talented a person is, practicing martial arts should be a gradual process. Dragon Essence. Chu Qingyan quickly explained. Wang Zhenxing obtained 6 portions of dragon essence and absorbed all the energy. His cultivation naturally improved by leaps and bounds. He has surpassed the ultimate realm of martial arts and become a human immortal. Qin Wudao said, "Didn't you absorb the dragon essence? Even if Wang Zhenxing got it, how did he solve the problem of the erosion of the demon dragon's will?" Seeing his disciple asking, Chu Qingyan fell silent. He really didn't want to answer this question because it was too heartbreaking. But Qin Wudao kept asking. Chu Qingyan knew that his disciple was just dying, and seeing how persistent he was, he could only helplessly answer. The academy has a secret technique that can strengthen the soul and thus destroy the will of the dragon. He spoke briefly and hid a lot of information. Qin Wudao was very puzzled after hearing this and asked, "This is not right. Master, you absorbed the dragon essence first. Given your relationship with the academy should have passed this secret technique to you." Chu Qingyan was not good at lying, and seeing that Qin Wudao was not giving up, he had no choice but to continue. The conditions for practicing this secret technique are quite demanding, and it requires a man and a woman to practice together. There are also strict requirements for the man and woman who practice. The man must have a body of extreme yang, and the woman must have a body of extreme yin. Qin Wudao said, "Master, you seem to have the most yang body, which meets the requirements. I know that Master loves Su Wan, but at this moment, there is no need to be so rigid. That is dragon essence. If Master absorbs it all, then you will be the one to become a human immortal." When he finished speaking, there was a hint of disappointment in his tone. If Chu Qingyan had lived up to his expectations, Wang Zhenxing would have had no chance of survival, and he would not have suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Wang Zhenxing. "It's not that I don't want to, it's Wanner who doesn't want to." When Chu Qingyan said this, he felt like his heart was pierced like a sieve. At that time, Cheng Qinghe said that the academy had a secret technique that could solve Chu Qingyan's situation. Only a few people knew about this and it was discussed in secret. Qin Wudao was not an insider. When Qin Wudao heard Chu Qingyan's words, he sorted out the information in the words and understood the cause and effect. Su Wan possesses an extremely yin body. However, Su Wan was unwilling to help Chu Qingyan. What's more coincidental is that Wang Zhenxing also possesses a very yang body. Su Wan was willing to practice with Wang Zhenxing and eventually helped him achieve success. "Wudao, you shouldn't have attacked the academy." Chu Qingyan sighed. He naively believed that if Qin Wudao did not attack the academy, he would not be hurt by Wang Zhenxing. However, he didn't know that after Qin Wudao gained powerful strength, the first person he wanted to kill was Wang Zhenxing. The battle between Qin Wudao and Wang Zhenxing was inevitable. The only difference is the time. "It's too late to say this now," Qin Wudao said hatefully. Those old guys in the academy clearly knew that Wang Zhenxing had become a human immortal, but they deliberately concealed it. In fact, when he went to the academy to ask for someone for the first time, if Cheng Qinghe had revealed any information, he would probably have left in disgrace. But Cheng Qinghe would rather lose face in front of so many academy disciples than mention the fact that Wang Zhenxing obtained the Dragon Yuan. These old guys are so patient. Qin Mo saw things more clearly. Seeing that Qin Wudao didn't see through it, he gave a hint. "I always felt uneasy before, but I couldn't put my finger on what was wrong. Now I finally understand the source of this uneasiness. Wudao, in fact, when you went to the academy to ask for someone, the old fox Cheng Qinghe might have already figured out everything in his mind. I even suspect that when he handed Mr. Chu to you, he deliberately did something to Mr. Chu so that Mr. Chu would not wake up so quickly and tell you the news that Wang Zhenxing had become a human immortal. Don't doubt whether Cheng Qinghe can do this. You may not know that Cheng Qinghe was already known as a young genius doctor when he was young, but later, as his status became higher and higher, he rarely treated people, so many people didn't know about it." Quote. At this point, he closed his eyes sadly. Cheng Qinghe, that old fox, simply wants to borrow someone else's hand to get rid of you. Qin Wudao woke up as if from a dream, and realized that he was too young and that experience is always more valuable. "It's over, it's all over," Qin Mo muttered to himself, and walked towards the Qin family's ancestral hall with unsteady steps as if he had lost his soul. Bamboo building in the academy. Su Wan and others gathered here. Kai Jingyao, who had not shown up before, didn't know what was happening outside, but when she saw happy looks on everyone's faces, she knew that things had taken a turn for the better, so she started asking. Nangong Wei responded by briefly describing Qin Wudao's disastrous defeat and the process of him being carried away by the Qin family. Kai Jingyao was overjoyed. The academy is worthy of being called an academy. The old dean can actually invite such a person. But how come I have never heard of this person called Lu Xing before? It stands to reason that such a person cannot be unknown. Of course I used a pseudonym. Su Wan continued, but then again, he's not particularly famous in the martial arts world. There was no obvious change on Ling Yanan's face. Sha Haolin, Nangong Wei and Kai Jingyao were all surprised after hearing Su Wan's words. Judging from Su Wan's tone, she obviously knew Lu Xing. Miss Su, it seems that you are very familiar with Lu Xing. Nangong Wei asked tentatively. Su Wan pursed her lips, feeling a little shy, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. At this moment, Ling Yanan suddenly said, Nangong, you are more familiar with him. Chapter 526 Meeting. Hearing Ling Yanan's words, Nangong Wei was stunned for a moment, and then thought of something. You mean this Lu Xing? She had a guess in her mind, but felt it was a little unlikely, so she looked at Ling Yanan and waited for a reply. But before Ling Yanan could answer, he heard a long creaking sound from the bamboo door, and then a figure walked into the room. It was that Lu Xing. How did you recognize me? When Lu Xing spoke, his facial features twisted slightly, and his ordinary face turned back to Wang Zhenxing's original appearance. He asked Ling Yanan with a smile. Su Wan knew that Wang Zhenxing would appear, and when she saw Lu Xing appear, she had already guessed it in her heart. But Ling Yanan didn't know about this before. Wang Zhenxing asked himself if he had hidden it well. After all, even Xiahou Lan, Nangong Wei and Kai Jingyao didn't notice it. But he didn't know where he revealed the flaw, which was discovered by Ling Yanan. Intuition. Ling Yanan smiled, walked towards Wang Zhenxing as if no one was around, hugged him tightly, and said softly. No matter what you become, even if you turn into ashes, I can recognize you well. This is not a nice thing to say, but anyway, I can recognize that it is you. When the four women nearby heard this, they looked at each other and felt that this explanation was a bit far-fetched, but when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. This may be the special tacit understanding between old lovers. Several people were a little envious. Wang Zhenxing smiled, put his arm around Ling Yanan, then looked at the three people standing beside him with eager eyes, and hesitated a little. Ling Yanan saw through his thoughts. Nangong, Jingyao, and Shaolin, they all know it already, you don't have to hide it anymore. Wang Zhenxing looked at Ling Yanan in surprise. Yes, I said it, but you can tell from their reactions that you don't have to worry about it. Ling Yanan's eyes curved slightly, as if to say, look how good I am to you. I even help you deal with your emotional disputes. Wang Zhenxing glanced at Ling Yanan silently without saying anything like gratitude. With their tacit understanding, they no longer needed to communicate through words. Everything is self-evident. Wang Zhenxing intends to repay Ling Yanan with gratitude. Why did you finally get the dragon essence? And how did you solve the problem of the demon dragon's will? Nangong Wei asked. Wang Zhenxing's strength skyrocketed, and the only possibility she could think of was Long Yuan. But she didn't understand how this process worked. Wang Zhenxing glanced at Su Wan, and then told her about how Nangong and the others left the isolated island and how he landed on the island right after them, and what happened afterwards. The Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, so that's it. Nangong Wei suddenly understood, but soon another question arose, then who is practicing with you? When she asked this question, she actually already had an answer in her heart, and her eyes swept across Su Wan. As expected, Wang Zhenxing said, it's all thanks to Miss Su's sacrifice. I can come back to see you because of her. After hearing this, Nangong Wei, Xiahou Lan and Kai Jingyao all looked at Su Wan, as if they wanted to express their gratitude. But before they could say anything, Ling Yanan said first, don't be so polite, we are all family. Nangong Wei, Xiahou Lan and Kai Jingyao looked at each other and thought that it was indeed the case. Su Wan was very thoughtful. She cast a grateful look at Ling Yanan and used this as an excuse to say to everyone. My dear sisters, I didn't mean to hide what happened on the lonely island. It was the old dean who suggested that I hide it, so I didn't say it. However, it is indeed my fault for causing you sisters to worry. I hope you will forgive me. Nangong Wei and the others were not jealous people, and seeing that Su Wan was so humble and spoke so politely, of course they would not blame her. Waner, you're too kind. How can we blame you? Nangong Wei was the first to express her opinion. The others also spoke out, saying that they didn't take it to heart. Now it seems that when my master came back and saw Qin Wudao provoking the academy, he might have made up his mind not to keep him. Nangong Wei recalled the scene at that time and said with emotion, but this is also his own fault, he deserves it. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly stopped, thinking that she had said something wrong, and glanced at Ling Yanan out of the corner of her eye. Ling Yanan lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, and sobbed softly. Su Wan, Xiahou Lan and Kai Jingyao were stunned at first, then they all realized that Qin Wudao was Ling Yanan's son. The scene fell silent, Ling Yanan's sobbing gradually became louder, and finally she threw herself into Wang Zhenxing's arms. Wang Zhenxing wanted to say something. Ling Yanan spoke first. I don't blame you. You didn't kill him on the spot because you did it for my sake. After sobbing for a few times, she continued, it's just that I watched him grow up, and now he's going to die. I hesitated for a long time, but seemed unable to continue, and started crying again. After crying for a while, she continued, you have to compensate me. How to compensate? Wang Zhenxing asked. You have to compensate me with a child. Good. You said it. Nangong and the others heard it and can testify for me. Ling Yanan's head left Wang Zhenxing's arms. There was not a trace of tears on that noble and beautiful face. Instead, there was a smile of success. Nangong Wei was speechless for a while. She had originally wanted to comfort this good friend, but she never expected that this guy would actually deceive her feelings. Shaho Lan, Nangong Wei and Su Wan were also a little speechless, but they still admired Ling Yanan's operation. They are thin-skinned and would never be able to do such a thing if it were them. I mean what I say. I won't go back on my word. I'll compensate you with 8 or 10 children, not just one. Wang Zhenxing himself was a great actor and he had long seen through the fact that Ling Yanan was pretending, but he just didn't expose her. His last sentence was meant to scare Ling Yanan. However, after hearing this, Ling Yanan was not afraid at all, nor did he feel ashamed. Instead, he said affectionately, okay, I'll give you as many children as you want. Nangong Wei, Shaho Lan, Su Wan and Kai Jingyao suddenly felt at this moment that it was a bit redundant for them to stay here, and wondered whether they should leave and wait for the two to finish their love words before returning. Ling Yanan also quickly realized that the women around him seemed a little jealous, so he restrained himself and stopped flirting with Wang Zhenxing. Instead, he talked about business and said solemnly, Qin Wudao's talent for cultivation is rare in the world, and there is no guarantee that there won't be another person with the same talent or even a talent that surpasses him among the descendants of the Qin family. The grudge with the Qin family cannot be resolved, so let's just do something drastic to eliminate the trouble forever. There was murderous intent in her eyes when she said these words. Chapter 527 Yagayu Destiny. Nangong Wei was a little surprised after hearing Ling Yanan's words. She had felt a little taboo before when talking about Qin Wudao's miserable end, but Ling Yanan didn't care about it at all. What's more, they even wanted to wipe out the Qin family and eliminate future troubles. I have to say, this is really cruel. Of course, Nangong Wei was merely surprised and did not object. Although she is kind, she can also distinguish right from wrong. If Wang Zhenxing had not stopped Qin Wudao from attacking the academy this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The winner takes all, it has always been so cruel since ancient times. Wang Zhenxing actually already had an idea in his mind about how to deal with the Qin family. When he heard Ling Yanan say it herself, he was stunned for a moment. Being stared at by Wang Zhenxing, Ling Yanan was in a trance for a moment, feeling that the way he looked at her was as if he was looking at another person. Do you think I am a vicious person now and you are different from many years ago? Ling Yanan was very nervous when he said this. She cares a lot about what Wang Zhenxing thinks of her. Wang Zhenxing slowly reached out his hand and gently rubbed her head. I know you haven't had an easy time these years. I just hate myself for coming to you so late and letting you suffer so much. Ling Yanan breathed a sigh of relief and threw herself into Wang Zhenxing's arms as if no one was around. Nangong Wei and others who were watching from the side couldn't help but feel that they were a bit redundant. They exchanged glances with each other, wondering if they should leave for a while. Fortunately, Ling Yanan quickly let go of Wang Zhenxing and said, It is precisely because I have waited for so many years and finally waited for this day that I am very afraid of losing it. I will destroy everything that may threaten us. I understand, but you don't need to do this. Wang Zhenxing said. If someone has to dirty his hands, I hope it's me. Ling Yanan said. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. I didn't say I would do all this myself. There is no shortage of people who change their minds according to the situation in this world, not to mention that Qin Wudao has been so arrogant for so long and has offended many people. Ling Yanan was reminded of this and quickly came to his senses. He said self-deprecatingly, I'm so worried that I didn't even think of this. You're right. Even if we don't do anything, someone will deal with the Qin family. At this point, she looked at Nangong Wei, hesitated for a moment and said, "Besides, the old dean is cunning and treacherous. I think he will add fuel to the flames. Maybe in a few days, the Qin family will become history in the imperial capital." When Nangong Wei heard the evaluation of cunning and treacherous, she did not refute it, but just rolled her eyes at Ling Yanan. After talking about the Qin family, Wang Zhenxing began to chat with everyone about some light topics. However, they didn't talk for long when Nangong Hui's servant came to report that the old dean wanted to see him. Wang Zhenxing wanted to ask the old dean something, so he followed the servant to Feihong Tower. The old dean is waiting in Feihong Tower. Seeing Wang Zhenxing coming, Cheng Qinghe greeted him with a smile and said, "Sorry to interrupt your gathering." Wang Zhenxing smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite, old dean. Since you said so, I won't beat around the bush. We will be a family from now on anyway. I don't have any children, and I have always treated Hoyer as my daughter." Cheng Qinghe said. Wang Zhenxing nodded. "I understand. She told me about it. I can also see that you, old dean, treat her very well." At this point, he changed the subject and said with a smile, "The old dean asked me to come here, it shouldn't be to tell me this, right? If that's all I have to say, how can I have the nerve to disturb your gathering?" Cheng Qinghe's expression became a little more serious. "What do you think of what I wrote to you in the letter?" Wang Zhenxing said, "To be honest, I am only interested in doing business, not in fighting and killing, but it seems that I have no other choice. Judging from the development of Qin Wudao's plot, the strength of that Fuso master should be stronger than the extreme realm, but he has not broken through the extreme realm." This is nothing to Wang Zhenxing. Of course, Wang Zhenxing did not act arrogantly. Because in Cheng Qinghe's eyes, he is currently only at this level. "It seems that you have already made plans to accept the challenge." Cheng Qinghe was very pleased. "Old dean, why don't you tell us the specific information about that Fuso master?" Wang Zhenxing went straight to the point. This man was born into the Yagyu clan, a martial arts family in Japan. He reached the peak level at the age of 20, and entered the ultimate realm of martial arts at the age of 21. He challenged all the masters in Japan and suppressed all the masters of the older generation in Japan. Cheng Qinghe felt very ashamed when he said this, and paused before continuing. "After this battle, this man became famous in Fuzhang, but he has never fought again since then. Now 4 years have passed, and I don't know what realm he has reached. However, according to my speculation, it is unlikely that this person can cross the extreme limit in 4 years, but it should not be comparable to ordinary extremes. Are you sure you can handle it? Or let me ask this, you have absorbed 6 portions of dragon essence, so you should have surpassed the limit and become a human immortal, right?" In fact, Wang Zhenxing had already surpassed the limit before going to the isolated island. But it is definitely impossible to answer Cheng Qinghe like this. Wang Zhenxing thought for a moment and said, "My current strength can be considered as a half-step human immortal. If I want to truly become a human immortal, I should be able to do it once I have absorbed all of the energy of the dragon essence for my own use. According to my estimate, it will take about half a month. It is exactly half a month before the decisive battle with the Fuso master." Wang Zhenxing did not give a definite answer, not because he wanted to make Cheng Qinghe worry, but because he wanted to pave another way for himself. Although the women in the imperial capital were getting along well with each other, there was another group of women in Qingling, and neither group was aware of the other's existence. If this happens one day, Wang Zhenxing will feel a headache just thinking about it. But because of the crisis of fighting against the Fuso masters, even if they all bumped into each other, there would not be a big quarrel. After all, they are all people who understand the overall situation and know how to put the overall situation first. Just like Nangong Wei and others. In fact, if Wang Zhenxing thought about it carefully, Ling Yanan had made some contribution to the fact that Nangong Wei and others could easily accept this matter. But more importantly, it was because of the threat posed by Qin Wudao. Wang Zhenxing was even considering whether he could achieve his goal of settling his backyard through this battle with the Fuso master. "I hope that the Fuso master is not also a half-step human immortal, or that you can truly enter the human immortal realm before the decisive battle, so that everything will be safe." Cheng Qinghe prayed. "I hope so." Wang Zhenxing also sighed, and then said, "From what you said, old dean, the Fuzhang master is only 25 years old now. What is his name, Yagayu?" "Her name is Tianming, Lu Sheng Tianming." Cheng Qinghe said.